today. I just want to invite everyone to come on up and grab the handouts that we have for you. Almost carry us through the entire presentation for the day. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's Tommy. Tommy has a dolphin story.
Are you?
And we think a fetish.
Like we can switch. I'll keep mine plugged in and then. And get this way, yeah.
It's that or it's funny bird videos he likes to put up, one of the two.
You're going upstream.
I know, right? Yeah.
Testing the AV right now in the room. We're testing the microphones. The best way to test a microphone is talk about your favorite breakfast and the breakfast routine. Oatmeal. Are you going with walnuts or bananas? Both? Your choice. Are you making it overnight?
Walnuts.
Walnuts. Overnight oats. It's the big new trend, overnight oats.
Eggs Benedict, you all are boring.
Oh my gosh, that's a Saturday breakfast.
That's favorite. Do you think I'm enjoying my Nutri-Grain bar right now?
You don't have to worry about your webcam anymore.
You say egg Benedict or
I did. I
Oh yeah,
love Eggs
me too.
Benedict.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's,
so good.
yeah.
I went to, Bowood.
Oh, that's
last
right. I
week.
worked there.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
Oh.
weekends.
No. 10,
You
11,
go to
12,
slide.
13, 14. Looks like 15.
40.
The audio,
That should be loaded up.
the microphone is the room. And as long as you're projecting almost
Well, I
anything you
have to.
say, should get picked up if you're behind the table. And then for questions, we're gonna have the people either come up here or project.
No, they're the same thing. It was just a big stack and it would fall over. So it's in two piles. It's the same thing.
Good morning, how are you?
Morning.
Good.
And
Everybody's name.
you go to 37.
Same thing.
This is time.
Okay. Good morning.
And all these will be available online too.
I got daggers.
Or later.
Go to the website, open up the Zoom, the whole night, you want to get it going. So hang in there, man. Okay. Okay.
It's
Gotta go, bye. Okay, if you have a laptop, and you're in Zoom, turn off your audio.
There's this many.
Yeah, okay, I counted them, but I think that's
I'm
enough.
not sure, but.
Yeah, yes. 14 different documents.
Hi.
Just fine.
The feedback we've gotten was to have more resources for you with you, so we're trying to accommodate you.
going to Wi-Fi at St. Louis Public.
Right?
And there's no password in here.
I'll be sitting here.
It'll all be fine.
No one says he does it to you.
Uh-huh, yeah. Mhm, right, yeah.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Good, you. Me too. Must be really nice.
Good morning. Great. How are you?
Every-
Are you all ready? Is the question.
This morning, good to see you.
Good to see you.
Oh, okay.
If you've got one, make it
The architect review.
Able to be in.
Yeah, that'll be great.
Because that's the only way the cameras don't show.
Well, no, there's cameras all over.
They'll be able to hear me when I present online.
So I counted, there's 14 different documents, so hopefully you end up with 14 at the end.
Let's check in again like 3 o'clock. Yeah, we're all hanging in there.
Yeah.
Yes,
Move around person.
hope so.
Andre Holman.
We'll be going over
Is
that.
that Andre Holman?
But it might be easier to see on that as on screen.
Society.
We're almost there, 4 more.
Anyway, I'm not worried. About my YouTube.
Not that that's.
We're gonna see that 1,000 years from now.
Good morning. Good to see you. Thanks for coming.
We're out there.
Right? I know one other.
Super informative.
No longer does it.
No.
Not even trying to.
How are you?
Okay.
I don't know.
See folks here in person too. Yeah.
Yeah.
So there's one for sale, one rental. There should be.
It's always there, so there's gonna be.
There you go. Sale.
Like.
Hey, Andre, can you hear me?
And,
Hey, Andre.
but it's always interesting to the.
Good morning. Doing well. How are you?
There's one thing, either this is it for me. This is the answer. And then once you stay.
Test,
like,
test.
like, so they get the pension, retire.
Test. Andre, can you hear me?
They do. They do. Like, the ones that have been there, no, we're never gonna do. But if it's- We've been here.
Yes. With a lot of hours. Around.
Figure through.
Last time.
Yeah.
Who's that? Oh, two.
Two different.
Oh, I get it. Okay. I assumed he was over on Oak and then we could do the thing. So I have someone in the back logging on. We'll test the audio that.
I know the rich people, rich people stay rich or get very expensive.
So there's 14 different documents. So hopefully you end up with 14 at the end. Yeah, I know. Well, just when you get back here, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm surprised.
Once a little line, the line goes, and then, we'll run to the back, we'll get someone to check the audio, so we'll start the show. Hey Pam, can you hear me? Hey Pam, can you hear me?
Says it doesn't start until 10. Zoom. If you want to come to mine.
The right face.
Comprehensive across all jurisdictions.
Not it is specialized. So like California.
Yeah.
Peninsula,
Doing good. Absolutely.
Like Missouri. You could.
Almost there.
Yeah.
So like that, you'll get.
Can you hear me?
So what are you discussing?
Oh, you go to me?
I go.
Right. So for the pro.
We're just not hard enough to do it. It's more people.
Yeah.
And while we test the audio, I'm gonna ask you to just start reciting your breakfast routine in extreme detail, just so we get some audio from you, and I'm gonna look at the room and get it going, so. Every step it takes to make an omelet.
Remember your server.
I've been saying consultant, I don't know, I think, yeah.
Morning, Lauren.
It's a male.
I was just curious.
But he suggested.
They're coming out.
Good, how?
Cool. I've actually never had it with salmon. I know that people do that but okay, awesome. Maybe I'll start doing that a little bit more.
Yeah.
Was there lunch last night? No.
Yeah. Lauren? Yeah.
Like it rained earlier.
Yeah.
The guy and he's like 50.
Yeah.
That's it.
Really great.
Yeah.
Did he have a yard food?
And I went out.
Is he like? How are you? I think it was.
This is like.
So we'll. Yeah. They're good, yeah. Almost 1 year old now.
Yes,
Yeah, Mark's on.
Yeah.
He's a great guy.
It is. We're gonna print off some work, so I think they're all gone for right now.
Think something.
If anyone has multiple copies of the PowerPoint presentation and you wouldn't mind sharing with some of the folks who might still need one, we'll go ahead and make some more copies. So if you want to take an extra one later, you can, but just to get everyone started, if we could, make sure we spread those around so everybody has one to start with, please.
Stephanie, also, for our folks, virtually.
Yeah.
We're gonna get those uploaded to the website within the next hour. So just stay tuned. We have, quite a few cards here in the room, and also online, so have all these handouts available.
I said more than 45 people.
Okay. Thanks for coming. So things should be pretty simple.
I mean, you've seen most of them. We are printing out more, so if like, yeah.
Do you want me to send more? Amber?
Help yourself. We're printing some extras. There are a few others that.
You were so welcome. You just excited about your things.
So good. How are you?
Oh, we are right now.
Yeah. It's good to meet you in person. I don't think we met in person. Yeah. So many times. I feel like I know you. Yeah.
We will make extra.
You want me to go make? You got somebody else. Oh, no.
We'll work it out. It'll be okay. Some of these materials are for after lunch, so at lunchtime you can put out some extras.
Okay.
We'll make sure everybody gets them.
But just.
Oh, yep, that was mine, sorry.
Hi. Great, is there somewhere outside to sign in? Okay, did you already, I haven't received your, did you? There wasn't on this today, because we had to send out, another, there was another link that went out for in-person attendance, because we had over 200 people.
Yeah,
sign
I
up
got
for the
it.
workshop. Yeah, so then, oh, so you did? Oh, okay, so we. Some people didn't follow some people didn't. follow the instructions.
I think they're printing out some more, paper, yeah, but there might be some down there that you can grab, yes, sir.
Okay, friends on Zoom and folks in the room, we are to start with.
Yep.
the sound. It is a full house.
You don't get to spread
Yeah.
Employee lounge. You know, there's a little floor, employee lounge.
But if you could. type in the-
Employee lounge. Where the food service refrigerator and coffee and all that,
Thank you.
Oh, you mean the cap.
well, whatever you want to call it. We're employee going out.
Do you need?
I don't.
It's not on that.
Oh, those are mine. No, we're, I don't even know now. Oh, yeah. No, just go ahead and take one of everything there. We did run out of some copies, but we're making more. Okay. Yeah, they're also online. If you have a laptop, you can pull them down there too, but we'll get extra copies as well. It was supposed to be 45 minutes, so we are at capacity, I don't.
We're gonna look for extra pairs. Yeah, where you know, where you find those?
Hey, Duncan. I think Irv's getting some back there. Evan is there. Yeah, you gonna sit here? Yeah, John is right here. There's a mic.
Are you looking for chairs?
Yeah, no, I just grabbed one from the back of the room, but they're even getting some backups now out of the back room.
Yes, yes.
And I don't know, yeah, that's on. Yours is probably on. Mike's on.
Okay. This is.
Yeah, that's Evan, this is me, I'm just spread out. More,
They're making more.
they're making more copies. Yeah, there's a few still to grab along the front there.
We'll have that coming out shortly.
Gone. We gotta make it.
Here, you want to share it? I'll put this in front of both of us if you want to kind of follow along.
That's you.
Mhm.
Show them.
Get nosy. I'm sitting pretty low.
Morning. Good morning.
Morning.
Morning, everyone. Hello, my name's Tom Nagel. I'm the Public Information Officer here with CDA. So first of all, welcome. We are super honored by the high turnout. I'm trying my best, thanks. We're super honored by the high turnout. I know this room is very crowded and we completely understand there was a lot of different messages when we did our first RSVP back 3 weeks ago. We got overwhelmed, over 230 people signed up. I know not everyone reads every email that I send and I understand why, because it's from me. And we did send a second email asking for a second RSVP for only 45 people. First come, first serve. So there is a list of people who did RSVP. More people are here than that 45. That means this room is gonna get hot. It might get uncomfortable. And we are not gonna ask anyone to leave, and we're not gonna make anyone leave. But Katrina is out front, and if anyone new comes, we're not gonna let them in, because we're getting a little full. You should know, given that information, that this room is very full. We're running out of chairs. This is on Zoom, and you can go anywhere you want. If you have a laptop and Wi-Fi and have the exact same experience, you can interact with us via Zoom, you can chat, you can look at the documents online, they'll be posted, all these handouts within the next hour online. So it's your choice. We're not gonna ask anyone to leave, but it's your choice if you want to stay in this room because you're an in-person learner. Everyone's invited to be here. So with that, I believe I'm gonna pass it over to Bill Rocca, our Director of Housing. And before that, I want to recognize Tony over here, our AV person. Tony is city staff. Yeah, applause for Tony. He's working very hard, making sure this hybrid format works both online and in the room. Let's leave him alone while he's working. I am gonna float around. If you need anything, come find me. It could be a question. It could be housekeeping. The restrooms are down the hall. We have a vending room. If you need sugar, a Coke or Gatorade, if your blood sugar's low, or you need a more substantial snack, come find me. I'll guide you around this building. What am I missing before I pass it off to you, Bill? Okay, Bill Rocca, thanks for being here. Everyone online, thank you as well. There's cameras in the room, so be aware that we're all live on YouTube together. Okay, enough of that.
Thanks, Tommy. All right, so thank you all for coming today. We really appreciate it. We got a great turnout, not only here, but online. So we're excited to talk about the funding opportunity that we have, that you all are interested in receiving funding from us and helping to improve our city. I'm just gonna do a quick introduction of the staff. We have to do it every time we break. I'm just gonna go in order that are seated. You all met Tom, Duncan Carson, Stephanie Christian, Aaron Hutchins, Tracy Collins, Trey Carter, I'm sorry, Colleen, Bryant, Evan, Pam, and Anita. All right, I thought I saw Herb, our construction manager. He's in the very back in the corner, helping people with chairs. So thank you all, and thanks to the staff. And then Katrina is right there in the door.
Hi, Katrina.
Wait, Katrina. All right. All right, and just as Tommy mentioned, the restrooms are, if you go out through the doors you came in and go down to the right, there's restrooms down that way. Okay, so again, thank you for coming. We started a little bit later than we would like to. We're gonna try and get through this, as quick as we can. It is gonna be a long day. We asked you to stay for the whole thing. There's a lot for us to cover. I think, if you stay for the whole thing, I think you have a better opportunity to understand the process and learn exactly what's required in order to apply for our funding. One other thing I'll mention is that we're gonna have a break for questions during the session, so please hold those questions until those times. And then we'll have some online as well, and we'll, answer those as well. All right, so we're gonna get right into it, and we'll turn it over to Stephanie for the next few slides. Once we get the PowerPoint up.
Yeah, Tommy is not here with PowerPoint, so let me see if I can. put it up.
Well, you could follow along as the folks that have the printed copies. PowerPoint. Yep, okay, thanks.
So while he's bringing that up, I just want to acknowledge how amazing this turnout is this year. So big round of applause to all you folks who are doing this important work. Information, to have the best opportunity to expand your scope and your reach and the wonderful projects that you are doing. So thank you for that. And also a huge thank you to this housing team. We tell you, nobody's learned how to rock with it, drop with it, and rock with it, like this team right here, through all of the additional funding sources and learning the different rules and regulations ourselves. So thank you all for your incredible work in helping to make these funds accessible and getting them out to the street. Are we ready to roll?
Ready.
Okay. We are on slide 2. All right, so I really prefer to move around, but I don't know if I'm limited with the microphones. So first off, I want to talk about preparing to apply for the NOFA. There's some important key things to consider when you are deciding what funding source to choose. Not every funding source is the right fit for every project. So it will save yourself a lot of time and grief to make sure that you're identifying the proper sources that work well for your project. So in doing so, some of the things you want to ask yourself is my project eligible for this type of funding? CDA specifically, we work with primarily HUD funding, some money from the Treasury, but the eligible projects are determined by those federal regulations. We don't have leeway with that.
Speak just a little closer to that mic and I'm gonna try.
Now I can move even less. Okay. So yes, we are restricted to utilize these funds in the way that is indicated by those federal agencies. So make sure that your project is eligible for this type of funding. Also, are you an eligible applicant? We'll be going over the types of applicants that are eligible to apply. Federal funding does require an extra amount of administrative work. What's your staffing look like to handle that type of administration of the reporting and the documentation that's needed? Timeliness of the funds. Does the timeliness of the funds align with your project? Okay. This is not fast funding. Okay, so if there are a house. We know that. So So you want to be specific, square footage, bedrooms, bathrooms, AMI you're targeting, how it impacts the neighborhood, what supportive services you're going to be providing to those tenants or home buyers or what have you. Be specific, be detailed. I would say probably one of the biggest things that prohibits an application from being successful is the lack of information. Either not completing the application in full, not providing enough detail for us to fully understand the scope of your project, not including all the attachments and supportive documentation that's needed to fully assess the project. So that kind of goes into the final one, which is completing the application. Make sure you respond directly to the questions and fully in good detail. We want to know what you're doing. We know you're all doing good work and we want to know about it. All right, this is your chance to brag on yourself and let us know how great all of your work is. Make sure you're completing each section of the application. Don't leave anything blank. Unless there are a few conditional, if applicable type questions. But if we're asking it, we need it. Make sure you're including all the required attachments and make sure you're providing signatures everywhere a signature is asked for. Okay. Those are the big ones. All right, so we talked about timeliness a little bit. So just to kind of give you an overview, thank you, next slide. An overview of the process. You can expect the process to take approximately 18 months or so, okay? From the time that you are notified that you have received a funding reservation until the time that you will be allowed to start construction, okay? 18 months. And that's if everything goes well, okay? All right, so how the process kind of goes through is we have our notice of funding availability, which is open right now and why we're all here. Once that closes, we go through our rating review and funding reservation process, okay? That particular timeline is dependent upon how many applications we get. We never know. We like to make sure that we review everything thoroughly and give everyone an equal assessment on their projects. But we will, however, make sure that the funding reservations are posted no later than the beginning of September. So anyone who's applying for LIHTC will have that available to them to include in their LIHTC applications. After your funding reservation has been announced, we will schedule a kickoff, okay? We're going to go through a lot of information here today, and we have a lot of handouts for you. We're getting a little more detailed than we have in some of our past workshops. We want everyone to be as successful as possible. Once you are awarded your funding reservation, we will then have a kickoff call that will go through everything that specifically applies to your project with compliance, and we'll make sure that it is clear and you understand what's going to have to happen throughout the duration of your project and your compliance period. Then we get into our pre-construction documentation. There was a handout with the checklist. It's called the developer checklist, something like that, that will give you an idea of the documentation we'll be needing to collect. And there's also some little, some narratives on there about the process as it goes through. So those checklists indicate everything you'll need from the start to the finish of your project. So we will need to collect all of those ENA documents. For those of you who are not familiar with what ENA is our Board of Estimate and Apportionment. It's a legislative body made up of the mayor, the president of the Board of Aldermen, and the comptroller. This board has to approve all financial agreements for the city. So we have to prepare to have that approved by that board. So we'll collect that first section of documents on that checklist. Some of these items are going to can run parallel. They're not necessarily linear. Several things can be happening at once. But you'll need to submit your final budget and design drawings. We can't do anything without design drawings because every project is required to undergo an environmental and historic review. And those drawings are key to getting that started and completed. After we have everything on the ENA checklist and the environmental review has been completed and approved, then we'll send it to the Board of ENA for a vote. Once the ENA has approved your project to be funded, we will go through the process of preparing and executing your legal documents. Okay, this is going to include a loan agreement, deed of trust, a promissory note, dispersing agreement, and a land use restriction agreement, or LURA. While those documents are routing through the city to be executed, they're going to pass through 4 other city offices once it leaves CDA. This takes several weeks, and it's unpredictable because it's out of our hands going through those different departments. But during that time frame, we have the Form 5 checklist. That's the next section on your checklist document there. So we'll be gathering those documents while your legal documents are routing for execution, theoretically, so that by the time we receive an executed contract, we're ready to go. Okay, at that point, we issue your official notice to proceed, which alerts you that your funding is now available to access, and you can start submitting your invoices for your construction. Okay, so there's quite a process involved there. Often we often start getting phone calls the week after funding reservations. When can I pick up my check? So we just want to be a little more transparent and upfront about the process and the timelines. Okay. Also, this, I don't know if you're talking about reimbursement. Well, I'm just going to throw it out there because if we say it again later, it will only help you remember more. So these funds are available on a reimbursement basis. So there is no upfront lump sum amount of money forwarded to the developers, okay? What's gonna happen, so that's another consideration when you're thinking about the correct funding source for your project, is do you have the funds to carry until this reimbursement comes through? Now, by reimbursement, that can be actual reimbursement where you have paid your contractors or material suppliers, and then we are reimbursing those funds back to you. There's also an incurred cost reimbursement, where as you can submit your invoices that have incurred eligible costs and then pay those out with the CDA funds when that comes to you. If you choose to do that, just be aware that of the timing. So that time frame that the CDA check is going to come through after you've submitted your invoices is not consistent. Again, there's multiple departments involved and there's only so much that we have our hands on to control. We do our best to process everything through our hands as quickly as possible when we receive it. But it may be 30 days before that check comes to you. So your contractor, your subcontractors, and your suppliers need to understand that if that's the route you choose to go. Okay. And finally, we're just going to talk a little bit about some important dates through this funding cycle. We all know that the NOFA was released on March 14th. We have questions to be submitted no later than June 9th. All those questions will be submitted to the CDA NOFA email. That is CDANOFA@STLOUIS-MO.gov. This is also listed in the NOFA document itself, and it's listed later in the slides here as well. You may submit your preliminary design drawings, your conceptual or schematic design drawings for a preliminary review. This will not be an in-depth review. An in-depth review will take place after you've received a funding reservation. However, if you want to know if you are generally on track with the CDA guidelines, you can submit that and we'll give you a yes or no as far as if there's anything that's really glaringly standing out. But a full review will take place and may have additional comments after you've been issued a funding reservation. If you are looking to propose development on a city-owned property through LRA, this includes the CDA properties, which are managed through LRA. You can request an inspection of those properties no later than June 6th. That contact information is in the NOFA, and we'll cover it later here today in the slides as well. And finally, and perhaps most importantly, is the application deadline. Absolutely no late applications will be accepted. Okay, do not wait until the last minute to submit. This is an electronic platform. Things happen. So please make sure that you're submitting early with enough time to resolve any technical issues that might arise. That deadline is June 13th by 11:59 p.m. That's all for me at the moment. And we'll go back to Bill. He'll talk a little bit more about our programs.
Thank you. Can we go to the next slide, please? Okay, so we're going to talk about throughout the presentation, different funding sources. We're going to wait until we break for questions. Yeah. So most of you recognize a lot of faces in the room have applied in the past and received funding for our community development block grant, our home investment partnerships program funding. Those are our two main sources of funding from HUD. It was kind of mentioned earlier, but I'll touch on it again. Our funding comes solely from the federal government for these projects. So we are beholden to them to make sure that we meet all their requirements and rules and regulations that we have to apply for. So it's very in-depth, it's very detailed. There's a lot of requirements that a private developer who's building a house anywhere, it's not getting government funding, doesn't have to go through. So these are not our rules. So we're just, abiding by the rules that are passed down to us. But most of you all are familiar with our for sale applications and in our rental housing applications. We're also going to be talking about our home ARP, that's Home American Rescue Plan Act funding. We have a neighborhood implementation plan funding opportunity and pro housing funding opportunities. So some of those are new and we'll go through those as well. Next slide, please. Okay, so for our for sale rental projects, again, like I said, these have to meet the requirements of HUD. HUD has something that's called a national objective. And if you don't meet a national objective, that's specifically for CDBG funding, it's not eligible for funding. For housing projects, that national objective is to produce low to moderate income housing. And you'll hear us mention the word AMI, or the term AMI a lot. That stands for area median income. So you can see that for sale houses have to be sold to individuals or families who meet the HUD income guidelines. For sales, 80% of the area median income, and rental is 50% of the area median income. HUD publishes those numbers each year. It's by household size. So, depending on how many people are in the house, there's a different AMI maximum.
There's a handout for that.
Right. And they haven't come out for 2025 yet. So by the time these awards are made, those income guidelines will be different, most likely. So why do we provide the funding that we do here? Well, as many of you know, there is what we call a gap subsidy. So that's the difference between how much a property will appraise for after the construction is completed, which may be, $175,000 that you could sell the house for, but it may take $350,000 to do the whole project, that's your total development cost. So, you know, you guys aren't in the business to lose money. You know, you need to make money. So we step in, provide that gap between the appraised value and the total development costs. So that's why that's why we're here today. We also require, if it's a for sale project, to meet the federal affordability requirements, that you provide down payment assistance. Some cases, a mortgage buy down, but down payment assistance is the easier way to do it. That requires the home buyer has to stay in the house for a period of 5 to 15 years, depending on how much affordability assistance that they receive. And that's just in order to comply with the federal regulations. Next slide, please. Okay, so who is eligible to apply? Certainly nonprofits, current housing organizations. Some of you are neighborhood development organizations or community development corporations. There is something specific to the home program called a Community Housing Development Organization, or a CHODO. That's a project specific designation. You would get designated for that particular project. We'll talk about that a little bit later. And we may ask you to actually do that. There's a community development based organization, or CUBDO. Some of you are certified CUBDOs. I don't know what that noise is. So, you know, those are eligible applicants, private builders, for-profit developers. They're all eligible. Now, one of the things that we do require, because it's a federal government requirement, is that the applicant has to be fully registered in something called sam.gov. That's System for Ward Management. It's a federal database where basically all entities receiving federal funds have to be registered in the sam.gov. And that would have to be done by you all prior to the issuance of payment. So we'll talk about it later, but you need to start the process now if you're not already registered. Next slide, please. Okay, who's not eligible to apply? Well, there are a few exceptions. If you are on either a state or a federal debarment list, meaning you are debarred from receiving federal funds for, you know, some sort of activity that was done, and it has to be pretty serious to get to that point to get debarred, but it has come up in one occasion I know of. If you have not paid city taxes, so whether that's, you know, your personal property tax, your real estate tax, earnings tax, you know, any type of business tax. If you've not paid those taxes, you're not eligible to apply. You have to be current. If you've gotten a loan from us before and you defaulted on that loan, and you owe us money, you're not eligible to apply. If you plan to use this funding to occupy the house as your own personal residence, that's not an eligible use of these funds. And if you have a development team that has some sort of conflict of interest, whether it's you yourself, your organization, your partners, membership, or members of your development team, if it's a conflict of interest, you have to disclose that, and we can, you know, review it to see if it is a potential conflict of interest. But if there's any sort of conflict of interest, like one of the people who's applying is related to somebody sitting up here, that would be a conflict of interest. So that would just be one example. All right, I think we covered that, and we'll turn it over to Duncan.
I'm going to pop in just for a second before we get into some of the specifics of each program, and just kind of do a quick overview of all of the programs that are open for applications right now. We have 3 housing opportunities and 2 non-housing opportunities that we're talking about today that are currently available. First, we have our traditional and recurring CDBG and home funding for sale and rental projects. Next, we have our home ARP funding for permanent supportive housing, targeting members of qualifying populations, specifically homeless and at risk of homelessness. Third, we have our pro-housing NOFA open, which is going to target specific properties that we're looking to develop. And then our two non-housing opportunities include a neighborhood beautification and neighborhood plan implementation. Okay. So we're going to start with Duncan going into some of the details about the for sale and rental program with CDBG and home.
So if you are in the business of trying to create some affordable housing in this city, like many of us are, as you get to our website, you see those three NOFAs, right? Those notice of funding availabilities. I'm talking about the first of those three, and these are funds, CDBG and home funds, that we have every year. The city gets a certain amount of these from the federal government. We are a grantee of the federal government, and so we're trying to meet our obligations with them. And what I want to talk to you all about is how you can meet your obligations with us so that we can also meet those obligations and then nobody gets in trouble. The thing that you're going to be thinking about as a developer is, when does this loan or award, when have I met the expectations so that I can be done with this, I can move on to my next project, right? So for CDBG and home funds, there are for sale and rental types of projects. For a for sale project, this is going to be a loan that will be forgiven. So I want to make sure you understand that's a loan that you get, and then we say, as long as you meet your objective, you don't have to pay us that back. We can forget about that. Y'all can keep moving on. But that is only forgiven once you satisfy that objective that we have to meet for the federal government. And that objective is to provide housing to folks making low to moderate area median income. So that obligation then is met once you have helped work with us to find you find a home buyer. You tell us about the home buyer. We work with them to make sure that they're qualified, so that they are at the income level that's appropriate for the federal guidelines, that there's no other red flags that are coming up in that process. And then you sell the house to them. And once that happens, once they move into the house and everything checks out, you're good. And then at that point, now we have a new sort of compliance scheme with that home buyer that has moved into the home. They'll need to stay there for a certain period of time. But that means that you have met your obligations. And so that loan that you got, you don't have to worry about it anymore. One thing I really want to emphasize here is that when you're looking to find that home buyer, that's something that we ask that you please do as soon as you can, as early as you can in the process. Because we've had experiences where sometimes a home buyer gets identified a little late. And whenever you have that, and then you have a closing date, the bank is trying to close on this home, they obviously want to move into their home. It can get complicated. So just make sure that you tell us who that home buyer is as soon as you can, and give us at least 30 days before that actual closing date, so that we can make sure that everything is in order, so that no one has any surprises when they get there and want to take the pictures with the big check and the key and all the home buying stuff. We want to make sure that goes off without any problems. So that is what our for sale projects look like, right? You get a loan. Once you sell that home that you have constructed or rehabilitated to someone that meets that federal objective around affordability, then we forgive the loan. Next slide. The other type of project that is funded under this NOFA, so again, this is, you're going on the website, you're clicking on CDBG Home, that's what we're talking about here. The other type of project is a rental project. So rental projects are a repayable loan. So this is a loan that you are going to pay back. This is not free money. This is coming this loan works over a roughly 20-year compliance period. There's some give and take on what that looks like, but generally you can expect around 20 years of a compliance period. And during that period, what we are going to want to make sure is that the units that were funded with that loan, so the units that you use that money to rehabilitate or to construct, are of the project overall, at least half of the project is affordable to folks that are making about 50% of the area median income. So basically, we're not asking that every single unit in that rental project is affordable, but we need to see that at least half of it is affordable. And again, these are federal guidelines that we are then sort of translating, that we're looking to we have to again meet our obligations, and so we're letting you know what the obligations are. we would be asking that you're repaying over the course of that compliance period, 25% of your net annual cash flow. So whatever basically your income is after you've paid your expenses, we're asking that you're paying back up to 25% of that at a 0% interest rate. So that's why these loans, I mean, this is obviously a competitive loan, right? This is a no interest loan. We're only asking you to pay back if you are able to pay it back. And that works over that 20-year compliance period. Now, another big part of that compliance period, those 20 years, is asset management. So that means that you're entering into an ongoing relationship with us here at CDA. We're going to be talking, we're going to be going back and forth with you to make sure periodically that you are meeting those expectations around affordability. And then some of the other things lower here on the slide about tenant protections, about habitability. We want to make sure, obviously, just like you all do, that these units are in good shape for folks to live in, and that the people that are living there are happy, that they are meeting the income requirements that we have to meet for the federal government. And so you would be working with our asset management team to ensure that all of that looks okay. And my friend Evan down there will talk more about that later on. Part of this also will be a management plan. So we'll want to see how you plan on leasing up these units, how you plan on managing them. And one thing that I want to emphasize is that you are not going to get that last payment from us. That's not going to come until we are able to see that the project is leased up. Which oftentimes isn't a big deal, because if you have good units at an affordable rate, you'll have people that are wanting to move in there. But we will want to see that that project is fully leased up, and that we can verify that those tenants that are moving in are meeting the requirements that we have with the federal government. The last thing I just want to highlight on this slide is that we are right now working only with projects that are a minimum of 4 units. So we wouldn't be able to do just a duplex on its own, but 4 units can also mean 2 duplexes, right? That can be together one project. But that is the sort of scope and scale of what we are looking to fund with the rental side of the CDBG home funding. And so I'm going to start this slide here, and then I'll pass it off to the rest of my team. But what this is telling you about is that if you're working with us for CDBG and home funding, what are some compliance things that you're going to have to keep in mind? And this is where you will get to know I'm a housing analyst on the team. You would get to know your analyst on the team real well, because this is where you're going back and forth with us about what do we need from you? What are the different types of compliance things that we need to see? So as you all are reading through this, I'll highlight quickly, like Stephanie mentioned, we're not just going to cut you a check with your name on it and say, okay, have fun, build that house. We will ask you all to identify a dispersing agent that you choose, and that dispersing agent will work as a pass-through for those funds. So you're going to send us an invoice, we're going to review those invoices, and then we send the funds to the dispersing agent, who then will send that money on to you. That's important because that costs money. Middlemen aren't cheap. So we want to make sure that you're including in your development budget some amount for that dispersing agent. We recommend that you do some shopping around. If that's something you have further questions about, you can definitely ask us. But definitely account for generally about 1% of the award amount will be paid out to your dispersing agent. And so we want to make sure that in your development budget, which we're going to go through the budget in more detail later, make sure that you've highlighted that there, and that you know that that's going to be some money that you're going to have to take out. And the last thing I'll talk about is timeliness requirements. Basically, there are federal guidelines for how quick this has to move, which isn't all that quick, but they are guidelines that we have to meet, or the funding is in jeopardy. And that's something that I have to emphasize, because that's important. Your award can get rescinded if you do not meet these timeliness requirements. The requirements look like, so as soon as you get that funding reservation letter saying, congratulations, CDA is holding this much money for you. As soon as you get that funding reservation letter, you have 18 months from that date on the letter to get your executed grant agreement with the city. And so that starts that clock, right? For a year and a half, you're going to be working with us to make sure that your plans are all together, that we have all of the compliance stuff that we need from you, so that you can enter into that contract with the city and get something going. We will consider one extension of up to 6 months. So if there is something that came up, maybe it's a LIHTC application, maybe there's something that's going on that's kind of out of your control that is causing you to need a little extra time, you can work with us and apply for an extension. After you get into that contractual relationship, that contract with the city, You have 9 months from the date of that agreement to now start construction. And you also have 24 months from the date of that contractual agreement with the city to finish your construction. So that gives you an idea of the really kind of hard barriers that we're running up against with timeliness. Because again, these are federal requirements that we want to meet our obligations, and we're letting you know what help we need from you all to do that. And so I'll go ahead and pass it back to Bill, who will talk a little bit more about the lead protections on these projects.
Thank you, Duncan. All right, so lead-based paint, it's a significant problem in this country, in the city of St. Louis as well. But this section only applies if you are rehabilitating a property that was constructed before 1978. So new construction is not applicable. If you're gonna rehab, an apartment complex that was built in 1981, it's not applicable. It's only if the unit was built before 1978. So it's not, a lot of our projects, it doesn't apply. But if it does, we need to have an initial risk assessment to determine where the lead hazards are in the unit. Because the last thing we want to do is produce, a housing unit that's supposed to be, safe and affordable, and there's lead-based paint hazards, and a child, moves in with his family or her family, and the child becomes lead poison. That's the last thing that we want. So you have to have a initial risk assessment, determine where the lead hazards are. And if there are lead hazards, then they have to be incorporated and addressed in a remediation plan that we'll review to make sure that all those hazards are identified and that they're going to be addressed in your scope of work. And then at the end of the job, there is something that's called clearance testing, where a licensed risk assessor will come out and do clearance testing, which consists of a visual inspection to determine that there aren't any, paint chips laying around, they weren't properly cleaned up, as well as taking dust lead samples to determine, there's a threshold of lead dust that's allowable. It's very low, so children don't get poisoned. So they have to do a dust sampling test, usually on the windowsills and the floors, and sometimes in the troughs, depending, to make sure that those thresholds are below the dust lead levels are below the federally prescribed threshold. In addition, we didn't really cover it here. We'll go into it more in detail on a kickoff call if you get an award. But any of your contractors working in lead, a lead contaminated unit has to have proper training and certification. There's a rule that the EPA has that it's applicable to any contractor working in a property or residential property rather built before 1978, regardless of whether or not they're getting funding from our program. So they have to have that EPA, it's called the Renovate Right and Repair and Painting RRP certification. They have to have that. So that's something we'll cover more in detail in the kickoff call. All right, and then another federal requirement we have to comply with is what's called Section 504. That's just Section 504 of the Act. But this is only applicable if your project has 5 or more units in it. So if you're just doing a rehab of a single family house and that's your project, it's not applicable. Or you're going to do 4 newly constructed homes, it's not applicable. So it's only if your project has 5 or more units. If it does, then 5% have to be accessible to those that are physically handicapped. So you round up, you don't round down. So if your project was 5 units, that would be 1 unit has to be accessible. An additional 2% of those units have to be equipped for those who have hearing and or visual impairments. So again, if it's 5 units, then 1 of those units would have to be equipped that way. All right, and then rental conversion. So this can apply. We've seen it come close before one time, but basically the gist of it is if you have a for sale project and it does not sell to a qualified buyer within 9 months, it has to be converted to a rental property. It's a federal requirement on home funds. So as part of the application, we'll ask you to provide us with how you would be able to support the debt on that, because you'll have a construction loan that you have to pay back because you haven't sold the house. And you're gonna have to tell us how you'll be able to support that until the house can sell. And then we'll talk about some of those terms for the rental that will apply. All right, and I'm gonna turn it over to Stephanie for the next little bullet point.
Thank you. I get to talk about everybody's favorite part of federal funding, which is compliance. So the first item we're going to touch on is the minority business enterprises and women-owned business enterprises and prevailing wage. This requirement is administered by SLDC for the city. This will apply to housing projects that are multi-family of 20 units or more and abated. If you're getting tax abatement, you will be required to work with SLDC and meet the MWBE participation requirements and meet the state prevailing wage rates. One exception would be if your project triggers Davis-Bacon, which is the federal prevailing wage requirements. The federal prevailing wage requirement will supersede the local or state requirements. It will not, I just lost my word. You'll still be required to do the MWBE, even if the Davis-Bacon supersedes the state prevailing wage. Okay. Next slide, please. Okay. Now we get into the real fun stuff. Section 3, Davis-Bacon, Build America, Buy America, and our CUBDO and CHODOs. Section 3, there's a handout for that. There's a handout for all three of those, the Section 3, Davis-Bacon, and Build America, Buy America. So Section 3, in short, says that projects receiving 200,000 or more in federal financial assistance in the form of CDBG or home are required to the greatest extent feasible to provide economic opportunities for employment on this project. So there are some benchmarks, including 25% of the total labor hours of the project are to be performed by Section 3 workers. 5% of the total labor hours on the project are to be performed by targeted Section 3 workers. And your handout has some of those definitions. And again, after you've received a funding reservation, you will have not only your kickoff call, but you will also have individual technical assistance for each of these compliance pieces. Okay, so if it's not, fully sinking in right now, don't stress about it. Just know that it's a requirement that you're going to have to do, and we'll work with you once you've received your funding reservation. So because the total labor hours have to be reported, this means that all of your subcontractors have to agree to report their labor hours on this project. Okay, if you have a subcontractor that refuses or a GC that refuses, you will not receive this funding, and it may result in the inability to access federal funds in the future if you are partnering with those contractors who've refused to participate. So 200,000 or more, your project is going to have to do the Section 3 compliance. Davis-Bacon, the federal prevailing wage, this is going to apply to your CDBG or pro-housing projects that are 12 or more units. This could be 12 single-family homes. It could be 12 units of a multifamily project. It could be a combination of. and home projects of 8 or more units, okay? I also want to add in that for both Section 3 and Davis-Bacon, the thresholds are a combined total of all your federal sources, all your sources providing the federal assistance of CDBG and or home. Most commonly, this is going to come into play when you receive CDA funding and MHDC home funding. So home funding from the state plus the city's home or CDBG funding, those amounts are going to be combined to trigger these totals, okay? So if you get 100,000 from MHDC and you get 100,000 from CDA on the same project, it's going to trigger, even though each individual award is less than the 200,000. And the same with the number of units, okay? You're going to take your MHDC home funded units plus your CDA funded units. And that total number of HUD funded units is going to determine the trigger for that compliance. Okay, does that make sense? Roughly? Okay. All right. So Davis-Bacon, there's a handout for that. Davis-Bacon requires weekly certified payroll reports to be submitted. It requires on-site interviews, which CDA will conduct. So we will need to have communication with your superintendent on site to ensure that we are aware when new contractors are coming onto the site. So we can interview a minimum of 2 workers from each subcontractor while they are there working. It's not very disruptive. It takes about 10 minutes. We'll let you know when we're coming so you can notify those subcontractors to expect to talk to us that day. And we'll take care of that. If any payrolls are determined to not be meeting the wage determination that is set for your project, restitution will be required, and failure to provide that restitution can result in no more funding, okay? Build America, Buy America. Build America, Buy America is fairly new. This was implemented during the Biden administration. I think it went into effect in 21, November of 21. This will apply to projects, multifamily projects of 5 or more units where your total cost, not just your federal award, but the total cost of your project, sum of all of your financial sources is 250,000 or more, okay? What this act says is that these projects receiving this federal funding for this type of project, the 5 or more units at 250,000 more in costs, is going to ensure that all of their materials are produced in the United States. And your materials providers are going to have to certify that their product is in fact fabricated and made in the United States, okay? There are, on the handouts I gave you, there is a determination form. This is just a general form for you to kind of glance through and see if it would apply to your project or not. There are also some waivers available. There are some general waivers that if you meet any of those conditions, it automatically applies without you having to do anything additional. There are also some project-specific waivers that require HUD approval prior to implementing those to your project, okay? Finally, we're going to go through the community-based development corporations and community housing development corporations. So as Bill mentioned earlier, the CHODOs, or the community housing development corporations, apply only to home-funded projects. If you're proposing a rental project, you can pretty well assume that it's going to be funded home. So if you are eligible as a community housing development corporation, you're going to want to include this documentation in your application, okay? And these forms are available as part of your application documents. CUBDOs, the Community-Based Development Corporations, are specific to CDBG funded projects. And you must either be a CUBDO or have a CUBDO sponsor if you are building new with CDBG funds, okay? Now, you may not know which type of funding we're going to apply to your project. So I just encourage you, if you are applying for funding and you meet the requirements for either or both of those, go ahead and include it in your application. Again, if you're applying for a rental project, you can pretty much guarantee that it's going to be home funded. If it's for sale, it's likely to be CDBG funded. The requirements for each of those is listed in those documents for the NOFA. But roughly 51% of your board of directors has to either serve or live within a low to moderate income area and perform certain eligible activities in the community, either your housing activities or your community-based activities. Okay. Next slide. Is that all for me? Oh, no. That is all for me. Okay. Next up is Evan. Evan's going to talk a little bit about your asset management. So this will be the part that takes place after construction is complete.
All right, thank you, Stephanie. So each project will have a affordability period with it that will vary depending on the type of project that it is. For sale housing, it'll be 5 to 15 years. For rental properties, it'll be 20 years. I know some LIHTC properties have affordability periods of 30 years, so it will vary. The obligations on those will also vary. When it comes to the for sale housing, those obligations for compliance will be on the home buyers themselves. You, as a developer, will enter into the deed of trust at the contract execution, and that will be released once the home is completed and sold. That home buyer will then enter into a deed of trust for the home buyer assistance. The compliance for them is fairly straightforward. Each year, they will submit a statement of residency. You can think of it as an affidavit that states that they are staying in that residence and it is their primary residency. That document will be provided to them. It will also be available on the CDA website. Again, this is not on you as a developer, it is on the home buyer, but it is important that you let them know this ahead of time. And that for each year that they remain in the residence, a portion of that home buyer assistance will be forgiven. For instance, they receive $5,000 in home buyer assistance with a 5-year affordability period. For each year that they remain, $1,000 will be forgiven. At the end of the affordability period, if they have met that requirement, the loan will be forgiven in full, deed of trust will be released, and they'll be free and clear, no more liens on that property from us. However, if they do move or try to sell the property ahead of time, that pro rata portion will be due. So if they stay there for 2 years, try to move out on that 3rd year, or they move out and try to rent it out, then that remaining portion of the loan will be due. Next slide, please. For rental properties, the compliance period starts once the project is completed and you begin leasing up the properties or the units. So these obligations will be on you as the owners, as well as the property management if you decide to employ them. And we are looking for 3 main components here. There will be annual reports that will be submitted by you or by the property manager. Consist of a couple of things. The annual compliance report, which is basically a summary of those subsidized units. You know, the designated units, who the head of household is, the move-in dates or the move-out dates, what their income is for the year, what rents are being charged, as well as utilities, things like that. There's the tenant income verification. That is one per unit. That basically goes over the income of the residents 18 and up. Supporting documentation should also be provided on that, whether it's social security documents, work documents, things like that. There will be a lease addendum, one per subsidized unit. That'll be signed by the head of household. And that just lets you and the tenants know what those additional provisions and restrictions are on the lease. There's the lead certification form, which again, this is for projects with buildings that were built at or before 1978. Just going over or just verifying that you are complying with any federal regulations for lead-based paint hazards. We will also need a sample of the application and sample of the lease agreements that you provide to tenants, or in the case of the application, to the prospective tenants. That's one of the main ones. The second compliance item will be property inspections. That was mentioned a little bit before. Those will be on the select units and the common areas of the property. Those will be conducted every 1 to 3 years. We're looking for basic safety, health issues, hazards, anything that the tenants may have reached out to us about. We'll be inspecting those as well. Just anything in general with the units. An inspection report along with photo documentation will be provided to you after the inspection. You'll have a set period of time to address anything that was found on that inspection. Generally 60 days, maybe 30, maybe 90. It depends on how much we find, how major those issues may be. At the end of that, you will need to submit to us evidence of the completed work. That could be invoices, photo documentation, et cetera. We may come in, or likely will come in, for a reinspection to verify for ourselves as well that all that work was completed. The third item on the list will be financial monitoring. That is just us assessing the cash flow of the property, your year-end financial position, and checking for any potential financial risks. That could be inability to repay the loan, the 25% of the net cash flow. That could be any unit or capital improvements that you may not be able to fund yourselves. We just want to look out for those. So that could be in the form of asking for annual financial statements, financial audits, rent rolls, balance sheets, statements of cash flows, things like that. And this last part, I cannot stress this enough. Failure to comply with any of these will result in a default of the loan. So if you're not able to submit, say, the annual reports on time, let us know ahead of time and we can grant an extension and work with you on that. If you just do not turn those in, if you refuse to comply with inspections or financial monitoring, again, you will be in default of the loan. That lien will stay on until it is repaid. That's all for me. I will go ahead and turn it over to Trey for environmental review.
Great, thank you, Evan. Good morning. I handle environmental review here at CDA, and I just want to take a few minutes to talk to you about what this process is. We're going to have a couple of acronyms that I'm going to use just to move through this more quickly. So I'm going to refer to environmental review as ER, and we're going to have this term called choice limiting actions. That's going to be CLA, and that will be the most important phrase that comes out of my mouth this morning. So essentially what the environmental review is we are comparing the project to the canon of federal regulations and making sure that it doesn't run afoul of any statutes or laws. The environmental review is required for HUD-assisted projects, and its general aim is to protect human health and the environment from impacts from the project, and also to protect project occupants from any existing hazards in the environment. And before I get too deep into talking about environmental review, I just want to say that CDA is responsible for doing the environmental review. A phase 1 environmental site assessment, or a phase one ESA, as for you folks in the know out there, does not meet the requirements for the HUD environmental review. It covers one component of the environmental review, but it will not meet the HUD requirements. For me to start the environmental review, we'll need a detailed project description and a complete set of schematics, which will include site plan, building elevations, and floor plans. Depending on the scale of your project, obviously, the environmental review could be more or less rigorous. Typically, we have two levels of review. One's called a CEST level ER, and the other one's called an environmental assessment or EA level review. Some examples of a CEST review would be rehabbing single and multifamily buildings, and some EA level projects would be new construction, mixed use projects, or projects involving a change in land use. Next slide, please. Perhaps the most important part of my job doing environmental review is making sure that this thing called a choice limiting action or CLA does not occur. This happens when any participant in the development process commits HUD funds or non-HUD funds on an activity or project that might have an adverse environmental impact or limit the choice of reasonable alternatives. This prohibition on CLAs allows the ER to be impartial and explore alternatives if necessary. So for instance, if I'm looking at a site and it's next to the interstate and it's too loud, and you go ahead and commit funds to do some type of construction on that site, and then we needed to move it to a site that was quieter to meet HUD requirements, that would be a choice limiting action. And you cannot perform any of these activities before the environmental review has been completed. So prior to the approval of the ER, any hard costs like demolition, site acquisition, site grading, leasing, rehab, or entering into contracts for choice limiting actions are prohibited. So an example of that would be if you have signed a contract with someone to demolish part of your building and the environmental review is not done yet, that would be choice limiting. Next slide, please. So this next point is really important. CLAs are prohibited once an organization applies to CDA for federal funds. This is known as the federal nexus. So in reality, what this means is the moment that you click submit on your application in Salesforce, any work that is started on the project or that you have under contract should stop until we are able to complete the environmental review. We do encourage option assignments on property that's not owned by the developer to show site control whenever you apply. And pre-development costs like soft costs, architectural engineering fees are generally excluded from the CLA requirement, but please talk to us at CDA before you take any action. We're happy to help, and the last thing that we want to happen is for a CLA to occur. Because if you commit a CLA, CDA will rescind the award under the authority granted to us by HUD.
Say that again.
If a CLA is committed, CDA will rescind the award under the authority that's granted to us by HUD.
Meaning you lose your money, period.
Exactly. And we do have an acknowledgement form that's part of the application process that you'll have to sign before we'll accept the application. And we also have it here as a handout so you can see it before you apply. Next slide, please. I'll talk quickly about how long an environmental review typically takes. The lower level CEST review takes approximately 2 to 3 months for staff to complete it. And an EA review takes about 4 months. This will include a 15-day public comment period and a 15-day HUD objection period. And please note that these times don't include any issues that we identify during the statutory review process, and they're also contingent upon the responsiveness of your development team to our architect's requests as we move through the process. Next slide, please. Another large component of environmental review, and maybe some of you have heard this term, Section 106, is the Section 106 review. This refers to that section of the National Historic Preservation Act of 1966, which requires that we evaluate a project's effects on historic properties. This includes impacts caused by new construction on adjacent historic resources. So CDA doesn't actually lead this part of the review. Our Cultural Resources Office here with the city does, which is a coordinating agency with CDA. This is part of the environmental review, and it's separate from the CDA-led design review, which Tracy's going to talk to you about here in a couple of minutes. However, Tracy's going to be your point of contact to address anything that arises in the Section 106 review. So you're going to do those things simultaneously, where you're going to get a letter to your architect regarding any comments about historic preservation or the CDA design review. And I'll talk briefly about kind of what's going on in the background with the Section 106, so you understand why it might be taking some time. It typically takes about 1 month for our Cultural Resources Office to review your proposal. And that is the ideal situation where they send a list of comments and then you're able to address those in your plans and get those revised. After they give their decision, they will forward that on to the State Historic Preservation Office, also known as the SHPO. And they have 30 days to review and comment. And then finally, after SHPO is weighed in, we email the proposal to Native American tribes with interest in the city of St. Louis, and they also have 30 days to reach out and consult with us. If they do reach out and consult, it could extend the project timeline. Next slide, please. So all this is to say that if your project's located in a historic area or historic district, which most of the city of St. Louis is, unfortunately for you all, expect that design changes might be needed. This will be a process. And then finally, your building plans won't be released to be reviewed for a permit until the environmental review, including that CDA design review and Section 106 review, are complete. And that pretty much covers environmental review. I've provided my contact information here. I'm happy to help and want to make this process go as smoothly as possible. So feel free to reach out directly. And now Tracy's going to tell you about the CDA design review process.
I think it's after my, shortly after my section.
Yeah, just
There's a break.
minutes.
We hanging in there?
And we'll take a.
I know, it's a lot coming
Q&A.
right at you. Hello, my name is Tracy Collins and I'm a licensed architect and I work as a consultant with CDA to review architectural drawings and engineering drawings for all the projects receiving an award. My review is based on our design guidelines. So this is a document that you can find online and it lays out what we're looking for within the drawings. And most of these items are building code items that your architects and engineers are already going to be familiar with. But there are some elevated standards. We want these funds to go to buildings that are robust and can stand the test of time as much as possible. So we do require a little bit more upgrades than the standard building code. Some of those things include energy efficiency, a stronger drywall so that it can take some abuse and last a little bit longer. So we'll review the drawings, and we like to review them in a preliminary stage. You don't need to go all the way down to a construction permit set quite yet. We'd like to look at it and get our eyes on it, make sure everything's kind of going in the right path. And we'll coordinate with Jan in our Cultural Resources Office for the historical comments. I'll look at the design guidelines and we'll collect those comments into a formal letter for you, which will be a preliminary design review. And we'll note any issues that we see or any revisions that we want to make sure are included within your permit documents. So we'll give that to you and you can consult with your architect. They'll make the revisions. We'll look at it again or maybe 2 times to make sure that that's good to go and that you're ready to print the documents to be submitted to the building department. So those printed copies will come to us. We'll put our stamp on it, say, yep, everything looks good. And then you can submit it to the building department and they'll do their formal plan review. And then I just wanted to say my information's up there. If you need to contact me, you're welcome to reach out to me in this application period for your drawings to make sure that what you're submitting as part of your application is on the right track. And I'm also here as a resource. You know, I've looked at layouts of units to make sure we're utilizing space the best way. So I'm here to help you along the way. So, and then I'll pass it along to Bryant down there for the next slide.
All right, my name is Bryant, and I'll be talking about the additional provisions. So property access, if any of your projects are wanting to build on or rehabilitate LRA properties or CDA owned properties, you can do so within this NOFA period until June 6th. The best way to do that would be to contact Tyler Arthur. He's the asset management specialist. His phone number is on the slide. And then with the LRA properties, they require a 48-hour notice to access scheduling. Individuals must sign a waiver form to do so. And then with the CDA properties, we have a tool called the MVA, which aids city agencies like us in developing strategies and directing public fund investments for community benefit. And then okay. And then our properties that you may want to look at or go through if you're thinking about developing on one of those properties can be accessed through the Neighborhood Transformation Grants and Housing Production NOFA Documents and Resources page. And I will pass back to Stephanie and Trey.
Can I just interject something before we go on to the next slide? If you are going to redevelop an LRA property, please get in to inspect it. Don't just make some assumptions from what you can see from the outside. It's important you know the condition on the interior. I mean, the roof may have a giant hole in it you can't see, and all the floors may have collapsed and, you know, be down in the basement. So there could be a lot of structural changes and stuff like that. So please make sure you get in and inspect that. But obviously you need to be careful because those can be dangerous. So just take that in mind. All right, go ahead.
Thanks, Bill. Brian touched on a lot of things that are shown on this slide about coordinating with LRA and giving 48-hour notice to be able to tour the buildings. We do have CDA featured properties and LRA properties. Some of those are shown here. You can click the link or scan the QR code and see our full portfolio. I'll just say quickly that the benefit of selecting one of these buildings is that you could possibly forego the headache of having to have an option assignment on these properties. And then also, as Bill was saying, you'll get to tour the property and you'll have a better idea about the condition of the building so you can put together a more competitive budget and application.
Plus bonus points.
Yes, you'll get bonus points whenever we review the application.
Okay, congratulations. You've made it through the most intensive bulk of the presentation today. So we'll open it up for a little Q&A on that first part of the presentation, and then we'll follow that with a little break. Yes, ma'am. Yes.
In the climate, and it's a federal fund, so the climate that we're in, there's no consequence to that. Because, you know, everything's being canceled that has it, but I guess it's as long as you're saying affordable housing is nothing high, might end up being static or negative.
Correct. It will not negatively affect you.
I think we might need to repeat the question just for
Yeah.
people online. I don't know.
Yeah, so the question was, in the current political climate and federal executive orders, will an MBE or WBE status work against you? The answer is no, it will not work against you.
For these funds or simultaneously, so you need to have that kind of before it comes.
Yes, so the idea is what I kind of like to advise folks is that CDA is your last stop, not your first stop when putting together your funding, okay? The intent of the CDA funds is to fill that final gap that's missing from any other funding opportunities that you've been able to put together. So you want to be looking at all available tax credits, federal, state, local, historic tax credits, maybe a bank loan. What are some other things I'm going
Personal
for?
equity.
Personal equity, these types of things. So we want to see that this project is viable and has the financial support to be completed, okay? And then as we mentioned early on, we have that timeliness requirement. So if you're coming to us, we may love your project, but if you're coming to us as a first stop, and it may take another 12 to 24 months for you to get all of your other funding together, going through the different grant cycles, and funding cycles that are available out there. And it might take you that long to get the rest of your capital put together. Well, now your CDA funding reservation has expired because we're required to spend those funds down by a certain time. And then you have to reapply with us again and go through that. Then it delays your other funding sources. So the short answer is yes. You want to be thinking about your entire capital when you're presenting to us. An exception might be, for example, if you're applying for LIHTC, which those applications are due after the CDA NOFA. So you could indicate that as an intent to apply for. The funding reservations that are issued for those LIHTC proposals are conditional, contingent upon your receipt of that LIHTC award. Okay. Oh my goodness, so many. We'll start over here.
Okay, you, matching fund versus your cubable loan, so I want to know. The cubable loan, you have to come over to matching fund.
What do you mean by matching funds?
Oh, that's what I was told by CDA, that this require matching fund.
Matching.
$30,000, $40,000 grant, would have to have matching fund to go out.
I think matching funds is, and it's kind of more of a, we are generally not going to be the only source of funding on a project. And so the matching funds is, I think what Stephanie was speaking earlier, is that there should be some funds that are built up on the project that the award that you're applying for is going to be a part of, but not all of that. I don't know if you want to add more there.
Yeah.
Billable loans, so that would be just go for billable loan rather than the matching fund.
Either or.
And raise that fund.
Yeah, might need to repeat questions.
Yes, the question was regarding the forgivable loans and the question of having to match the funds provided by CDA. So the discussion is that CDA is not going to fund 100% of your project. Okay, you'll need to be tapping into other resources. We generally like to see 50% or less of your construction costs being proposed to CDA. So is there a specific match requirement? No, but you will need to bring additional funds to the table, not just the CDA funds. Okay.
Home buyers. I had sold when we bought it, but the contract was built. So I would have him to apply for loans from CDA to buy his home with.
So is this a home that you've already sold? I'm sorry. Okay.
Hey, so I bought the contract bill.
Oh, I see. So you've already identified the home buyer.
By CDA for this home buyer.
Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay, I'm just going to repeat the questions to make sure everyone can hear it. So the question is, sure. So this gentleman has a home that he already owns that he's intending to rehab, and a home buyer has already been identified. So what are the steps now for that home buyer? So you will want to work with your real estate agent and make sure your real estate agent understands these terms as well. And there are home buyer verification documents that CDA requires. So should you be awarded a funding reservation for that project, we would issue you those documents, and CDA will run their underwriting for that home buyer according to HUD standards and requirements for the qualified home buyers. And we will issue you a determination if that home buyer is eligible or not. Does that answer your question? Yeah, okay, great. Kaveh.
speak to whatever degree of confidence or explicitness you can about whether these apartments are safe, given
Sure.
I'll take that.
Sure, reasonable question, and I can speak to the best of my ability as nobody's 100% sure. But as it appears currently, the programs that we utilize are not affected. Okay, of course, there is always the need for Congress to reapprove the new annual budgets, which will be coming up in September. So regardless of, you know, what's been currently going on, that's annually, that's always potentially a question. At this point in time, we are not seeing any threats, but we do have to withstand the annual approvals from Congress. It's already been allocated and it's covered by the continuing resolution. Yes. Yes, sir.
So it really has questions through philosophy agencies. I applied for years to many agencies, and you put in there about repayment. It's more likely to make the repayment if the amount of money you give is higher at an interest rate of 0%. Percent means you get less units done. And I will tell you, Illinois Housing Development Authority prioritizes that they want a payment. So I'm asking in your repayment schedule, is it a priority in the agency to ask for more money and ensure payment, or less money, less sure payment?
Bill, do you want to take that one?
Sure. We're only talking about, okay, so the question is on, and you are referring just to rental projects, right? Okay, so on rental projects, what is our philosophy? Do we expect to get repaid or, you know, or not? Basically, that's the gist of it. So, you know, I would say that some of these projects don't produce enough cash flow to pay us back. And we're kind of okay with that because the goal is to produce affordable rental housing. Some projects we get paid back, some we don't. It just depends. It's more important to us to have affordable, quality rental housing. That's our main goal. But we did want to stress that it is a loan. That's how we structure it, because some developers think it's forgivable. And, you know, once they complete construction, that their affiliation with the project is done. So that's why we wanted to stress that.
Asked me to let you know probably after our next question to go off mic and turn your camera on, and just to say I'm testing audio for Q&A. I'm guessing for the people in this Zoom.
So I just.
Duncan, you're on speaker.
So I'm just going to follow that up a little bit by saying that where that may, as Bill indicated, if there's not sufficient cash flow to make regular recurring repayments, where this may come up for you later is if you intend to sell that property. Because we will still have that deed of trust on the property, and that may require some negotiations for repayment at the time of sale.
Loan passed, and they're forgiven, right? For that owner, that's forgiveness from that, which is income. So when it's a loan and the loan is forgiven, you have income tax to pay on forgiveness. So it's good to know you've got a balance. And sort of the follow-up question to that, about home starts. Because subs charge you when you have to do all the paperwork for prevailing wage. Is it your preference to do fewer home units to be close to the maximum subs for home units? Because then you have less than 12. So that's a question.
Hello, this is Tom. Can everyone hear me from the cloud?
Yes, we can. Everyone can hear you, Tom.
How's the audio in the room?
It's great.
Great. I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt from the office. I'm just testing the audio so we can be prepared for Q&A with our virtual guests in the cloud. So sorry to interrupt. Please continue.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
It's not a preference necessarily. I mean, obviously, if you're gonna spend to the maximum per subsidy limit, that award amount's gonna be higher and it's gonna be less housing that we can produce. And we have the staff to do Davis-Bacon monitoring, so we can do it, but, you know, we could also fund, and we do fund for sale, home funded projects as well. So we don't use our home funds entirely for rental projects. All right, who's next? Yes, ma'am.
An investor has already for the same, they would like to be developed and real estate and already them that and sell in CDA for. Is there a list of resources or banks that we're supposed to be working with, like beyond housing or some specific banks? There's somewhere on your website where these are like preferred lenders that we have a direct connection. And then the next question, because I don't want to take too long, would be, I was in a different workshop, kind of related to the affordable housing, and they mentioned something about up to 150,000 for the duplexes. I'm sorry, 300,000 for the duplexes. 150,000 per unit for each one. So is there a cap, or it could it be any amount?
Okay.
A sale was not the problem. The ones that you're selling to both medium income.
Okay, I got it. Thank you. So there's two questions. First is, do we have a preferred list of lenders that we work with or other organizations? And the answer to that is no. We don't recommend lenders or anything like that. It's up to you who you want to work with. The second question, is there a cap on the amount of funding per unit? There is a cap and like, home has a maximum amount per unit. Block grant doesn't, but I will tell you, we're not going to be able to fund a project where we've had people do this before. They've requested 40% of the available funds that we have for one project. So, you know, we can't give 40% of our available funds to one project. I mean, look how many of you all are here in this room and all the ones we have online. We won't get anything done, you know, so, don't ask for a crazy amount of funding. That's just not gonna work, you know. If we have 6 million available, don't ask for 4 for one project. So. Yes, ma'am.
Well, I have interest in a historical property. It's a abandoned surplus, but it's a school. So I had already been working with them before the school. I have an environmental contractor going there to do the survey for the asbestos. So what, technically, they don't have a broker until May 4th. So what, do you think I should just go ahead with that or just go ahead with another property? Because it won't be, I won't be able to put it into the proposal or the paperwork, because that would be funding for rehab and demolition.
Can you say the question one more time? I'm sorry, I missed the beginning.
The money that I'm giving is for a historical unit, and I already had an environmental contractor. Like I did he's doing a survey right now, actually, these funds on in. But the St. Louis City Public Schools has it because it's from the surplus account. So I had already had them go in and do the survey, but we cannot do anything else after because they don't have a broker for the building for us to go in, I guess, for making any offers or anything like that. So she said she wanna go by the book and do step by step. So my question is, what do you think? Do you think I should stay with that property because the timeline of the broker is May 4th, and I know that I'm not patient, or do May 9th? or just have like an estimate?
So
Okay.
we've encountered a similar situation before. And the option assignment to purchase the property would be the way to go about it in this situation. I can say that sometimes it's difficult with the school board, so just have a really well-written option assignment. And as long as you can make the timeline on that option, would be the best, just because we don't know how the environmental review process is gonna go and how long it's gonna take. But don't acquire it. Don't purchase it outright.
Purposely prior to the application, deadline.
Did you say if you acquire CDA or LA property to purchase it before the deadline?
Purchase site control.
Right, application.
You could do an option assignment, but you cannot purchase it because it would be a choice limiting action.
CDA team, I know, there's a lot of questions in the room. Just want to remind everyone that, there's 206 people online too, and we wanted to make sure this was a fair hybrid meeting. So if you're online, please raise your hand and we'll bring you into the room. You'll be able to ask live. And let's just take two of them really quick. I want to make sure we're fair, and let's, keep the questions very brief and concise. And I know not everyone reads my emails, but make sure you've read that NOFA document and understand that, okay?
I will add too that if anyone has questions that don't get answered today, you can submit those to that CDA NOFA email.
Okay. Let's bring in Amina. She had her hand raised online first. Amina, can you unmute? Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yep, you're in the room with us. Go ahead and ask your question.
Okay, I know that you mentioned that a lot of the development area is historic. If you're doing new construction on an LRA lot, do you have to use or in the design part of it, is there a review to make sure that you're staying within like some of the historic or incorporating some of the historic elements into the new design, or does that not come into play because it's not a historic building because you're starting new?
Sure, I think we understand. Is there a historic cultural review process for designated historic areas in the city of St. Louis? Team?
For new construction, yes.
New construction.
Thank you for the question. Yes, that will be conducted by our Cultural Resources Office, and they'll compare your design to the design guidelines in that historic district. If it's not an official historic district, we will still do a survey and consider the building styles and architectural features of the surrounding properties to include in the design. And that's kind of typifies this back and forth between our architect and you all, and updating plans to make sure that the design conforms with those historic district section 106 guidelines.
Okay,
So as long as
pardon.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Everyone deserves a break, so we're gonna do 3 more questions. We were in the room for a while. We're gonna give our friends online a chance. So we're gonna bring in Pamela. Pamela, can you hear us? Can you unmute, please? Pamela, go ahead and unmute.
Yes, good morning.
Okay, we hear you loud and clear.
Great. My question is for clarification of home ownership, owner occupied. Will this create eligibility for any of the funding?
Are you working on a home that you live in and own?
Yes, and I also am working with someone who has purchased a home that they would like, that they're working on.
Okay, Bill, do you want to answer that quickly?
Yeah, first of all, if it's, your house is not eligible. These are not designed to help people rehabilitate or build houses for themselves. On the second one, if the house is already sold and it's privately owned,
They have, they're in the purchase process or they're in negotiations. They have
Yeah.
not closed on it.
so then that would be the same situation. No, that wouldn't be eligible either.
Okay, so if they complete the closing, will it become eligible?
No,
Or,
it
okay,
will not.
Yeah,
okay.
they're really about making new houses to build that housing stock in the city of St. Louis, not for individuals. So that's a key clarification. Thank you, Pamela. That's it. Anyone else online? Let's do one more from the room. Is anyone keeping track of who's had their hand up the longest? Okay.
Anybody on this side? Yes. Oh, they walked out. Okay.
Okay.
In the back?
Follow-up. Design review question. If a project goes through design review and changes are necessary, that change cost of that project, how does that affect the application?
So the question is, if there's a design review and there's changes that are necessary, how does that affect the application of the award? What I would encourage is to submit a preliminary design review request, so Tracy can look at it and give feedback. That could probably cut all that out and give you a good idea if you're on the right track.
It's May 30th.
I'm gonna do a quick announcement. There's a lot of questions in the chat and in the room about the handout packet. I know we're working really hard today. It's just been published on the event webpage where the Zoom link is and on the neighborhood transformation grant webpage, so that city website /CDA/neighborhood-NOFA. So the printed handouts in the room are now PDFs online for everyone to view. And I'll give it back to the team. Are we ready?
Yeah, one more, because I think she was
It's a
one.
really quick question, about the, disbursement agent. Is that the same as a fiscal sponsor?
It is not.
Okay, so that's absolutely gonna have to pay somebody.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The advantage of that is that title company or dispersing agent can write all the checks and pay all your subcontractors, and they also can run reports on what's been paid out. They also inspect as well, so there's a lot of advantages to it, and your payment can actually flow faster by going through a dispersing agent.
They'll collect lien waivers as well for you. Okay.
We had two questions. If you guys, they've had a hand up
Okay,
for a
we'll
while.
do,
Yes, right there.
In that hand?
What is an option?
So what is an option assignment? That's the question. So it's not, you have an option to buy the property essentially is what it is. They're generally good for like 6 months. And we use that in the context of a property that LRA owns or that CDA owns. So that you can't acquire the property now. Because if you do, it won't be eligible for funding from HUD. So. Mhm.
okay, one more.
So, then, so, you say you ready to close the LRA property, but you know you can't buy it yet. What do you do? What's the process?
Do you have an option assignment? How long is that option assignment good for? 24 months? Then you don't need to do anything else.
Say that it's okay to do the project with that property.
Until the environmental review is complete.
Right.
Yes. If your option assignment is running out, then you can propose to LRA for an extension, explaining that you're applying for the CDA funds and the process. They're familiar with our process. They understand that. And you could likely get an extension on your option assignment. But like, as Trey mentioned, as soon as you hit submit on your application, no transfer of ownership can take place until the environmental review is complete. Okay, option assignments are allowable. Okay. All right, let's take a 15-minute break, everybody. Thank you so much for your attention. We'll reconvene about 11:25, 11:30.
What is it?
11:25.
Considering the home ART permitted supportive housing, there's definitely in St. Louis for housing for re-entry clients who have mental health issues.
Just let her run, she's
Or assault charge. There's nothing for it. Absolutely nothing. So if you were to do that, but also says partner with re-entry agency to do more of us. So she's thinking about.
Correct information in there. I guess you do have to have an option assignment for our problems. I misspoke about that.
Oh.
My bad.
Otherwise, I take it as something. It's up to anybody.
No problem. No, they're two separate. Yep.
Because we might not pick them on yet.
Oh, yeah.
I believe so. That's actually Colleen's department, so she's gonna be presenting. Oh, no.
That is good.
Thanks for being here.
Thank you for sending me that supplemental thing. Let's get it done.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw that.
So like, criteria, property.
I know. Yeah, that.
How's it going?
The tribes don't get back to us for.
I think we're still, I have everything.
Yeah.
I checked.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I was gonna reach out probably.
I'll send this. I just sort of waiting because.
You're not until anyway,
Yeah,
right?
it should be.
Right.
I wouldn't think so. That'd be,
That'd
be,
be-
I don't know how you're gonna do it.
I'm saying is.
It's gonna be.
Like, I still, the queue, I'm on the site, so it's like.
Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I have everything else to do.
I mean, honestly, if you want to send anything,
Yeah.
then
Like,
I'll get that'd be good.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, yep.
Well, yeah, if you send that in, I can get it all in my file, get it checked off, and then I can just,
Yeah.
send me the permit whenever it's available, and that'll be the final piece.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be great. I was like, wow, how are they gonna double that? That's amazing. That's gonna take some.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Trying to make it worse. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Cool. Yeah, I'm glad you did.
About design.
Yeah. 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 Cool. Yeah.
Oh, no, you don't. Yeah, no.
Look at this. Does that? Good, how are you? Yeah, Evan right here is the asset manager. Yeah, I've got some cars. I should have some. I'll make sure Evan gets one too for you. Yeah, give us just a minute. Yeah.
I'm grabbing my cars. I'll be right back. I'm grabbing the business card. I'll be right back.
Okay, so.
Getting the applications out and getting, so, and also it's about specific. Oh.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
They also.
But they are. Now.
So if you reach out to us, outside of this.
That will help. You don't get it straight, yeah, yeah. So, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is not, this is not for that.
Your dad. Okay, well, I used to bring cookies. When he decided he was gonna work, you know, long time. But anyway, I
Do
was
have a
at
health.
the home barn and everything.
Have you heard about that?
Your dad.
That's through
I
CDA.
know.
With the city, so if they I think it's the area.
Yeah, okay. All right.
You remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me go get my card. So, I mean, I love to see work here, but I knew with me. You know, I just wanted to say hi.
All that income verification.
Yeah, all of that.
That was back in 96.
You know.
You got good memory.
Right.
Yeah.
Say, that is so good. Premier that put me in there, came in there, and after then, I said, your daddy was so adventurous on everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, I just loved. I know. Yeah. I was at the services over down South St. Louis.
Yeah.
We stayed, it was so crowded. All those was all, that parking lot was
Oh, yeah.
overflow.
Yeah.
That's how good of a meeting
I
it
know.
was.
That was a good testament. Yeah.
He was such a great guy. You know, I just want to say hi, and then I'm gonna speak to Stephanie. I've been trying to call her.
Oh.
Stephanie, I said, somebody asked her, I said, it's Stephanie, that's her last name, Christian. He said, been trying to reach her for a whole month, so I want to tell.
She's been working on this.
No, that's what they said, she's been working on that all the time.
Yeah.
You know, so I just want to allow help with this of those. But I just want to say, I'm so proud of you.
Thank you. Nice. Thank you. Hi.
Pleasure to meet you.
Hi.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
So I have an LRA property that was actually demoed. It's a straight land right now. My question is, if obviously HUD to help us out, there's certain stipulations, right? If I'm a private investor. I know. So I have a quick question. 'Cause two side by side units.
So you would build it on that
Yeah,
land?
yeah. It's in Hyde
That's
Park.
eligible.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
So that was my question, because I didn't know whether or not I can do multi, like, because I think it said multi-family project or 5 or more unit, but the two unit is.
There are more restrictions taken.
Yeah, but I
Yeah.
do play. Townhouse side by side.
Yep.
Okay.
Absolutely. Are you gonna sell them or rent them?
Yeah, that's the question.
Okay.
But that's the reason why I'm here to learn from the young space, because I'm trying to talk.
Yeah, and work the numbers, you know, like,
Okay.
because some people have done that, or they've taken a 4-family, and converted it to 2.
Okay.
And they, you know, sold them separately. So
Got it.
There's that kind of,
So, sorry.
you can be
just
creative,
sorry.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got the land now, just sitting, I wanna feel on the land,
Yeah.
historic Hyde Park. With that being said, would there be stipulations that I would?
So, yes, because it's in a historic district, and what you can't do is like build a 6-story, you know, like they want it to look like what's already there.
Okay,
Does
got
that
it.
make sense?
Yes,
Yeah.
got it, cause I said, look, they're in town. Slab, well, no, let me see.
Right.
You could do that too.
Yeah, you still want something that stands out because it's so different from the rest of the block and then
That was my.
they'll say no, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Can I show you something real quick that I
Sure.
would do that? I guess I know if they were allowed.
Sure. All right.
I would say there's.
Well, it's in his box. Yesterday. All the festivities out of the cinema. Yeah. Right, just tell them, no, tell them we're waiting for this, you know, sign the releases, and there's nothing, no, let them know that.
I give them letters saying.
Or you can give them copies, say, we're just waiting for him to sign, give them copies. Give them the copies unsigned, that might satisfy. They can't record them, because they can't sign. So it's fine, just send them Word docs, they do all this.
Say that and they all. The line that I have of it already so far.
They may not,
And I figured it because of this, wouldn't you? Or the front of that.
maybe, yeah, let's sleep open. What I would do is I would send to Tracy,
This is my carpet
I
right
would
here.
send to Tracy the preliminary designs.
Okay.
And let her kind of work that out for you.
I have to send it to Tracy first, but she said probably. But he said, most, I know what he kind of thinking, the high part, you know.
Yeah.
So.
It's in historic district, so they may not approve it if it looks dramatically different from what's there.
We have to keep it.
They may, go to the cultural resources website,
Okay,
and, for each historic district, they have information, so there may be something there that'll help you,
okay, cool.
you know,
Cool.
yeah.
Right on.
But I would ask Tracy to look at it. Yeah.
Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
okay, nice to meet you.
Once you apply. Salesforce, don't need to invest any more money. So find out about it. You know, you got to get what they got to do.
Man, I'm Bill. Nice to meet you.
Where you apply. Yeah, nice to meet you, Cameron.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, that's. really get-
5-minute warning, everybody, 5 minutes.
You can pick it up. Hey, you wanna work with-
This thing has is- this is- Those are- Yeah, that was a one-time thing.
It's gotta be like,
That's a big thing.
they've done,
This
you
is-
can ask them, have you done a CDA project before? That might be a good qualifier to see if they know kind of what those. Yeah.
300,000, 100,000, yeah, I mean, what we can't do.
Oh, I don't think we're
Billion,
like,
we want
it's,
six.
I mean, there's some regulars that come,
We just have
but,
so much demand,
um,
so. That's why when people have skin in the game,
Yeah, the gentleman named.
have like 50% at least. One to the other, and, you know, but we get people that ask us to do 100%.
And he's done a lot more.
Yeah.
than
I would say that's good. Yeah.
And she did a great job, didn't she?
We could partially fund it too.
GRIP.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it's Carl. Yep.
We also think of partial one, because sometimes somebody will live 10 houses, but we only give them enough funding for 4. Because that's all we can do, you know, so that's, and you can maybe phase it too. You know, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. That's something people have done too. Yeah, all right. Good luck. Here's the thing, the other day.
It's good to see you. Yes, with your favorite program. Yeah, you know, you the reason we did our, housing being, never mind, thing. I got, you know, I have to write stuff down, girl. Shelter. So this year we're gonna do non-congregate shelters and transition. In addition to the permanent second. Yeah, so I was thinking about you guys. Yeah, yeah. So still can't do the operational for the shelter, but we can do other stuff. How many times have you guys gotten done so far now? I know you're behind all of that. Oh, that's gonna be real good for your application with us. Have y'all started already online?
We can be in the process, but in
Yeah.
the process, you have to go with the option assignment, you can't purchase this. But if you already own it, that's not a big deal at all.
Upgraded it is.
So if you own it already, that's perfectly fine.
So you did right to like wait. And what's limited action means? Yeah, yes.
Show
That's to
So
all, yeah.
you
Any
can't have
project
anything
that
determined
needs
site
housing
when you submit the application.
home
So you have to have those nailed down.
art.
And the way to do that,
Now, when you get ARPA money,
if you own them already, that's fine. But if you're looking for more, then go the option assignment route. Don't purchase it. Because if you purchase it, based on getting funding from us.
well,
And
you don't have all.
yeah, you have all your applications not selected, you get through that part, and then the environmental review finds that, you know, you have to be a gas
Yeah,
station. and
yeah, that
it's
means-
tight, that- Then you're out that plan.
Project
So we don't want that to happen.
So if you
the
got
option
several
assignment
projects
is
successful,
us,
and let's say you put your floors, you haven't started anything, then we'll make your project, the proposal for those 2 floors. And then do nothing to this. Okay, because we're home park, remember, for non-coming shelters, you can't do the operation costs. Only do construction. So that's.
All right, if everybody could start to take a seat so we can get moving along with the program.
That's the one.
Oh. Yeah. Stephanie's making more copies, so she's like, start.
It didn't sound like her, and I didn't feel it. They only gave one option for property. Oh, she got some comments. Yeah, presenting.
I'm not supposed to be here. I was supposed to be out of town and my plans were. You don't have to, I'm very sorry. Okay. Just in case they asked, I know, I didn't know it was myself, so.
Yeah, learned a lot today.
Yes.
All right, everyone, as you gather back together, take your seats, get a drink. We want to get through the next part of the presentation so that we can keep the day moving along. So we're going to go on now to Karen, who is going to talk about our home ARP program.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you got too much information, clap your hands. All right. I like participation. My name's Karen Hutchins. I am the program manager for the Home ARP or ARP program. ARP stands for American Rescue Plan. That was actually money set aside to try to recover from COVID situations. Okay. So last year was our first time administering the Home Art Program. We had a $10 million budget and we had several applicants and some who were awarded, but we didn't use all our 10 mil. As our friend here stated, there's a lot of need in the area of homelessness and at-risk populations and the qualifying populations that we're going to discuss. So I really would like for you guys to really think about providing housing and services for the Home ARP program. So let's talk about those qualifications. Okay. Eligible applicants are the same as CDBG and home program. Home ARP is a home program. You can be a nonprofit, active housing organization, a neighborhood development organization, a CHODO, which is a community housing development organization, as well as a CUBDO, community development organization. Do we have such people here today? All right, good. Want to see a show of hands on that. You can also be a private builder. Any private builders? Wonderful. A for-profit developer. Wonderful. All applicants must be fully registered with sam.gov and provide proof of that registration. So is anyone not familiar with sam.gov and need to know what that is? Okay, so sam.gov, there is a website, sam.gov.com or .gov. If you'll go on and click on that link, and it will also be in your NOFA, you register with them. That tells us that you don't have, or your organization is clear of debarments, meaning there's no federal debarments against your organization. So we need proof that you're too legit to get started and quit. How about that? Okay, so that's what sam.gov is. At-home ARP projects must serve as one or more of the qualifying populations. The first qualifying population is the homeless. You can also be experiencing at risk of being homeless to qualify for the home ARP project. Fleeing or attempting to flee. Who are we talking about? People who are fleeing from domestic violence situations. There are organizations that provide housing for people who have to leave where they are for safety. Dating violence, sexual assaults, stalking, and human trafficking. So if your organization or you know of an organization that need housing, you can be a provider for housing for those people who provide services for the fleeing population. It also includes people who provide supportive service or assistance to the homeless to prevent family homelessness. Okay, so if you're providing services and you know of a family that's about to be homeless, you can also apply for these funds. And those who are at greatest risk of housing instability. So maybe they've lost their job, no income, maybe a senior person who don't have enough income to continue to live where they are, and you want to supply housing for those types of situations, this is a program for you. Also, veterans and families, including a family who has a veteran. who needs housing. Okay, so this is a very good program, but it's also specific to these qualifying populations. Okay, so we later we'll talk about the various application contents that you will need, but I want you to know upfront, you're going to need city business license, okay? If you don't have a license to do business with the city, you would need to make sure you have that taken care of when you apply. That will be a requirement, okay? Another requirement would be the Missouri State Certificate of Corporate Good Standing. You have to be in good standing with the state, your organization. If you're a nonprofit, you're probably familiar with that certificate of good standing. You will need that for your application. Also, a conflict of interest form. Let's say somebody on your board works with CDA. You would like to disclose that, or that you have a conflict of interest, so that we'll be knowledgeable of that conflict. You will also need to show proof of funds. As Stephanie said earlier, we're like the last place where you stop. So you want to make sure if your project is 300,000 and you have a gap of 50,000, then that's what you apply for CDA, is that 50,000, okay? And you have to show proof that you have the 250,000. Don't say we're gonna raise it. That's not going to be sufficient proof, okay? We're going to ask for bank statements. We're going to ask to see that is in an actual account, okay? And so make sure you have those things in place when you apply for home art. You're going to have evidence of site control. Do not plan to get site control, hopefully by the time that we make our grant reservation. You need to already have site control of the property before you apply. And I know you heard this earlier, but I'm saying it again because I'm a good program manager and I want you to have a successful application, okay? And then a CBI clearance. That is a central business index. You get, and we apply for that through the city of St. Louis. In other words, we check with the city, make sure you got you're in good standing with your taxes, that you don't owe any money to the city of St. Louis. So if you know you have these things outstanding, before you apply, please take care of those things. Okay? Next slide. Okay, we're still talking about home art proposals. They must include a development project and a partnering supportive service. What that means is if you're providing housing and not providing services, you need to partner with an organization that actually provides services for home art or for the housing portion. Now, you can be a housing applicant and have a partnership with a service organization that is not applying for home art funds. That's okay. But if you are applying for supportive services through home art, the person that you're working with or partnering with must also apply for the housing portion of home art. Let me say that again. If you are providing housing through the home art program, you must partner with a service entity that could be applying for home art or not applying for home art, and you're okay. But if you're applying for the service portion of the home art grant, you must be partnered with a housing provider who is also applying for home art grants, okay? The development project and the supportive service program would be submitted separately. So this will be a Salesforce application, an electronic application, 2 applications. There must be one for home art services and home art housing in order to qualify for the funding. Okay, so you and your service team must get together. The service person will apply for the service part and the home housing portion will apply. Now, if you're the same entity, you're providing both housing and both services, you still must apply 2 applications. Okay? Is that clear? All right. You must include the letter of intent from the partnering organization. So although it's 2 applications, if you're applying, you must have a letter of intent from your partner. So if you're applying for housing, we must see a letter of intent from the organization that's going to provide the services to your housing applicants or participants, and vice versa. If you're applying for services, you must have a letter of intent from the housing organization. All right. Developers must be able to demonstrate, as I've already said, site control. If it, as Bill has stated earlier, if it's an LRA property or a CDA property, then you must also submit an option to buy that property. We will accept that in lieu of showing us that you have actual site control. But do not purchase the property. If you have the option, you have to wait again for the environmental review, or you would be subject to CLA. What is CLA? Again? CLA. Say it. CLA. CLA. If you perform a CLA action, you will lose your money. Okay? We have to rescind it. It is a federal requirement. Again, do not perform a choice limited action. All right? At home, all home ARP awards must be under contract by September 30th, 2026. Okay, so that's really for us. Once you receive your letter of reservation, we have until September the 30th, 2026 to get you under contract. And then you have 4 additional years to complete the project by September 30th, 2030. No extensions will be provided. The program ends in 2030. So you must make sure your project is one that will be complete by 2030. That's why it's so important that you have your money ready to go, because you need to complete your project in a timely manner. All right? General terms for CDBG and home rental projects, really are the projects. You're going to need a dispersing agent, as we've already stated. We do not recommend those. You find those on your own. Here it says a forgivable loan with a 20-year compliance. For home ARP is 15-year compliance. Okay. Tenant verification, if you're doing a rent or a permanent supportive housing, or annual tenant verification reporting, annual CDA inspection. CDA will inspect and make sure you are using the housing and the services are providing services to the qualifying populations. We do check. We have a great team sitting here before you. Trust me, we do check, okay? And then tenant protections also apply. Okay, next. We have home ARP eligible activities, and this year we've extended our activities to permanent supportive housing, transitional housing, and non-congregate shelters. Okay, again, permanent supportive housing, transitional housing, and non-congregate shelters. Okay, let me define permanent supportive housing is your long-term leasing or rental assistance. Okay, and you would need, again, to show housing assistance as well as supportive service assistance. Your transitional housing is temporary housing with supportive services. So not all housing is permanent. It's just there for them to either transition from homelessness to permanent supportive housing or just for a period of time, a short period of time. Then you have your non-congregate shelters. These are those shelters that provide rooms or units as temporary shelter. And they must have bathroom and kitchens in those rooms, okay? The occupants who do not require a lease, these occupants don't have to sign a lease or an occupancy agreement to be housed in these temporary shelter units, okay? So that's the type of housing that you can expect eligible activities to support. Now, here are some examples of eligible projects. You can do acquisition, rehabilitation, and new construction. Again, acquisition, rehabilitation, and new construction. Home ARP is different from CDBG and home. We do allow acquisition, rehabilitation, and new construction for multifamily dwelling rental units, tiny homes, hotel, motel conversions. Those are highly encouraged. The tiny home and hotel, motel conversions, manufactured modular container housing, and non-congregate shelters that provide the property that serves, of course, the qualifying populations and provide supportive services to the qualifying populations. Now, you have to at least have 70% of your total units available for home ARP participants under the qualifying population. 70% of those housing units must be used for home ARP participants. And if you're doing low to mod income, no more than 30% of your units can be used for home ARP residents, okay? Now, what does that mean? That means that if you're providing low-income family units, 70% of your units also must be used for home ARP. If you're a low to mod income, doesn't necessarily mean you're homeless, okay? But most homeless people do fall in the category of low to mod income. Does that make sense? Low-income units are only permitted in projects that also include qualifying population units, as I just stated. Next slide, please. Home ARP eligible costs for our permanent supportive housing, transitional housing, as well as our non-congregate shelters. Home ARP funds may be utilized to subsidize the development of eligible projects by funding your construction hard costs, your acquisition cost of real property, and relocation. So we have had applicants who have part of the building housed and they're empty or vacant units in that home. And so when they're doing construction, they like to move the tenants. That requires a relocation plan. Okay, and we have detailed instructions on what that relocation plan should include. Or for an example, your apartment building is already full and you need to move the units to a hotel temporarily until you rehab that unit, then that requires a relocation plan, okay? Next. Home ARP, we're still talking about eligible costs, this time operating costs. Now, if you're doing a non-congregate shelter, home ARP funds cannot be used for operating costs. Again, home ARP funds cannot be used for operational costs if you're doing a non-congregate shelter. And then here you see allowable when no other operating cost reserves is already established. And so that's going to require communication with me, and we can determine if you qualify for operating costs. Otherwise, maybe either ongoing operating cost or capitalized operating cost reserves. Okay, operating cost assistance is allowable only for your QP restrictive units. must not exceed the amount to operate the QP restricted units for 15 years. Again, that's your compliance period, 15 years. Any remaining reserves after the 15-year period will be recaptured. So after 15 years, if you have reserves, money left over, and you didn't use it, then the program recaps that. Home operating cost reserves must be held in a separate interest-bearing account. So if you awarded money for this, you would have to have an additional account, an interest-bearing account with those funds. And we can talk about that in detail, okay? We just want to inform you that this would be your responsibility if you decide and choose to do housing with home art funds. Size-based analysis of project operating deficits, that's really just a budget to show us where the money is going, how you're spending it, where it was spent. We're gonna need to have that. Other operating eligible costs are payroll, employee education and training and travel. Remember, again, I said if it's a non-congregate shelter, this does not apply. Day-to-day management of home OPQP units and ongoing payments or capitalizations of your replacement reserve. Okay, next slide. And we're almost done. If you're still happy, clap your hands. All right. Housing counseling by HUD certified provider. Rental housing counselor, these are for those of you who will be providing services for those who are building housing for the homeless, the at-risk, the veterans, and those who are fleeing. Pre-purchase home buying, homeless service tools. These are just some examples of those services that Home ARP will cover. Other services include the traditional housing and homeless services according to the McKinney Vento 4129. I'll ask you to go to your NOFA. It's a live link. Just click on it and read all of that nice information. All right. And then there's a full list of eligible costs also found in your NOFA. NOFA stands for Notice of Funding Availability. We talk about that all the time. Please read it in detail. And while you can ask questions, identify if there are words you don't understand in the NOFA. If it doesn't make sense or you don't know why we're asking for that, those are questions you want to email us so that we can answer those for you, so you can be well advised, so you can submit the best application possible to get funded, because it does go through a rating process. And if you don't make the numbers, you don't get considered. And it's a lot of work to put forth these applications. Okay, next slide. Any questions regarding home ARP? Yes, ma'am.
If all of our units are for a qualified population and they're all for 80% or lower LMI, will that not qualify because it's more than the 30% of the units?
So 80% LMI, that is CDBG and home, and that's low to mod income. So you can only have 30% of your units in that category. But if all of your units are for home ARP qualifying populations, then you're good, because it has to be 70% and up. So if 100% is being used for the home ARP qualifying populations, then that's fine. But when you get into percentages above the low to mod, when you're talking low to mod income, 30% of your units have to be used in that, only can be used in that category. Did I answer your question?
You did, but I'm still confused.
Okay. Okay. So what's confusing you is the 70% and 30% low income. Okay, let's make it simple.
So like with my project, we're probably gonna have 70% of the units will be for veterans. But also 100% of those units will also be
80%, 42.5% of the units will be for 80% or lower AMI. 42.5% of the units may be for 50% or lower AMI. And then that remaining 15% will be for 20% or lower AMI households. So I'm thinking I may not be eligible because they're all 80%.
Are your veterans homeless? Because it's not just for veterans, it's veterans who are either homeless or at risk for being homeless. That's the qualifying population, not just veterans only. So if the veterans are homeless or at risk homeless and the other persons fit those qualifying populations, then you'll be fine. But go ahead and submit your application, and at that time, we can make that determination. Let us tell you you don't qualify. How about that? Yes, ma'am.
Can I add just a couple of follow-up things can you all hear me? I feel like this is not, is this thing on? A little close. Okay, so the 70-30, it works hand in hand. So let's say you have a building that's a total of 50 units. You're requesting home ARP funding to help subsidize 10 of those 50 units. Of those 10 home ARP subsidized units, 70%, so 7 of those units, has to be reserved for qualifying populations. No more than 30% can be for low to moderate income housing. So 3 of those units. So they go hand in hand. They're essentially saying the same thing, but flip-flopped, right? So the reason for this is because the federal designers of this program understand that there has to be some revenue for operating costs. So they allow that 30% to be low to moderate income to help generate operating costs, since the other 70% of the qualifying populations are likely, receiving some type of rental assistance, or they have a lower rent or whatever it may be. That's not going to generate that revenue. Does that help? Okay. I also just want to add another quick qualifier while it's on my mind about the 2030 deadline for these funds. What Karen said is absolutely correct, that we don't have discretion to allow extensions because the federal program ends. So that 2030 deadline includes your supportive services. So it doesn't necessarily mean you have 4 years to complete your construction. You have 4 years to spend down your construction funds and your supportive services funds. So you'll want to get that construction completed. So then you have, hopefully a year or two at least to utilize those home ARP funds towards your supportive services. Okay.
Linda.
We asked for 7 years worth of that, the application. So if construction, say operating costs were 10,000 a year, would be asked for 15 years worth of, we would ask for enough operating until 2030. Or do we ask for just 1 year of operating?
So ideally, the home ARP funds are not necessarily your only source for reserves. You're going to want to, and you can do either the capital reserves or the ongoing reserves, but not both. Okay. If you already have a reserve fund established, then you're not eligible to ask for reserves. So we do want to see that you can support the function of the services for the duration of that 15-year period. Okay. So whether that be solely with the home ARP funds, which in my opinion is a little bit risky, you can also incorporate your any other rents that you're taking in, or any other funding sources that you anticipate to be fundraising during that time too, as part of your reserve fund. Does that make sense?
Say we're going to finish 4 more years and ask for different years.
So, you know what? I'm not sure.
In the pro forma, I would suggest that when you, so the application has a pro forma section where you show what you're gonna do, and also for your services, there's a different type of analysis that you have to do. So you just break it down. You can do it for 4 years, but you have to show how it's gonna be used and when it's gonna be used and how that fits into your budget. So again, you're not requesting all of the operations costs, right? You have a project, okay? And so you have to determine actual cost with that project. And then you have to determine how much of that cost you're gonna ask Home Art to pay for. So if you know that the program is ending in 2030, then when you do your program projection, you need to include that, but include it in a way that makes sense and that you're showing where those costs are going and how they're going to be paid. Does that make sense? And that's going to be in your application. There's an analysis section for those who are providing services. And we'll talk about that much more in detail in our second session.
Okay, so.
Yes, 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 you'll be able to show that in the application. Okay, next.
For loads of house for the at risk, like human trafficking for a woman or run away from the abusive boyfriend. Those kind of house indeed of enhance security. Does that house eligible for the?
Yes, it is, and you would need to show the cost of that security because of the nature of the use of the house. They have to be private, secure, not the address not known, so. Oh, I'm sorry. The question is, if you're providing housing for the fleeing population, like for those who are fleeing domestic violence or sex trafficking, those houses have to have security. And she wanted to know if the cost of that security, will be provided for, and yes, it will. The answer is yes. Yes, it is. The question is, if someone is leaving prison and need transitional housing, would this program provide housing for that population? Is that a qualifying population? And they are at risk of being homeless. Yeah, that's where that would fall into. Yes.
The operation cost, if I do construction cost, I need operation cost too, that's different application.
So when you do your pro forma, you'll see a percentage in your pro forma where it says 8% that goes with construction. There's always operation costs associated with the construction of the project. So you'll be able to identify that in your pro forma in the application. Now, in your housing application, supportive service application has a different format. It's more of an analysis showing how the operation costs. But remember, if it's a non, what's the housing type I'm talking about? It's so many of them.
Non-housing?
Yeah, the non-congregate shelter, thank you. Non-congregate shelter, they, Home Art will not pay for operational costs for.
You want to define non-congregate, Karen, for those?
Yes, non-congregate shelter, again, is temporary housing. You don't have to register for that. It's for temporary shelter, like homeless people who are on the street and need to go in for a day and then they leave. It's not permanent shelter at all. So that's different from transitional housing.
trying to figure out, so, I am providing supportive and housing, but it's only for 6 months to transition them to kids to be prepared when they come. So would I be doing, the other one, the non-congregate, or?
Okay, so when you go in, and we'll talk about that in the next section, in the application, it's going to say permanent supportive, it's going to say transitional housing and non-congregate shelter, okay? But the main category would be home art supportive housing or home art supportive services, okay? In the description, you'll tell us what you're going to use the housing for. But the application, there are two applications, home art housing, that means you're going to build a house, rehabilitate houses or homes for this qualifying population. Or you're providing services, meaning you're partnering with a housing person. So if you are doing both, if you're building the house and providing the services, you still have to fill out two separate applications. Is that clear? Great question.
We have a lot to get through today, and it's wonderful to see so much interest in this very much needed program. We'll take a couple more questions before we move on. And again, if anyone still has remaining questions, please submit them to the CDA NOFA email. Do you like two or three?
Okay, did you want any offline, online?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do a quick online question. Let's see, Miss Barbie, if you can go ahead and take yourself off mute.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, so my question was, because we're on Zoom, thank you guys for providing us with the information, but how do we get the handouts that are presented? Because there were a little lap delays between what she was speaking and what was presented on the screen. Will we be able to get those?
Yes, you'll be able to find it on St. Louis-mo.gov/CDA/neighborhood-NOFA. He has placed two PDFs on that website so that you can access the information of the handouts.
Okay, and then my other question, quick one, is so that everyone, I know that there was like a networking part of the training. Those people that are part of the networking, are they the same people that are speaking so that we can get their information and ask them questions as well? Or are there different people that will be part of the networking that are not speaking on the panel?
So questions regarding what we're presenting today, after today's workshop, you would have to go on CDA NOFA at stlouismo.gov. Is that correct? Yeah. So after today's workshop, if you have any questions, you would then have to email your questions. And the reason we do that is for fair response, right? So that we have a team behind that email that's going to respond to your questions. And that way we know that everybody is getting fair response and the correct answer to your question.
Okay, thank you.
Answers are going to be posted publicly. So if you have questions, we recommend that you take a look at those posted Q&As because someone else may have already asked the same question. And if you still have a question, please email us. And I think I may be thinking that the previous question was referring to our earlier event in the week for Community Development Week, which was the speed networking event. In which case the answer to that is no, those individuals are not on this panel. Okay.
Let's go ahead and take one more from online, Mr. Jackson. Mr. Jackson, if you could go ahead and take yourself off mute. Okay.
Hello? Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my question is, okay, great. Thank you so much for allowing me to ask a question. My question is, with this process being such an extensive process, have they put funds in place to provide someone to help those that are first-time applicants?
So the question was, is there assistance from CDA for first-time applicants? The short answer to that is no, because this is a competitive process and individual assistance would provide an unfair advantage. What we do recommend is either consulting with your network. You may have colleagues that have done this type of thing before that can provide some type of mentorship for you. The other option is to work with a consultant. And again, just like the other additional services, we do not promote or suggest any particular consulting firm for you. But that is an option that many new and experienced developers will opt to do, is to work with a consultant who does have the experience with the federal funding applications.
Well, I just want to clarify my question. What I'm saying is once you are deemed eligible and qualifiable, is at that point, will they provide any assistance? And the assistance I'm asking about is do they have any funds available to hire someone to help you with this process once you are eligible?
So again, if you opted to work with a consultant, you could include those consulting fees as professional services fees. Generally, the CDA funds do not cover soft costs, and that would fall into the soft cost category. Generally, our funds are for hard construction costs, with a couple of exceptions with the various programs. So I guess the short answer is no.
But you are assigned an analyst that helps guide you.
Right. So in addition to that, once you receive your letter of reservation, then you will be assigned to an analyst or a program manager that will help you through the rest of the process, where you can ask questions and
Thank you.
those kind of things. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Thank you for asking. So I believe that's all the questions we have for right now. If you're in here, feel free to ask me any home op questions that you like. Stephanie?
Yes, again, please submit any additional questions to the CDA NOFA email. We're going to continue on now to the next program, which is the Pathways to Removing Obstacles to Housing, or PRO Housing, with Colleen.
All right, is everybody ready to hear about the last housing availability today so we can keep moving? Yeah? All right. So I have some really good news for you about Pathways to Removing Obstacles Pro Housing. And that good news is that you've already heard almost everything you need to know, because Pro Housing is going to mainly follow those CDBG guidelines and standards and regulations that we've been talking about since 9 o'clock this morning. So that's the good news I have for you. So if we can go to that first slide. There are, however, a few specific differences with the pro housing availability of funding. So I'm going to go over each of those differences. So pro housing is funding provided by HUD, just like CDBG and home. And that's why you have to follow all of those same guidelines. So when we think about there having to be a national objective, so certain populations with certain income limits, environmental reviews. Trey and his team will still have to do an environmental review. Tracy and her team will still have to look at design. So all of those things still apply to this funding. But what is different is that there is some different specific criteria for what we're looking to accomplish with this funding. We do have a target geography for this funding that makes the application process a little bit different. And then the evaluation process is a little bit more enhanced than with our CDBG and home funds. So can I have the next slide, please? So for pro housing, for this funding opportunity, instead of looking at this as one house here or one multifamily home, we are looking for proposals or a group of proposals that will produce at least 15 units of affordable housing on specific properties we're going to talk about that are already owned by the city. So we have identified a specific area. For these 15 units, they can be a mixture of rental and for sale properties. So like what we've talked about earlier today, it's been like you're going to apply to do for sale or you're going to apply to do rental. For this program, it could be a mixture to get to those 15. So you could have some homes you want to sell and some for families that you want to rent.
we will require that for when we make our determination of the units we're going to support, that 25% of those must be used for families. And so we consider that they got to have at least 3 bedrooms so that families can move into these units. And then where existing homes and buildings exist in the footprint we're going to talk about next, we do want to prioritize preservation of those existing homes where possible. So proposals that can include rehabilitating these 5 existing structures are going to receive bonus points and priority. So that's a difference with the criteria. Now we have the geography. I know these maps are a little bit hard to tell, but we have identified a geography within the Ville neighborhood where we have a large amount of city-owned properties. You can see that's that map on the right. So we're looking at an area basically between Martin Luther King and Sumner High School to give you an idea of the part of the city that we're looking at. In this few block area, there are 51 LRA properties that have and on 7 of those, there are current existing structures in various states of repair or not. So this just gives you an idea of what we're looking at doing, because we want to do find one area and really fill it in with some affordable quality housing where families with kids who might end up going to Sumner or people who are doing job training at the new Monarch on MLK that is being developed and constructed have a place to live, have a quality place to live in this area. So that's why we're trying to support some of the existing infrastructure and developments that are going on in the city with this funding. So next slide, please. On our website and linked to within the NOFA, there is a list of all the specific properties that we're looking at. So you can see the map more closely. You can see which addresses have structures on them and which do not. You can drive around the area, see what you might want to do with it. And then if there are any of the buildings you want to get into, it's the same process we talked about earlier for engaging with an LRA property through Tyler Arthur, and you would reach out to him. Okay, next slide, please. Oh, I forgot almost one more thing that I want to say before we move on to the evaluation process. Since we have identified this specific area with all of these LRA properties that we want, that we would like to have you make proposals on, a site control with an option agreement is not something that's going to be required for this funding. Because what we want to do on our side is evaluate all the proposals that we receive and put it together into how we can build one great project that produces these at least 15 homes, 25% of those for families, mixture of rental and for sale. So we want to see what all of you come up with and then decide how we want to do the properties. And so then once that happens, and if you're selected with a funding reservation, we'll work with you on acquiring the property. Site acquisition is an eligible expense here. And we can even work with you and potentially working with the city on getting demolition done if demo needs to happen, or clearing of the property, tree removal. We can work with the streets department if things like that are needed. So we'll work with you to get those sites ready to be built upon. All right, so the evaluation process is the last of the 3 things. It's just a little bit different. When we go through the process, the first thing we do is a completeness and eligibility review. You've heard over and over today, one of the best things you can do is completely fill out the application, answer all the questions so that we can move you on to the next stage. Now, with this pro housing, because we have identified a specific geography, we want to make sure that throughout this whole process, we are including the community in our decisions of how this funding is used. And so that's why with pro housing applicants, those that make it past that initial completeness and eligibility review will be asked to do a short presentation that's open to the public so that the community in the Ville can give us feedback on what they want to see in their own neighborhood. Then we'll move on to rating. And within the NOFA, there are bonus points for different things. So make sure you take a look at that to see if you can include any of those bonus points in your application. After we do the ratings, we'll move on to funding reservations. And then once we do those funding reservations, there'll be another public hearing where we share that again with the community, that this is what, these are the funding reservations and awards we're hoping to make and what we hope to be able to do in this area. All right. So then once that happens, we move on with all of the other things that we've talked about that potential 18 months, all those forms and everything that you're gonna need in order for us to get to contracting. So any questions specifically about pro housing? Erin? Oh, yes. Mm-hmm.
So that's the. Okay, so let's say, invest, in a development side and they want to acquire, you said it was 15 of them properties?
The target geography has actually 51 lots that are currently LRA owned. Mhm.
One, there's, and they say, was for, low to moderate income, or homeless person, from one of the shelters, going to each one of the houses, and it'll be, blah, blah, blah. So a project like that, you think something like that qualify, would that one person is required?
Yes, one developer could acquire multiple properties to complete this project. And one of the things that we can do with it too is that some of these lots are fairly small. And so if the proposal is for a larger cohesive development or contiguous development, we could potentially look at, now the word's escaping me, but when we move the parcels, consolidating parcels. So that consolidating lots so that you can do one building that might take up the space of 2 or 3 lots. Yes, I think your hand up, please.
Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm hearing, but it sounds like you're, and I get it, you guys are the last step, once we have all the other funding, available. But it sounds like this program is, this program really can possibly the other programs like, and because of your criteria. So, you know, like with this program, there's site control. But on other programs, they're received, so kind of like different. You're basically taking a program that you want to work.
When you say program, you say we're picking a developer that we want to work? I'm not sure I totally understand your question. I'm sorry.
Multiple application.
Some of them have different criteria, so it sounds like if we wanted to utilize this program, then we may not need to utilize the other programs because of the criteria.
Because the other programs do require you to have site control? Is that, yes, these are separate. This is the pro housing would be separate from what is required for CDBG and home ARP.
But you could submit multiple applications.
Submit multiple applications.
Yes. You could submit to the pro housing for that targeted geography, and you can submit applications for the other funding
For
sources.
different geographies.
Yeah.
Yes, you had your hand.
You are the only neighborhood that designated as, you know.
Correct. Correct. The target geography included in the NOFA is the only area properties that we're considering for this funding.
Okay, we'll do one more in-person question and then a couple online.
How do you find them? They are listed, they're on the CDA website. There is a property guide that's part of the Neighborhood Transformation Grants page when you go to the resources. Yeah, there'll be one that's called Pro Housing Properties, I believe is what the title is. Yeah, you're welcome. All right, so do we have it online?
Yes, Ms. Chisholm Butler, if you could take yourself off mute.
Okay. Good afternoon, and I first want to thank you for your presentation and everything you're doing. But I just want to say 2 things. As an online representative, the quality is very poor. I really hope that you guys have a recording, because any questions that are asked, we have no clue, because we can't hear it, whether they're asked over from one of us, because we don't have access or something, I guess, or if they're asked inside. So unless someone repeats the question, who's asking it, we don't know what you're responding to. And oftentimes we probably could possibly ask the same question. You know, with such an overwhelming response, I kind of hate that it was only a very limited space of 45 and you say over 200 online. But that being said, I guess I'll just leave it there. Thank you. But unless someone repeats the question, we don't know what you're responding to, and we're trying to figure through that.
All right, thank you for that feedback.
Yes, thank you for that feedback and a reminder for our team. We are trying to repeat the questions, but sometimes it does slip past us. So thank you for that reminder. And the presentation will be posted online. You will be able to view it on a YouTube video when the session is completed. Again, you can always submit questions to the CDA NOFA website.
Mr. Bollinger? You can take yourself off.
Hi, yes, good afternoon. I am looking at the PDF for for this program. So it does show that there's some extra points for, I guess, smaller projects, but you do want people to try to do the entire 15 or even more on a specific project, right? Because I do think it shows that there's like 5 points if you try to get all of it. So it is still beneficial. You still would like some projects for the entire proposal, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Accept projects for the entire proposal, and there's bonus points listed, yes, as you saw in the NOFA for that.
Okay, and that's you on like new builds. Everything's obviously affordable housing, but it's new builds, it's the vacancies, we can get very creative with this in general, as long as it's all within the realm of affordable housing.
Correct.
Awesome. Cool. I completely ignored this one when I looked through, but all of a sudden this is the one I'm going to focus on.
Well, I'm glad you do today.
No, yeah, definitely. Me too. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you for those questions. Again, any remaining questions or anything that comes up afterwards, CDA NOFA at stlouis-mo.gov. We're going to keep things going. I know everybody's antsy for lunch. So we're almost there. Our next section, we're going to talk about the rating and evaluation process, keeping in mind the couple of exceptions that Colleen identified for the pro-housing program. And then after this, we will break for lunch. So Anita and Jacob.
Yes, hi. We'll try to, and good afternoon. Jacob and I will try to make this quick for you all because you're probably like me and ready for lunch. We are going to kind of do a bit of a review really for you because all these things have been touched upon already. But the application process, evaluation and criteria, and then how you can gain bonus points. We do a rating system is a point system. And essentially, it's a 3-step process with a potential 4th step if you get a provisional funding reservation. And I'll go over that just in a bit, what that 4th step may or may not be for you. But the first step, we keep emphasizing that completeness and eligibility. Bill mentioned the overall eligibility and ineligibility criteria for both the applicant. So as an organization, we look at you separate from the project or program. We use project or program, those terms are interchangeable. But your project is separate in terms of eligibility and separate from you as an applicant. And each NOFA will spell that out. Bill gave you the kind of the baseline. There could be more specific details around that in each NOFA. So you want to be careful and read those details to make sure that it's specifically you're covering those areas that we want to in that particular NOFA. The other piece of it is the completeness. Can't stress this enough. And a very good reason to begin that process in the application as soon as you can, because you will find out what questions you might have to submit. There's a deadline for those Q&As to be submitted to. I believe that's May 6th is the deadline. Stephanie, is that correct?
June.
Oh, sorry, June 6th. is the deadline for the Q&As to be submitted. The other great reason to get started as early as you can is because you want to take advantage of that pre-development, the pre-design opportunity is a great opportunity. You want to be able to participate in that piece of it. The other thing about completeness, if it's not applicable to you or you don't believe it is, don't assume that it is, because your interpretation may be different than ours. Strongly recommend you go ahead and submit a question as to whether you're correct in making that assumption about not that piece of it not being applicable. The other part is if you have that confirmed and you're sure it's not applicable, please put in not applicable, because what it looks like if you don't put anything, it looks like it's not complete. And if it's not complete, it just gets kicked out. So you don't even make it then to the next steps. And that's unfortunate because we know that you all have some great projects out there and we really want to fund you. So those pieces, we can't just stress enough how important all of that is. Let me talk a little bit then about that fourth step. You may get a provisional award, or excuse me, a provisional funding reservation. There are a variety of reasons that we might need for you to make some revisions. We love your project. It meets the eligibility, but maybe you don't quite have the right percentage for that NOFA of rental units, for instance. So we may reach out to you about that. Another big one that we make provisions for, or ask for revision, or ask for additional supporting documentation is around funding. If you don't have commitment letters in place you're submitting to show that you actually have the funding in place, especially for LIHTC, then we are going to require that you show proof that you have those funding sources in place as part of your capital stack. So that's a big one that we may make an award or a funding reservation with the provisions that you produce that supporting documentation. So we have the deadline then, while we try to get those notices out that your award or your funding reservation it has been made. We like to get those announcements out by September 1st. It could happen sooner than that, but we shoot for September 1st as our deadline so that we can coordinate with the LIHTC funding deadlines. Let's see, what else was I going to cover? So can we go to that next slide? The criteria, all applicants are evaluated on this following criteria here on this slide: the completion, as I mentioned, the applicant qualifications, the financial feasibility, again, that's speaking to your capital stack and additional funding sources, responsible management of your project, whether it's in-house or whether you're outsourcing that management. We need to know you have property management in place and management of the project itself overall. Accessible and sustainable design, we do look at that. Accessible meaning disabled, accessible for those with disabilities. Some of the NOFAs, as we've mentioned, may require supportive services to be in place. If it's not a requirement, however, that's a strength. We're looking at whether you are partnering with other folks doing the work in the neighborhood you're wanting to develop. We look strongly at whether you're partnering with others and CUBDOs. That's why we have CUBDOs as a requirement for some of the NOFAs, because we want to see that you're partnering with other agencies that aren't supplying. You don't have to supply these services yourself, but we're looking for you to partner with other entities in your neighborhood. City properties, that means that the property has to be inside the city limits to qualify. We're looking for neighborhood transformation. So again, it goes beyond just your one particular project, but how do you interact with and improve the life of the folks, the residents in that particular neighborhood? Again, community support, how are you partnering with others inside the community? Next slide, please. And we've already discussed this, regulations and guidelines. These are some of the folks that are part of the design environmental review, section 106, which is a historical review, the names and some contact information there. And bonus points. Again, bonus points may differ slightly in each NOFA, but essentially what we're looking at, and that's detailed inside the NOFA, like for an affordable housing NOFA, it's on page 7 and page 8, if you have copies of that. The bonus points, essentially, you get bonus points if you are developing a CDA or LRA property. If you're rehabbing a vacant existing building, there are points for that. If your cost per unit, total cost per unit, for instance, for the affordable housing is at 250 or less, you have bonus points. If your subsidy you're asking for from CDA is at 100,000 or less per unit, there are 5 bonus points. If you can do it at 50,000 per unit or under, there are 10 points for you there. If you're able to do accommodate larger families, 3-bedroom units, for instance, there are bonus points for that. And if there are certain construction materials used, for instance, like 5/8 inch drywall, you would get bonus points as well for that. And Jacob?
Okay. Thank you, Anita, and thank you all for being here. It's really encouraging to see so many people and organizations interested in providing quality housing and services for the city of St. Louis, city we all love. Next slide, please. Just to reiterate a few important things. We at CDA require our funded projects to be administered and dispersed through a dispersing agent, third-party dispersing agent, without exception. We render funds in this manner to ensure compliance with HUD regulations and to ensure that funds get spent consistently with the agreed upon terms. Loan structures. Much of this has already been talked about, but it's worth reiterating that for sale projects are structured as a forgivable loan. The loan is forgivable upon satisfaction of a national objective and a followed up compliance period. The compliance period pertains more to the home buyer and will be dependent on the home buyer's assistance and the amount provided to them. Again, the compliance period will be transferred from the development team to the home buyer at closing. They are expected to live in the home as their primary residence for the duration of the compliance period, with the pro rata structure that Evan, our asset manager, went into further detail about earlier in the presentation. If they sell before the end of the compliance period, if they sell the home before that compliance period ends, the remaining portion of the loan will be recouped by CDA. Rental projects are structured as a repayable loan with a compliance period of 20 years and rented to qualified AMI individuals. This will be with a 0% interest rate. And we require a management plan and agreement for review and approval prior to the issuance of the firm commitment. And again, as Evan went into, we must comply with annual monitoring requests during the life of that CDA loan. Furthermore, we require rental properties to adhere and comply with local, state, federal regulations pertaining to rental housing, building codes, ordinances, energy standards, tenants' rights, etc. Development cost standards we'll talk about. CDA maintains strict guidelines for minimum and maximum allowances for costs regarding developers' fees, contractor profits, overhead for the project, and contingencies for the project. There's a slight difference between new construction and rehabs on most of those. And details are available in the handout that was provided, as well as within the pro forma itself when you're viewing the application. Again, just to reiterate, it's CDA's expectation that a project receives funding reservation as its final stop for funding. We like to try to keep our funding capped at around 50% of the project. And it's obviously going to be viewed more favorably if you can bring a strong capital stack to the application. Next slide, please. Again, most of this has been mentioned, but before beginning the submission process and application process, we would like and expect development teams to have an active business license with the city of St. Louis, be in good standing with the state. There will be conflict of interest forms that will be required to be filled out in the application. And we also, again, it's been mentioned, but SAM.gov and CBI clearances are important to be up on, including taxes. The application process itself, again, can't stress enough that we like to see a very thorough and complete application. If it's in the application, assume that it's pertainable to your project. Specific questions can be referred to the CDA NOFA at stlouis-mo.gov. The application itself is available through the CDA website, community portal, and via Salesforce. Salesforce is a cloud-based software program that we utilize to remain consistent with projects and proposals. Projects submitted by email or in person are not considered for funding reservations. All of them must be submitted through Salesforce. If your project is not given a funding reservation, we do highly encourage applicants to reach out and receive feedback for their application. So we would like to give you every opportunity to apply for future funding, and giving you feedback will allow you to come back with an even stronger application in the future. CDA reserves the right to limit funding to no more than one funded development project per applicant. And by submitting a proposal, applicants acknowledge and agree to the terms and conditions of the NOFA and to the accuracy of all the information offered. Original submitted packages become the property of CDA and are not returned. Applicants assume all risk of pre-development funds expended before CDA funding is formally approved. And just to reiterate what Trey and others have mentioned, CDBG and home-funded projects must undergo a complete environmental review before moving past the planning stage, and failure to do so can result in the CLA that has been mentioned a few times. Upon submission of an application, the respondent acknowledges that he or she assumes all risks of change in HUD rules and regulations and CDA policies concerning housing production financing, together with any adverse effects that therefrom result from the costs themselves. Next slide, please. Notification of funding reservations. Please note that any deviations to a proposal, including but not limited to changes to development team members, substantial design alterations not directly resulting from CDA or CRO design reviews, or any significant budget increases that result in higher gap amounts, could be subsequent to an award of funding reservation and may jeopardize some or all of that funding. Funding reservation expirations. CDA must comply with U.S. HUD timeliness requirements. This requires CDA to impose an expiration on each funding reservation of 18 months from the date it is issued. The funding reservation will expire unless certain conditions are met, a written agreement between the developer and the city must be executed, and a deed of trust must be recorded with the Recorder of Deeds office before the date expressed on the funding reservation letter. Or the CDA, the developer provides CDA with a written request for an extension, which includes in detail an explanation of why the first condition was not met, and the request must be approved in writing by CDA. A one-time extension of 6 months may be granted under certain circumstances. Those may include, but not necessarily limited to, unique or very uncommon environmental review findings or special requirements given by CDA or CRO during said design review process or environmental process. The development team has 9 months from the date of the agreement execution to begin construction and 24 months from the date of the agreement to finalize construction. CDA is obligated to enforce these deadlines assertively to remain in good standing with HUD. Not doing so could affect future funding to the city of St. Louis, which is something none of us want to see. That's it. That's it for me.
I'm going to add one note to that. And that is that you will want to make sure, to the best of your ability at the time, that your construction budget is accurate. I think sometimes there's a tendency to want to come in low. There's no guarantee that supplemental funding will be available. There is a certification that you have to acknowledge on your application that says that this budget will complete the project. So please just keep that in mind. And when you're receiving bids and choosing your contractors and that kind of thing, you want to be sure that they are providing you full and accurate bids to the best of their ability at that time. Certainly, we know unexpected things happen, but. And due date is June 13th, 11:59 p.m. Repeat, June 13th, 11:59 p.m. Okay. Do not wait till the last minute. Do not wait till the last minute. Leave room for anything that might happen. You never know. So any questions about the rating, evaluation, or compliance pieces?
Maybe more of a comment than a question. I was looking at all of the criteria and, like, a lot of people aren't here. You say they're, what, 200?
200 on the phone.
And then all of us are here. And then there are those developers who are, those folks, I don't know if they're called developers or whatever their role is, who are much bigger and have so much more experience. And by the sounds of it, many of us are here on mute. So, and that application is very tedious. There's a lot of steps to it. You gotta be really careful how you what you put in, and that you dotting all your I's and crossing all your T's, that kind of thing. So what is there, like, you encouraged us to come. You set stuff out, people who've never been and received money before, please come to this workshop, and up go to another workshop. Is there another fund that we don't know about, or are all of us competing for the same funding? And so what does that do to us in terms of our chances of being able to
Sure.
A reservation?
Sure, good question. So the question in short is there any funding available specifically for newer developers, or are all developers with their various levels of experience competing for the same funds? The answer is they are all competing for the same funds. We have one allocation annually that we have to disperse to everyone. And yes, we encouraged new developers to participate in this workshop because we want to try to provide opportunity for everyone to have access to these funds and provide as much information as possible to help you be successful. After lunch, when we come back, we're going to be going through the applications and how to fill those out, and providing some more details in that regard, as well as the handouts that we provided as supporting detail to help assist you through the process. I will say that it is not uncommon for folks to have to come back, even experienced developers, come back more than once for the same project. Just your level of experience alone does not guarantee that you're going to get funding. Okay. And after each round of funding reservations, after they are posted, if you do not receive a funding reservation, we invite you to participate in the debriefing. You can request a debriefing and we'll sit down with you one-on-one and help you understand where the gaps were in your application so that you can come back next time and improve. And we have been able to fund folks in that way that maybe the first one wasn't, complete for whatever reason. They sat through the debriefing, they took the notes, they came back next time and were able to access that funding. So utilize all those resources. We all know that development is a tedious process and an emotional roller coaster. Also in construction time, a year is not that long. So by the time these funding reservations come out and you do your debriefing and you start planning for the next round, it's going to be just about time to apply.
Last year at your meeting online at the end of you got a contract, but proposal on an experience contract process for you know, paying a lot of things, including the skip. If I want to see that in the guy online, I think told them that that they could help. I personally know you got millions of dollars and done as a rock. He had money. So that's right. So I don't know. Wow. I don't know that totally prior. He's on the thing.
So, sure. So if help me make sure I'm understanding the question correctly, is basically why don't we provide financial support for consultants for newer developers? Is that the question essentially? Sure. Yeah. That could potentially be true. Unfortunately, that is a reality.
Repeat the question.
I'm not entirely sure what the question is. I hear your comment. I hear your comment, but I'm not sure the question.
Let me attempt to respond.
Sure.
So I hear two things. One, that you were told prior to this meeting that if you got a contractor to fill out your pro forma, your chances of being approved would be better because you got a contractor. And then second of all, it seems that if you can afford a consultant, that would make it unfair to the people who can't afford a consultant to do the work, to fill out the application. And so again, it's a competitive process. What makes it fair is that everybody have the same option to provide, to get a consultant or to have a contractor. The reason a contractor was suggested is because the pro forma asked for details on construction costs. And a person who never built or who don't know cost at all would not know how to properly fill out the pro forma. And if the pro forma is not filled out, that's an automatic disqualification. So you take all that time to fill out everything else, but your pro forma is insufficient, you will not be considered, or you will probably score low compared to the other people who did get a consultant, who did get a contractor who understands how to fill out the pro forma. But you have that option to provide that. Well, as Stephanie said, you can also, so remember, these funds are reimbursable. So you can put that in your fees to be reimbursed later. If it's not, they can't get reimbursed for contract. Oh, it's a soft cost with some projects. Okay, she said, no, you can't get reimbursed,
Yeah, and
but
that's not a CDA discretion. That's a HUD regulation as far as what these funds are allowable for, and it's allowable for those hard costs.
no, we can't provide that for you. You have to find that on your own. His question was, do we have a list of contractors? And the answer is no, you have to provide that on your own. Another question?
It depends on the program you're applying for. Okay.
Oh, the question.
Thank you, sorry. The question was, there was mention that there had to be site control as part of your application. But then also there was mention that acquisition is an eligible cost. So how does that come together? The response to that is it depends on the program you're applying for. The CDBG and home funded for sale and rental projects need to demonstrate site control. Home ARP acquisition is allowable. Okay. Pro housing, we already know the sites, so you do not have to provide site control for those. Does that help? Okay. If they are an employee on your payroll, they could potentially. If they are a contractor, they will fall under professional services. Thank you. Sorry, we forgot to repeat the question. The question was, if a developer opts to work with a consultant or a grant writer, do those costs fall under personnel costs? And the answer to that was, if they are a paid employee of that agency, yes. If they are a contractor, no.
Will consideration be given by what one side like to reorder the substances, or like accept a proposal, but maybe one of the sites of the proposal that would actually award it to another site. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so the question is that for pro housing specifically, since we've already identified the sites and we're not asking you to come with site control already, that we could potentially receive applications for multiple applications for the same site, or that includes the same sites, and how would we handle that? So what our intention is that when we receive all the applications, then we can determine this is how we want to fulfill our goal to have those at least 15 affordable units. And it might be one developer, it might be 3 that we like that they're doing, and put those together. So we'll come back to you as part of the process to let you know what we are thinking of doing based on the applications we received.
Okay, we'll take a couple of online questions.
Okay, Ms. Terry, if you can, thank you.
Can you hear me?
We can.
You said you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, somebody said that you can apply for, grant funds through different programs. Is there a limit to what you can apply for between the different programs? Or if there's like an overlap?
So I think I understand the question. So if you have one project, you could potentially apply to more than one of the funding programs. However, you will only get awarded one of them. But if your project qualifies, for example, for both the CDBG and home rental program and home ARP, you could submit that project to both and potentially expand your opportunity to be funded, but you will receive funding from both programs. If we were to select your program, we would only assign one or the other.
Okay, would that affect how much you would get?
Not necessarily. I will say that, as we've already noted, it is a very highly competitive process. So clearly not everyone who applies is going to be funded. And sometimes those who are funded do not get the full amount that they're asking for. So there may be different factors that would affect that, but applying to both programs wouldn't be one of them.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, and Ms. Caesar, if you can take yourself off mute. Ms. Caesar, I see that you're off mute, but we cannot hear you.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my question is, for people that are working with others and creating a partnership, is there a requirement in receiving instruction on what steps to take when you're doing the grant application?
Is there a requirement to receive?
No, so like individuals that get together that has formed a partnership, is there a particular set of rules for a partnership coming together to apply for a grant?
If I'm understanding correctly, you're referring to two entities coming together to apply for a single project together?
Yes.
Okay. So what would happen there is there would be one primary applicant. Okay. So only one of those entities is actually going to submit the application, and they would list their partner as a partner. There's a section for listing your partners in the application. So you would list them as a partner, but only one entity will be the primary.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, so we're a little over time. We were hoping to break for lunch around 1, and I've also been reminded that there are some folks here that are interested in both the housing and the non-housing programs. So I'm not sure, I'm not really sure the best way to go forward. Suggestions? So who here is interested in hearing the non-housing stuff too?
And so that'll be the neighborhood beautification and neighborhood plan implementation.
Okay. I'm open to suggestions, how we can all get a break and make sure we cover all the material. I'm looking at you, Colleen.
Oh, are you looking?
Yeah, I know we are. Yeah. That's an option too. You can grab a bite and come back up here. And we can continue to go through the non-housing while you eat. We do have some pizza and salad available downstairs, and Katrina will show you the way. We did, however, plan for 45 guests. So it may not last. And some folks may need to step out to grab a bite. So
So I see that there are some people online who are also sharing that they are interested in those two funding opportunities and wanting to know when it starts. So perhaps maybe we could do it start it at 12:15 or 12:30, give people a chance to, if people want to go downstairs.
About
grab
1:30.
food and come back up. Oh, 1:30, I'm sorry.
Okay.
1:30?
Sure,
Wanna
that
do
sounds
that?
good. So we'll take a break. Anyone who wants to come back up for non-housing information, we'll try to start that around 1:30. We do want to kind of stay on track because after lunch, we're going to be going through the applications and the sales force. So we want everyone to have a chance for that too. Thank you, everyone. You're doing great.
So for those of you who are online for the neighborhood plan implementation and community development grant section, we're going to start that at 1:30. We appreciate your patience and understanding. We're running a bit behind today. Thank you.
A whole month, oh my God.
She is.
No, I'll go down. I didn't have to.
competitive, but you on your own, you can reach out for any advice you are looking for. So I'm gonna just wrap up here, just even more links and just lots of information. A link to the application portal is right here. Here's the one pager about this. If you know people that aren't here and should apply, you can copy this image and put it in an email and send it to them. We are really honored that everyone is here because we can't exist alone. We really depend on the people in the room, the applicants, the builders, the developers, the neighborhood groups to do this neighborhood transformation work. So that's my spiel. I think we have a packed agenda. If you have questions, as I showed, there's you can easily contact me and I'm walking around. So just find me if you have questions for me, but I want to make sure we have lots of time for the rest of the day.
Everyone say thank you, Tommy.
For being here.
All right.
Okay.
Thanks, Tom. If you could pull up the PowerPoint back up and share that on slide 53. Of course.
Okay.
Okay, all right. So we have two more funding opportunities to talk about today. I am going to try to go through them rather quickly just because as Tommy showed you, there is so much information available online and you can still submit questions and ask questions. So I want to make sure we have a chance to really get into the application portal and the pro forma with you all today. So I'm going to go through these fairly quickly. So two more funding opportunities. The first we have is community development grants. So that's for neighborhood beautification and community green spaces. So this is our neighborhood beautification grant for this round. This is a federal award. So this is CDBG funding. So all the stuff we learned about CDBG this morning, about choice limiting actions, income guidelines, all that. This is that, okay? So just, there are some things that are different that we're gonna go through, but the basis of this is those same CDBG guidelines. And then the second the second opportunity we're gonna talk about is the neighborhood plan implementation. That one's different in that neighborhood plan implementation is a local tax fund, so it is not federal funding, so we are able to approach it a little bit differently. Okay, next slide, please.
Hey, we're gonna work out a technical difficulty here. I think we might be muted online.
Oh,
Okay.
y'all are so patient. Thank you.
So, Colleen, if you could tell us, I know we had pizza for lunch, but if you were to make lunch for the whole room, let's go in detail every vegetable you would cut.
Okay, so I love Brussels sprouts. Does anybody else love Brussels sprouts? I mean, I know they smell funky sometimes, but they're good, right? And then if you put some like mushrooms with the Brussels sprouts, maybe some pine nuts on top of that, a little Parmesan cheese, so good. Roast it, maybe broil it, melt that cheese, good stuff. Real good stuff. I'm telling you, good stuff.
No, Pauline, squash and
Oh.
zucchini.
Karen has something different. I do like squash and zucchini sometimes.
Yes, real good, tender and really.
You have to be careful. It can get too mushy if you try too hard.
Good seasoning.
You all are coming through clear. Thank you. Tommy says we're good, so we're gonna get moving on with the presentation. Now that you all know I love Brussels sprouts. All right, so the two non-housing funding opportunities, community development grants and neighborhood plan implementation. Okay, next slide, please. Maybe, possibly. We already talked about this. Yay, next slide. Okay, so let's talk about the community development grants first. So I said this is $500,000 that is available in CDBG funding. What I want you to take a note of from this slide is that the due date for this funding opportunity is different than the housing. So this one is sooner. The due date on this one is May 9th. That's because we want to get the money out and let's start beautifying spaces. And also this is not necessarily construction that's going to require as much intensive detail as those housing applications are going to. So we'll talk about that later. Okay, next slide. Sorry, I talked about how it's that $500,000. We have now all of this information, like Tommy said, is in the NOFA. So I'm not gonna reiterate everything that's in the NOFA here. I just pulled out some highlights about making sure that before you apply, make sure you're an eligible respondent. Gives you an idea on our project timeline. So we want to make awards by the fall and then you can spend that money down and implement your projects through December of next year. Since this is CDBG funding, it has to meet both a national objective and an eligible activity. So CDBG and HUD have 3 national objectives that are listed there. For this award, only the first 2 could possibly apply. For benefiting low and moderate income individuals, that's most likely. That's the majority of the type of awards we get for this type of funding. But that is where you look at everyone who lives in a certain area that you want your projects to be, and they have to fit certain income guidelines. Again, more of this detail is in your NOFA. For eliminating slum and blight, you should know if that's you because you've done a blighting study to determine that the area is blighted or it has been designated by state or local law as being a blighted area. So you should know. And as I said, the third one for this funding source does not apply. And for this set of funding, we have set the eligible activity as public facilities and improvements. We have our national objectives, you have to meet that, and then you will also have to meet the eligible activity of public facilities and improvements. Next slide, please. And so this talks more about what is that eligible activity? What is public facilities and improvements? This language is pulled directly from HUD. So this lets you know exactly what they're saying. The important things to keep in mind here is that it's public. Okay, so that's why when we think about an area benefit, this is something that is benefiting all the residents who live in an area that has predominantly low-income individuals living there. There's some other qualifications and criteria that goes into more detail in the NOFA, but that's what this area is. Same like if it's a slum or blighted area. It's benefiting everyone in the area, which means it's open to the public. So this could be something like a park. This could be something like a community center. But the important part is that it is open to the public. It could be a community garden. But again, even if it's a nonprofit, nonprofits are eligible to apply, but it is open to the public. An important note for this is that we have received some questions from nonprofits that are like the Friends of XYZ Park. And it's a city park that they want to maybe put in a new playground or do something like that. The important part to note is that if you want to do any work on city property, we need as part of your application a letter from the head of that department, for instance, the head of the Parks Department, that says, yes, I'm good with this. Yes, this is what we've agreed to do. This is what they're going to do. This is what I'm going to do. This is what they're going to pay for. This is what I'm going to pay for, so that it's really clear. We don't want to make an award and then have the Parks Department say, hold the phone. Like, we can't do that. We can't do that. What were you saying? Why'd you say yes to this? So we want to make sure that that's all worked out ahead of time. So just really make sure to keep that in mind if you're wanting to do work on city-owned property. Okay, and next slide. Okay, so this just goes into some examples. These are in the NOFA, but wanted to pull out just some examples of what we think about as community, as neighborhood beautification. This is not exhaustive. There could be other things you're going to do or that you propose that you're creative because you have a project in mind that you want to put forward for this funding. But this list just gives you some ideas of some of the things that we were thinking about when putting together this award. Important for this NOFA is that ineligible for this funding is site acquisition. So we will not provide funding to purchase land. So site acquisition is not part of this funding, which does mean you need to present and provide site control as part of your application. So either you already own it or you have an option to buy, but we're not going to pay for you to buy it. Or it could be, we had one question where someone asked if it could be on leased property. And that could be fine as long as you have, again, support from the property owner. That's like, yes, this is my vacant lot that's next door to where, whatever. And yes, they're gonna do this. And yes, this is who's gonna do what. And I agree that all of this can happen on my property during this time period. And just making sure it's really, really clear for us that you have the authority to do what you're proposing. Okay. And of course I put on here choice limiting actions. Remember that CLA we did earlier today? That applies here too. So that fact sheet that was handed out and that's available on the handouts online, that applies to this funding as well. So we must complete the environmental review and have that signed off on before you can move forward with the work on the property. Next slide, please. Yes, you guys already saw this earlier. So this is just copy from the earlier slide, reminding you that that environmental reviews are required, as we discussed earlier, and that choice limiting actions, if you make a choice limiting action, what happens? You lose your money, right? We don't want to do that. Nobody likes it. It doesn't feel good. So just make sure if you have any questions about whether something is a choice limiting action or not, please ask. Just reach out to us and ask.
Hey, Colleen, can I add a little piece here? I had mentioned someone over here working with the school district and they're doing an environmental review. This is kind of gets tricky. We've had incidents where they thought their environmental review sufficed and move forward. That it does not. When we say environmental review, we mean our own in-house staff performing what we know is the HUD, meeting all those regulations that we need them to meet. It has to be our own. If you get yours, great, but it's not a substitute.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, so next slide, please. And on this, I guess the most important part here, like down at the bottom, this is what Anita is alluding to, right? Is that that there is a request for release of funds from us and HUD authority to use the funds. That will come from us, and then that tells you you can start work on the property. So wait till you get that from us, so you know that your environmental review is complete and approved. Next slide, please. Thank you. For this process, it's going to be very similar to what we discussed earlier today. Once we receive applications, we will do that initial completeness and eligibility review. So as we've said all day, and we will keep saying, answer every question fully, upload every attachment that we ask for. If you have a question about it, please email the CDA NOFA at stlewis.mo.gov. If you have a question about the content of the application, if you are having technical difficulties with the portal itself, then you can email CDA grants at stlewis.mo.gov. And we're going to talk more about that as we go through the platform in a little bit here. After we do that completeness and eligibility review, then we'll move into rating. Everything that we're going to look at for rating, how many points you can get, how we're going to weight your applications is all included in the NOFA. So you know what we're looking for. We're not trying to hide anything. Once we do the ratings, we will make our determinations on who to offer funding reservation to, which like we talked about this morning. And then from there, there will be some additional documents we may need to collect from you so that we can go through the contract execution process that's required by the city. And so that's some of those things you heard earlier today, like CBI, so our business clearance, making sure we have all of your documents, that your insurance is up to date, all of those things. So we have those so that we can successfully execute the contract with the city of St. Louis. And then once we get the contract executed, then it's just monitoring. And this is so we will be monitoring on our side. This is a reimbursement grant, which like some of those we talked about this morning, you incur costs, we pay you back. Okay. So you will submit to us proof of your expenses that are in line with the eligible expenses that have been approved in the budget and as part of your contract. And then we'll reimburse you for those expenses that you've incurred. So you need to make sure it's not a check that we talked about this morning. It's not a check that shows up the next day. Okay, so that's pretty much the process, and that's what I've got for community development grant speed dating. Okay, question, yes.
Have some of the qualifying, I guess, things to do. Is fencing and sculptures included in that when it comes to artwork, and then the fencing as far as maybe, maintaining maybe a garden on the entire lot to keep out, unwanted traffic or, stuff like that?
Yes, as long as it does not prevent the area from being open to the public.
Okay. Even if it's a revolving gate, so that's around, it's a revolving gate or some kind of way where they can get in and out, but still kind of like it's secluded, but you know what I mean?
Mhm. Yeah.
Okay,
And-
and it mentioned about nonprofits, being able to utilize private property and with permission. What happens if the nonprofit dissolves? What happened to that improvement?
So first, I'm gonna remember that I didn't say your first question before I answered it. Okay, and so the question was, putting a fence around property, if that's an eligible expense, or an eligible use of these funds, and fencing would be, especially like it's a garden, you need to keep people from walking through the middle of it, like things like that. So the answer to that would be yes, that would be something you could submit in the application. And then the next question is if you partner with a nonprofit or a nonprofit is applying.
And you said they have, there's a lot that's adjacent or right next to it, and they're using, and it's private property, and they're leasing it or using it. And you said that it's possible to do that, right?
Yes.
So what happens to if the nonprofit dissolves? Say for instance, they built garden beds or they built a greenhouse or something like that. What happens when, the nonprofit dissolves? What happens to that improvement?
We have had instances where nonprofits have dissolved, and I'm gonna be honest with you, I know more how to answer that on terms of what happened with the funding than necessarily like what happened with the property itself, like the stuff that was put there. Unless anybody else here has some ideas on how to answer that, that might be something I have to check on and then add to the Q&A list to get back. Anybody?
I would just say, I'd hope maybe you could find another nonprofit to take over. You know, the maintenance and the upkeep of the space.
Other questions? Yes.
Compliance period.
Ooh. I see.
You said it was like, they followed suit with some of the others.
Yes, but it's not the housing timeline. It's because it's not like because it's not a loan, right? This is not a loan. This is a grant. So that's why. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Thank you for reminding me. So the question was about the timeline for the funding and about there being like 5 years of it needing to be used a certain way or 15 years, like we talked about earlier. So this is a grant. This is not a loan. And so that makes it different. And so that's why I'm trying to remember. I think that it is going to depend on the proposed use for how long we want the property to be used in that manner. Let's see. Double checking the NOFA to see if we put anything specific in there, and we did not. So that'll be another question we add to the Q&A. Thank you. Okay. Any other? Yes. I'm sorry, I just can't hear you. Can you say that again? So there's some examples listed further in the NOFA itself. But we also do, but I will say that we state in the NOFA like other neighborhood beautification projects that you want to submit for funding. And so if you can qualify it under that public facilities and improvements, so something open to the public and that we are, and You tell us in your application narrative how this is neighborhood beautification and how it benefits the neighborhood and how it's something that the neighborhood wants. Maybe the neighborhood association wrote a letter saying we want to do this with this lot or something like that. That would be helpful. We don't want to restrict you from being creative. And the question was, could you could you expound more on eligible activities for the grant? Okay, let's take maybe one more in the room so that we can keep moving and get back on time. Yes.
That's just the first thing that comes. But it used to be a vacant lot, and now it's a city community garden.
Mhm.
It's another grant that something to pay. I was just wondering, okay, which will apply to the vacant lot grant for vacant lot, and then also apply to this community development grant to that.
So you can layer different sources of funding, but what you can't do, of course, is like use the money twice for the same thing, right? Bill, do you have anything on that if we wanted to do? Oh, and the question, I'm sorry, the question was, if there are other funding availability out there to, for example, acquire the property, especially since this funding source is not paying for site acquisition, if then you could apply for grants such as the vacancy to vibrancy grants to acquire or do some work on the property and then also apply for the community development neighborhood beautification grant to do additional other work on the property.
I think just to clarify, the question was about vacancy to vibrancy grants. What is that? The Vacancy Collaborative, in partnership with the Missouri Department of Conservation, someone else, not CDA, has a different grant program right now called Vacancy to Vibrancy Grants. It's I think $1,000 to $5,000 small grants. That's not run through CDA. That's through Missouri Department of Conservation and the Vacancy Collaborative. You should definitely pursue those grants for your project. And then in addition, look at our community grants for neighborhood beautification and community green spaces, which is separate and much larger expected projects. The minimum grant would be.
Yeah, 50,000 is what we're thinking about for our minimum grant. So we want to be able to give a sizable grant so that you can complete a project. You can really get something done on these vacant lots, on these. And that's all included in the NOFA. Wait, was there anything online? Tommy, were there?
Oh, yeah.
Were there any online hands before we move on?
I'm gonna lower everyone's hands online, just, there are a lot up, so just go ahead and, start over. So we got, I want to just make sure everyone's hands are raised, for this. So we're gonna bring Gordon on. Gordon, can you unmute? Please? Gordon, go ahead and unmute.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, go ahead.
Has LRA agreed to allow this land to be used for greening and not just development? They have blocked, and LCRA as well, they have blocked purchase in my neighborhood for greening projects. And so will LRA agree to let the land be used for greening or farming?
So this funding opportunity is separate at this point from LRA, unlike what we discussed earlier, where we are focused on LAR properties. If you are unable to obtain site control for the lot in question, then for what is allowable under this grant, then it would not apply. Bill, would you add anything to that?
But has LRA agreed to it?
We are not doing this fund in conjunction with LRA. That's what I can say at this point. So you would need to contact them if you had a specific lot in mind.
Okay, thanks, Gordon. Let's bring Jennifer Allen on. Jennifer, can you unmute?
Yeah.
Okay, we hear you loud and clear.
Okay, this is in regards to environmental review. We actually already have site control, but the question is, how long does it take for CDA to do your internal environmental review? What's the process of initiating that? And if you haven't had that done yet, does that essentially mean you should not be applying this year?
I would say for a beautification project, that the environmental review timeline that I provided earlier of 2 to 3 months is realistic, and we could probably do it faster than that. And it definitely puts you ahead since that you have site control already. Does that answer your question?
Well, because we don't have that done yet, I'm assuming that means we can't apply this year since it's due May 9th. I just want to make sure that's correct.
So we do the environmental review after we receive your application and you receive a funding reservation.
Got it. Thank you.
Of course.
Okay, so thank you for all your questions. We're going to move on. Any other questions that we didn't get a chance to answer will be in the Q&A document. And if you have any further questions, again, please send them to cdanofA@stlewis-mo.gov. Okay.
Just quickly, Colleen, we have a few from the chat. I know we want to move quickly. A few people have asked, can you confirm the beautification grants are reimbursement only?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay, so next slide, please. Okay, so now we're going to talk about the neighborhood plan implementation, NOFA. As I said earlier, this is a little bit different because the funding source for the neighborhood plan implementation is local tax funds. This is not federal money. So some of the things look a little bit different. Choice limiting actions aren't a thing, but still make sure you do what we say we're going to do when you're going to do it and talk with us. But it's not as strict. It doesn't have to be as strict as what we said earlier this morning. This is following the same timeline as the housing NOFA. So this one does have that due date of June 13th. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so up here on this slide is just an overview. Again, those highlights about this funding opportunity. All of this information is included in the NOFA. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail on this one because it's included in the NOFA, but also we offered this grant for the first time last year. And there is a recording of that session where we went through a pre-submittal workshop just for neighborhood plan implementation that is linked to on the CDA webpage and on those resources that Tommy shared with us just about 30 minutes ago. So if you really want to get more in depth about the background of this, where it's coming from, all of that, some more of the very, very detailed specifics, go to the NOFA. And you can also review that video. And if you have any further questions after that, please, again, just submit them to the CDA NOFA email address and we'll get to those. For this neighborhood plan implementation, the few things that I'll highlight, we have $1.5 million available from the City of St. Louis Economic Development Tax Trust Fund. Would like to say that this is a tax that was approved by city voters. So you all said, this is what we want to use some of our tax money for, is to implement these plans we have for some of our neighborhoods in St. Louis. And so thank you for that. Eligible activities for this funding is solely for the implementation of approved neighborhood plans that were approved within the last 6 years up to planned approval by by July 2025. So that is a small pool of neighborhood plans that are eligible for that. The link to all that information is included in the NOFA and on the website. But so before you apply for this, I would just make sure that the neighborhood plan, and when I say neighborhood plan, that is a plan that has been created in coordination with planning and urban design with the city of St. Louis and published and was done with community. And so it went through a very robust process to develop that plan. And so the intention of this funding is to help implement activities that were outlined in those plans. So so please apply, but just make sure that you're eligible, an eligible applicant for eligible activities when you do apply. Next slide, please. And again, this is just reviewing what the evaluation process and contracting process will look like, very similar to what we've seen already. All of this is included, well, up to the ratings and bonus points and how we're going to evaluate your application is all included in the NOFA. And then we'll move through our regular process, the funding reservation, contract execution, and funds release and project monitoring. A difference with this funding source is that, since this is local funds, we do have the potential to give some funding at the front end so you can get the project off the ground and then work with you through in tranches or chunks, like I would say, of funding as you progress through the project. We're not like guaranteeing that at that point that that's something we'll be able to do, but we do anticipate hopefully being able to make some funding available upfront for this award so that you can get your project going and moving. Okay. Next slide, please. That's it. Any questions about neighborhood plan implementation specifically?
Okay, so the community that I serve is Oak Valley neighborhood, which we don't have a plan and it continues to be that way every year. However, we now have an upcoming plan that's coming up in November. It's supposed to be, I guess, discussions about it. Would that allow us, even though we don't have one yet, but it's one coming this year, do we have to wait till next year?
We would love for you to apply next year. Yeah. But yes, we do need to have that, but because we want to make sure you can take action on the plan by the end of 2026. And so that's why the plan needs to be in place. So you know what activities are part of the plan so you can really act on them and know what you're asking for.
I was, and have the girl right on outside of the easement here. That's on my building and I've set up a meeting with CDA. So I'm still trying to develop the block that I have, even though we don't have a plan. It kind of kicks me out of keep continuing developing that block with that building and making sure that it is also a tourist site because it's one of the 28 murals, right? So but it stagnates me in the development and the funding that I could use for that lot and for the community to add to that development. So that's why I was asking, do I have to wait till next year?
Yeah. So what I'll say, the question was, sorry, I keep doing the questions at the end, was that they plan on starting, that they don't have an active plan right now, but may by the end of this year, and if they would still be eligible to apply for this funding cycle. And the answer is no, but once the plan is in place and adopted, we would love to see an application in the future. Any other questions on neighborhood plan implementation? Yes, sir.
CDA contact CDA.
So I believe the question was, what's the timeline for contacting the EPA and going through that process? Is that right? I could be wrong here, but I don't think that we'll directly have to engage with the EPA. We would just do our environmental review here in-house. And depending on what type of, well, since we're talking about the neighborhood plan implementation, this is really going to be like. So are we referring to the neighborhood transformation and beautification grant? Okay, thank you. Yeah, depending on the program, the environmental review could take, so if it were neighborhood beautification or the neighborhood plan implementation, the environmental review could take a pretty short amount of time, up to like 2 to 3 months. Under the housing programs, a large project would take 4 months at least, most likely. Yes, so I'll do that environmental review with someone on my team. And to initiate that, we'll just need a complete project description and a full set of schematics for whatever your project is, which means the site plan, building elevations, floor plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Tommy, do we have anybody online?
Yeah, we have some folks with their hands raised. I see Christopher has a question in the chat that I'm pretty sure we discussed. He also has his hand raised, so I'm gonna bring Christopher on. Christopher, can you unmute?
Yeah, how you guys doing? Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Hi, I'm Christopher Peoples. I'm the Executive Director of the Brickline North CDC and also Economic Development Director for Great Rivers Greenway. I wanted to ask my question parallel to Karen's question about the O'Fallon Place neighborhoods. So the Project Connect neighborhoods obviously have their plans under draft review right now, and are slated to be approved in early June. So would those neighborhoods still be eligible for this year's funding?
Yes, it is, because the anticipated adoption is before the cutoff of July of 2025.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. And everybody heard that question because it was online. Okay.
Darren has their hand raised. I'll try and bring Darren on. Darren, can you go ahead and unmute?
Yes, greetings. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Deron Collins Bay. I'm the president of Ujamaa Community Development Corporation and Black Family Land Trust in the Mark Twain neighborhood, but our service area is much larger than that. My question is on the slide, there was at the bottom bullet point said no housing production, and a lot of these neighborhood plans include housing production. So can you elaborate on that for us?
So for this specific funding award, housing production is not eligible. And a lot of that has to do with the timeline of implementation, that it would take much more money than we have available, and much more time than we necessarily have available, based on how the timeline for when the tax funds come in and when we know how much money that we will have. The plans that we have, bless you, the plans that we awarded from last year that are working on are including things like some community organizing, some neighborhood beautification in terms of cleaning up parks, installing fences, art benches, art mural, artworks or sculptures. There are some that are doing some updates to some existing commercial facades, some work in inside some of the neighborhood parks. So those are the types of things that we awarded last year that were part of the neighborhood plans, even though those plans did also have housing as part of the plan. I think most of them usually end up having housing as part of the plan. It's just not something that we can fund with this specific set of funding.
Okay, thank you very much. Real quickly though, so say that I was to take an option on 20 parcels that may be on one city block that we intend to redevelop. Would the clearing of that land, such as the wild trees that have grown, would that fall under this? And I understand it's also anything that falls under the sloop as well. So can you go into that?
That's a very good question. I'm not sure. I would have to look into that further. I think again, it would have to be tied back to something specific within the neighborhood plan. So in the application, we do ask you to specifically cite where in the neighborhood plan the activities you're proposing exist. So you could tie it directly back to that. Knowing that you're doing that in anticipation of further housing development, but you would not be using this award for that. It may be allowable, but I want to just make sure before I give you a definitive answer. So it will be on the Q&A. Thank you.
Okay, we have an interesting question in the chat from Ian, who writes, the previous neighborhood plan implementation NOFA was using ARPA funds. Is there anything different with using city tax funds?
So the previous neighborhood transformation grants, or NTG, might be what.
Plan implementation.
Right.
last
Neighborhood plan implementation last year was not funded with ARPA. It was funded with local use tax funds, but we did have a neighborhood transformation grant award that was funded by ARPA. And so it could just be, we have lots of things named neighborhood transformation or neighborhood implementation that are very similar. So I would anticipate that that would maybe just cause some confusion in the names. But neighborhood plan implementation last year was also funded by use tax
Let's bring
or
Rhonda
economic development tax.
from the Zoom. Rhonda, can you unmute? Rhonda, can you just click unmute and we'll hear you in the room? Rhonda Jones?
Oh,
Hey, Rhonda.
there she is.
I'm here. I didn't have a question though. I've been here all day. It's been a great conference. My neighborhood won't qualify because we won't be ready. So I got the answer to my question.
Well, thank you for joining us, Rhonda.
Rhonda, let's
Thank you.
find my contact information. Let's learn more about what you're working on, okay?
Exactly. Thank you.
All right, so thank you everyone for your interest in both of these funding opportunities and all the funding opportunities we have. As you all know, we're trying to move along with our agenda. So I'm going to wrap this part up. If you have further questions, please send them to the CDA NOFA email address, and we will make sure to get them answered as we post those answers weekly. So thank you.
That definitely deserves a round of applause for the housing team and for all of you for hanging in. I hope you're all doing okay after lunch. No 2 o'clock lag.
There is
We
some
are
fresh
gonna-
coffee brewed in case you need it.
Hey, good point. We do have coffee in the room. So we're going to move on to sort of the technical side of the presentation. Before I get into that, just a couple quick housekeeping items. We did have a sign-in sheet passing around on a clipboard, I believe. So if you did not get that, please make sure that you get your name down so we know you were here today. We also did print a few more copies, hard copies of some of the handouts, if you want to grab one of those. Otherwise, they are available online and you can print them as you like them. We're going to move forward now to the Salesforce portal and how to create your profile. And we are not going to go through every question of every application, but we will go through an application to show you the functionality of Salesforce and how to add your items into some of the fields. And that functionality spans across all of the available applications. So just some of the questions may differ, the specific questions. So hopefully this goes well because technology. I'm going to do my best to share my screen. Let me make sure I pull up the right one. Share my screen.
What, you want to share your whole screen or,
Probably, yeah.
Is it via Safari?
Yes.
Okay, click on that.
While Stephanie is pulling that up, I will just point out that one of the handouts that we shared today, and that is on the handout list on the website, is a user support guide for the community portal. It just has some screenshots and step-by-step instructions for some of the very basic things that you'll need to do within the portal, like creating your account, how do you start an application, save it, submit it, go back to one you started later, and how you can upload documents, complete some of the tables. So I just wanted to point that out, that you do have this resource for any of those questions that you might have.
Inside of Salesforce.
Mhm. So what she just shared, thank you for that, because that's a good point, is that inside Salesforce, you can't necessarily print out your entire application just based on how it's set up in different sections. And so what she's suggesting, how she filled it out, was like had a Word document with the answers to all of the questions and was cutting and pasting from there, because that was a lot easier to work on her narrative questions, especially that way, and paste them into Salesforce and write it in directly into Salesforce. And that way then she still has it and can use it for other applications. So that was a suggestion shared in the genius of the room.
Okay. Thank you, Tommy. And
You
thank
ready
you,
now?
Colleen, for stalling. All right. So I'm gonna be careful what I click now. So the link for the portal is a live link in the NOFA document. Okay, so when you go through there and you find that link, it will take you to this page here. This is our second year with Salesforce. We're always making improvements and we are always learning too. And we have the wonderful Chaitanya, who is our Salesforce administrator, helping us. So a big thank you and a round to her for her efforts in making the improvements. And she's also the respondent to any technical issues. And she's been on top of that and fixing everything promptly. So thank you so much, Chaitanya. And she's here today to help in case we need help. So. Okay, so when you get to your portal page, the first thing you're going to need to do is to create an account. I do want to point out that you want to create your account in the name of the applicant. Okay, so yeah. Okay, that's the easiest question all day. Okay. All right, very good. So for example, if you're working with a consultant who is filling out the application for you, make sure they are creating the profile in your entity's name. The main reason for that is that profile is going to be stored in here for use anytime you want to apply to something. Okay, and if it's in the consultant's name, we're not awarding the consultant, we're awarding you, right? So make sure that they're preparing the profile in your business name. If you want to list that consultant as a contact person, that's fine. That's fine. But we want the portal to be created for the entity who's requesting the award. So first you'll just click on create account and enter your information. I have to make up a name. Okay. CDA, NOFA. CDA, NOFA. Email. I hope this works. Okay. Now you'll see after I've entered the first name, last name, and email address, the next line down, the username appends that .cda to the name. This is really important because once your profile is created and you try to go back into Salesforce after you've exited, your username is not your email address alone, but it's your email address .cda. Okay, so if you're having trouble logging back in after you know you've created an account, check that first. That's the first place to check. And if you are still having trouble logging in, then contact us and we'll help you out. I can't share my password, sorry. Hope I got that right. Okay, so I missed something. Okay, passwords do not match. Okay, let's try again. Okay, I need a number. Okay, great. So, so now I've created that login and you'll come to a screen where it invites you to apply now. When you click on that apply now, you will see a list of all the available open funding opportunities. Okay, these are all of the programs that we have talked about today. I am just going to run through a for sale application. Again, we're not going to go through every question on every application. I'm just going to run through a sample application to show you the functionality of the program because they're all going to function basically the same way. If you do have any issues specifically, technical issues, let us know. Yeah, I'll just stop there and continue. Okay. So we're going to go to the housing, I think. What am I missing?
Scroll down.
That's as down as it goes. Okay, start new application. Click start new application. I promise you, I've been through this a couple of times already. Okay, so you start a new application. You're going to have on the left-hand side your progress throughout the application. So each of these sections are going to start out with a red button. As you complete them, they will turn green. You can save a section and return to it later. Okay. So we're going to start with the account information. I've got the account name, it's Workshop Test, country US, street 1520 Market. So this address will be the address of the developing agency. Okay, so you put in your agency information. All of the red asterisks are required fields. Is this firm a certified women-owned business enterprise? Now, I will indicate that any certification can work to your advantage. However, if you need to count your women-owned business and minority-owned businesses towards your project for compliance that we mentioned earlier on, you will need to be certified with the city. Is this entity a neighborhood association? I'm just filling these out because they are required. And now I have to come up with a federal ID number and it has to be in the right format. I'm making it up. Hopefully it works. 2, 3. The date of your IRS determination letter. So regardless of the type of entity that you are, whether you're non-for-profit, for-profit, LLC, LP, or what have you, you will receive an IRS determination letter. So that's the date that they're asking for here. Your UEI number, this comes from sam.gov. We mentioned earlier that all entities receiving federal funding need to be registered with sam.gov. If you are not currently registered with sam.gov, you can proceed with your application by obtaining a UEI number. There's a two-step process on sam.gov. You can get your UEI number and then continue your registration later. So to proceed with the application, you do at a minimum have to have that UEI number. Okay, and there's a link attached here to go to sam.gov if you need to access that website to obtain that UEI number and to register. Okay, so if you're needing to register, but you'll need to take a screenshot or print out your registration form or whatever it is and turn that into us and show us that you have initiated your registration. Okay, registration does take some time. So it's not likely going to be ready. If you're just registering now, it's not likely going to go through fully by the time the application is due. So if you just send us proof that you've started your registration process, we'll accept that for the time being. Once you receive your reservation, that registration will need to be fully complete before any payments come out for your project. But as we talked about prior, that can be about an 18-month process, so that should be plenty of time for that to occur. I need a valid UEI number too now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I forget how many numbers they are. Okay. Your type of entity. These are very simple drop down, yes or no boxes. I'm going to try to go through this as quickly as possible. CUBDO or CHODO, if you are eligible, please send in those documents, okay? The CUBDO certifications are valid for a full year, okay? They're renewed on an annual basis. The CHODO applications are per project, so you will need to submit a separate CHODO application for each project. If you're submitting more than one application, make sure you submit your CHODO application to each one. Okay. Confirm your account information. See, the federal ID is gonna 9 digits. Okay. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Okay. Tanya, can you help? 12 digits. Says 9.
The UEI?
No, the UEI is 12. This is why you don't wait till the last minute. In here? I remember there was a little. Oh. All right, what am I looking at?
46.
So do you have anything, Chaitanya?
Did that work?
It's not.
I think on the federal ID, you don't do the dash.
Yeah, the
Well, I
dash-
remember that having a
not
little
putting the
struggle
dash
with
in
this
the division.
before.
No dash.
What, settings? Oh, that's not bad. Let's go back up. UEI is the blood. PCR, this. PCR, estrogen. It's not. Yeah.
Not working.
Does it
Sure.
match the name of the organization? It's probably not matching the name of the organization.
I don't think it matters.
No.
So the question was, does the UEI number pertain just to the city business license? Is that correct? The UEI number is federally given, so that's going to be separate from any city business license registration.
But you need the UEI for the.
Sam.gov.
For the
The
CBI.
UEI for the CDI.
Yeah, that's why we always recommend that people sign up on sam.gov quickly, because then you get your UEI faster.
CEIS.
IRS.
Well, now it's deleted all my other stuff. I'm just gonna move forward.
Yeah, I'm not sure. You said that you're struggling to find your legal business name? Mm-hmm. Have you registered your business on sam.gov? Okay.
I know that website is pretty particular about including the LLC after your business name, if that's how you're registered.
Usually how we find a UEI, and so the question is how to find your UEI on sam.gov, is there's a general search bar, and that's what we're using to look up entities and find their UEI whenever we're completing paperwork as well.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and continue. I'm just gonna skip over that first page right now. I think everyone pretty much gets the idea. You put in your agency information. Chaitanya will continue to work to make sure that those fields are accepted. So it did not save the information, but I'm just gonna go ahead and jump to the next one. The next section, which is that's your username. Yeah. And it will, when you do your email address, it will automatically append that .cda to your username. So when you go to log in again later, you'll need to make sure to include that. Okay. All right, so your proposed project details is a table. When you click on add, it will bring up the fields for you to fill in. You'll go through each of those with your information. And when finished, you can save. And you can continue to add as many as you need to. So if you have, say you have a project with, multiple addresses, you can continue to add each of those as many as you need to. Okay. Once you've added in your information, it will show you, it will be listed there. You can see it says 1, 2, 3. That was the project name I just gave it. You will have an edit button or a trash button. So you can go back and edit that project if there's something else that you need to change or add to it. How do I get out of here? There we go. Save your changes. Then it'll take you back. Okay. The next section is your your project information. On this screen, it's very important. On this screen, right up at top, there's a live hyperlink. Download here, for sale pro forma template 2024. You need that. Okay, make sure you download that pro forma. That will be the next section of our presentation today. We'll go through that, but you will need to upload that into your application after you've completed it. So this is where you'll download it from. And it even asks you before, as a required field before you go forward. I've downloaded the newest version of the pro form for loading. So we're going to say yes. Then you'll go through, fill out your project information, answering each of the questions directly and completely. Some are text options, some are drop-down options. I am on the third. Are we okay? That was a little more showmanship than I was ready for. I'm on the third section, this project information screen. Okay. Okay, your previous development experience. There's another tab here, or I'm sorry, another table here. Make sure you're providing information for each of these fields. Okay, am I going too quickly or too broadly? I was trying to keep it concise, but if I'm not going into enough detail, tell me. We're doing fine? Okay, all right. I know it's a long day. I want to try to be as brief as possible, but effective. I'm listing your most recently completed projects. Again, all of these questions, even if they're not marked required, they are important information that are going to help us effectively assess your project. So please make sure you answer everything completely and fully. Save and complete each section. Okay. I'm now going to move on to the next section, which is your property information. Again, you can add as many properties as you need to once you have filled out all of the fields for your first property. Okay. Click next. It's requiring me to go back. But when you have your information in there and you go to next, it will allow you to keep adding as many as you need to. Okay. The next section, property photos. This is a feature that I personally really love, and I think a lot of us do. So this is your opportunity to upload photos.
One on Zoom is not muted. We fixed it. Okay.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's see. Okay. So it does give you fields to upload from different angles of your property. You have your exterior front, exterior back, right side, left side, interior photos. You can also add as many photos as you want to each of those upload portals. So just because it says exterior front of site, you can upload multiple photos of that front exterior. Okay. Development team and schedule, once again, is another table. You can add as many as you need to. Save each one. Next section, another table. Again, add as many as you need to. Complete every field. This one includes relocation information as a housing project. Okay. Exhibits and forms. So there are a few documents that we're requesting that are forms that we provide you that you need to download, sign, and upload and re-upload. So on your exhibits and form template, that's where you will find those documents. So when we get to your attachments screen and it's asking you for certain documents, if it's something you don't recognize, it might be on that previous section. Okay. So this is where you're going to upload all of your supporting documentation. So you have your pro forma will go here, for example. When we get to the pro forma, you'll see that there is a page that requires a signature. So what you will need to do is do 2 uploads for your pro forma. One is the entire workbook. Then you'll do a second upload, which is just that sheet that needs the signature on it. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Said that's found on the exhibit the form,
Mhm.
Pro forma.
Okay, so the pro forma is accessed on the project information tab. Project information is where you download the pro forma. It's at the top of that page. Two uploads. The workbook is like 12, 13 pages. So it'll make more sense when we do the pro forma next as well. But just a reminder that you can upload more than one document to a single portal, single upload portal. So the pro forma is downloaded. Once again, the pro forma is downloaded from the project information page and uploaded to the required hard copy application and attachments. You upload it here. Download it from project information, upload it to the attachments page. Okay. So all of these are required. Make sure you include each of these attachments with your application. Okay. So the pro forma is downloaded on the project information page. I've gone back to it here on the screen if you want a reminder of what it looks like. So it's this link right here at the top of the page. There's a required field asking you if you've downloaded the pro forma. So you won't be able to go forward until you have answered this question, and it will remind you to download it. Okay.
And Stephanie, if I can add here just for a little more clarification on it, the link that's in the applications for the pro forma for some of those worksheets or like the conflict of interest statement that Stephanie was showing, when you click on that link, it takes you to that main CDA page that has all the links on it. So if you clicked on it and you're like, it's taking me to the neighborhood transformation website, that's what it's supposed to do, because that's where all of the links are, and then you'll download the pro forma from there. So there is that like one extra step as you scroll down to get to all of the available information. So if you're trying to find it right now, that might be why you can't.
Thank you. Very good reminder. Then we've got some feedback. We would love some feedback from you all on this process. As I mentioned, this is only our 2nd year using this platform. And we are very eager to hear how it's going for everyone and make any improvements for the next time around. So we appreciate any of your feedback there. Here is your list of certifications. Please read each one of those. This is that section that I referred to earlier where you have to certify that your costs are enough to cover the project. That's in this list right here. Make sure that you're reading each one of those and you understand what you are agreeing to and what you are certifying that is true. Okay. And then we have a signature page. Don't forget to sign your application. Very important to sign your application. Okay. So again, as I was just kind of running through the pages rather quickly, just to kind of show you what it looks like and how some of the tables and entries function. All of these are still red, but as you complete them and you save and continue, these will all be green. So these will all need to be green before you submit your application. Okay. And once you have completed all of those and you have saved it, then your submit button will be available to you. Okay. Now remember, as soon as you hit submit, that triggers the federal nexus. So what are we going to not do after that point? No choice limiting actions. Okay.
Say it louder, all together.
CLA, CLA.
Okay. So roughly that's what all of the applications are going to look like. There'll be some fields to enter text. There will be some drop downs, maybe some radio buttons. There will be those tables. You'll need to save each section and make sure everything is green before you submit. Okay. Yes. Printing is not an option. However, you can do just what I'm doing right here. You can go in and start your application and just click through the sections and see what the questions are. Correct. I don't think so. Chaitanya, are there word counts in any of the response boxes for text? No. Oh, thank you. The question was, the question was, are there any character restrictions on the text boxes for responses? And the answer is no. Yes. Thank you. Please include that in your comments. Yes. Okay. We do not have that function, no. So if that's a resource you have, the question was, the Affordable Housing Commission, you said? Yeah, that they had an online tool to assist with the market analysis. CDA does not have their separate own tool. But if that's something that you are familiar with and you would like to utilize for a market assessment, I'm not sure what it looks like. I can't at this point in time say whether or not that's the level of market analysis that we're looking for. I don't know. I've never seen it. But yeah. Is Pam in here?
No.
No, she's not in here. Okay.
A realtor or broker you're working with can provide that.
Yeah, I was just gonna see if somebody wanted to provide a little more explanation as far as what we're looking for with the market analysis.
Comparable properties, namely.
Yeah, just to see if the property can support whatever you're gonna sell for. You know, you don't want to sell a house for I'm making up numbers, 275,000. If all the other houses in the block are worth 75,000. You know, just can it support that sales price, or if it's a rental, can it support those rents? Those are the kind of things we're looking for.
You don't want to enlist somebody on that professional level, you're really doing yourself a service. Because just like the gentleman said, he can offer a lot of information that you're going to need for the product. So, and to help in terms of.
Well, that's.
Thank you.
Did you have a question?
Question in reference to the formal worksheet. Correctly. I know you mentioned there's resources available that you can download that information and enter it in, then attach it.
Yes.
So
Yeah, so the download is through the application. It will download as an Excel workbook. Yeah, so then you can do all of your entries there and then upload it back to the Salesforce platform. Okay, so the question was, can you do exactly that? And the answer is yes. Yes. Sure, gentleman in the back.
Creating comp for a community that's been anticipated. How you figuring that out, what is working now? The basic construction cost is correct. No?
I'm not sure I heard the question very well.
How you create comp, a neighborhood that's been long anticipated without comp, from homes that were created, how are you comparing it? Side of those, tagging or not? It's only construction.
So, Bill, do you want to take that one?
So the question was, how are you gonna create comps for a neighborhood that doesn't have any comps? My best advice would be to solicit the advice of a broker. You are a broker, okay? I mean, I mean, you can look at our market value analysis. That's a tool that we have on our website. It's something that HUD has us produce every 5 years. There may be some helpful information there, but I mean, you just might have to tell us what you think the market is, you know, and what these homes can sell for. And yes, yeah.
Hey, I'm doing this in Alton, Illinois, where we did tax credit housing, and are going out 72 to 85,000, which in that neighborhood though, sold higher than 50. And with the broker, we all stand for fair price, and then we become the market. Because as you sell, it shows that that's the market value, and then it helps. So the first ones you're kind of crossing your fingers, hope, and to state the right amount, then you become your own market.
And we did that. The houses, we literally uplifted that market. It had only been selling 70 and 80,000. So the upfront, 150,000 in that next. So we created to build off that.
You submitted this application.
Keep what they said for the sun.
Construction all out.
You can use MLS information. So
There's a
you,
lot of conversations going on. It's hard to hear.
I think the short answer is yes. We would be taking that into consideration. We're going to be reading whatever you put down about for the market value analysis, and if that is a context that you're working within, that's something that we would take into account as well.
All right. So we are kind of back on track with our schedule, our timing. We were going to break for a few minutes, let everybody stretch their legs, use the restrooms, get a drink, whatever you need to do. And then we'll come back here at 3:30.
So if I could just really quickly say though, before we do that, if anybody is applying for pro housing or intends to apply for that, since that is an opportunity to have a mixture of for sale and rental housing, you have to do one pro forma for each and upload both. So if you're submitting a project that includes both rental and for sale, you need to complete both pro formas and upload them to your application. Whereas with the home, you're either picking at the front, whether you're doing for sale or you're doing rental. So just one difference.
Okay,
break.
Thank you. We'll break until 3:30.
Y'all come back, you hear?
We're almost there.
That's alive. Your energy is.
Okay. Yeah, because I was trying to think of why what it is.
My goodness, man, it's wild up, I'm telling you, and I am sorry if your stuff has gotten lost in that. It's been a lot. Put this all together.
Used to be a lot like.
Turnout, unfortunately.
Not lie. I miss it too.
So,
I miss it
yes,
too. I know, it was very, I was a big one.
Looking for your Kings Highway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, I'll take a look.
Yeah.
No problem. Thanks for your patience and understanding.
I needed to go, but I'm gonna stay. So are you gonna apply for funding through the beautification?
That's being recorded city, so it's all day on that.
That's very helpful. Yes, thank you. Appreciate it.
And this is.
What organization?
Down, it was led and.
Was it? So if, I'm not sure, that, I don't think, that doesn't sound familiar to me. So I would get that it wants to be administered from a city department. I'm not sure. That doesn't sound like something.
It's not easy.
Okay, yeah.
It's just hard anyway, you know, so.
Yeah, well, you're working with a different.
We
department
feel
and-
too, trust me.
And the CFO of that department said that they looked at it.
Whatever, yes. We're applying. Okay, awesome. I guess me involved.
Okay, that's
Well,
fine.
at least knowing the way that the city works, generally, even if,
It is.
so for us, and I don't know how much it was, but even if it was signed.
Yeah, whenever you send
They
an
would still have to go in
application,
front
you'll
of the
have, I
board of
imagine,
Management. Most city contracts have to go in front of that board, and so generally there would be one more step in the process where the comptroller, the mayor and the third person, the city councilor have to review that, and then they also have to approve it. So I wouldn't, like personally, I wouldn't. It made it to the first step, and now they have to kick it to the next board. And the thing about ENA is they only meet once a month. And so that's, I mean, it's always a big thing around here. So what day is it?
So there might not be a public.
It could be, usually we have to get our stuff to them by the first Friday of the month, because they meet on the third week, and so they need everything like 2 weeks in advance. So that could be why he was getting that rush, so that he can make sure he's getting that. That's just a guess, but it's definitely possible. Short thing. That's totally okay, yeah. With us? Yes, yeah, I mean, my cubicle is here, but did you take a card? You go for the building, you're in city, option sign. Yeah, let me write that.
Right. Field assessment. That,
Right.
they are, they have like certain.
The other people, it is, look it up, it's guidelines, funding down.
No, yeah, it's just, it's a contract. It's just, using the option to divide the property, price that you set. If you, without putting anything down, and I mean, yeah, it's not especially minor.
I didn't know that.
You don't even have to do that. It's not, it's really just, normalize the fact that they're selling to you.
Right.
But you wouldn't have to be down. And that's when, right, even past that, once we complete the environment for you, then we would.
I can't provide any, like, I might go there.
Appreciate that. So your permission back. Haven't done.
You'll call, sometimes I respond better to a phone call. I see that. They do like really big projects, kind of out in St. Charles, so like trying to look at the buildings so that they can. And then there's something named geotechnology.
That's not part of the absence.
There are five there. It is. Have you broken or anything? Share. No, I'll have more information about.
Just contact the LR.
Yeah. Do you have any specific questions?
I have no idea how this process, it totally.
A lot of it, yeah. What did you do?
So a.
Right. Well, A is recorded, and we're gonna send out the report. And all.
That's the next to Irv.
Yeah, if you RSVP for the event. Yeah. Okay, did you sign the sign-in sheet? Okay, let me take down your email address and I'll make sure that we get you that. If you don't mind checking real quick, yeah.
Oh, I can. That's a lot of turnover. Oh.
Those folks, yeah. No worries. Partnering with you all. That's awesome.
But then like, I don't know.
I know it's been a long day, and the future might break this up over the course of a few days. Pause for a second.
Can you all hear me?
Are we gonna go with, are we doing gumbo? We go with butter. Okay. So Marnita, can you hear us? Okay, so someone in this room is unmuted. Stephanie's unmuted. Okay, I'll bring this back. Thank you for everyone's patience. Something.
Muted.
So it is Stephanie's.
There is an echo.
Gravois. Mirepoix. We're gonna bike there. We're gonna bike there. Okay, it's back.
I can hear you clear.
It's back. Mirepoix and foie gras.
Tommy, the audio is back. We're good.
Yeah. On Gravois. Getting loopy.
Yeah.
You hear us?
Mhm. Let's talk about food.
Okay. Say you're good. Okay, sorry for the interruption. Thank you. Okay. Uh, Okay, we're back on. Thank you.
Okey doke. Home stretch. The next document we're going to look at is the pro forma. So any of the programs you're going to be applying for with the housing applications, you're going to be utilizing either a rental or a for sale pro forma. Not the whole workbook, no. That's what we're going over here. That's a massive workbook. Yeah.
Where
Yeah.
can you find it?
What?
Where is it?
On the page.
Hold the mic.
It's a reminder.
You can download the pro forma from the project information page of your for sale, pardon me, Salesforce application. Okay. So there are, you're going to see when you go to download your pro forma and it takes you to the web page with all the documents. You're going to see the CDBG and home for sale, CDBG and home rental. You're going to see pro housing for sale, pro housing rental, and home ARP rental. Okay. So each one of those does have some variations that are specific to those programs. Okay, so make sure you're selecting the correct pro forma for the application that you're completing. Okay. With that, the sheets within the workbook are all very similar. There's just some specific questions that may be different for the different programs. So I'm going to go through a rental application, or I'm sorry, a rental pro forma with you, kind of the same way we just did with Salesforce, where I'm going to click through and show you the pages, explain what it's for, and point out the areas that you need to complete. All of the for sale tabs are within the rental. So everything we cover in the rental is also in the for sale, with the exception of two tabs, which I'll do separately. Hope that wasn't too confusing. It's a long day of talking. Okay, so the first page, the first sheet of the pro forma workbook is an instructions sheet. Yes, ma'am. Yes, the question was, can you download the pro forma, work in it, and then re-upload it? And the answer is yes, it is an Excel workbook. So when you download it from Salesforce, it will download as an Excel workbook. You can work in it on your own computer within Excel, and then you'll upload that document back to the upload portal within the application on Salesforce. Okay. Okay, so tab number 1 is an instructions tab. It will tell you what's needed on each page of the pro forma. We also have those handouts that I added a couple notes for each tab as well, and kind of tried to help you understand what the tabs are used for. Okay. The next tab is the compliance information. We also provided those in the handouts, the separate ones for the rental and for sale. They are within the pro forma for your easy reference as you're filling out your workbook. The general through the entire workbook, all of the yellow fields are what you will need to complete. Okay. This compliance page is for your reference. It is to help you make sure that you're going to be in compliance with your application. There is a section here with some yellow fields for you to fill out for some explanations if you're outside of the percentages in that top section. As you're filling out these pages through your workbook, it's going to automatically calculate this page for you. So it's all blank right now because we don't have anything entered. But as you're entering your numbers and your data, it's going to calculate on this compliance page for you. So once you've completed that, you can come back to this page and it will tell you if you're within the limits or not on these different pieces of compliance. Okay? So it's a very useful page. Not a lot for you to do on it. There are just a couple of places to fill numbers in. And frankly, this page we're not looking, well, I shouldn't say that. We do reference this page for compliance. So we do hope that you'll utilize it as you're filling out your application and you can make some adjustments through the numbers along the way if needed. Okay. The next tab is your development budget. So again, all of the yellow fields are for you to complete. This does include the header at the top. Make sure you're putting in your project name, project address, and your name as the developer. The development budget is going to be inclusive of all costs for the entire project, hard costs and soft costs, costs that you're asking CDA for, and costs that are coming from other funding sources. So once again, this is the entire cost of your whole project, start to finish. If you'll see here in the middle, the construction costs are not yellow fields. Those are automatically going to populate for you from the next tab, which is your construction budget. Your construction budget is only hard construction costs, okay? Development budget is the entire project. Construction budget is only hard construction costs, okay? There are some opportunities to provide some notes. Please utilize those as much as you can to give us as much detail as possible. So for example, if you're using a 5/8 drywall, let us know that, because that's a little bit more than what might be expected, and that can work in your favor. If you're identifying some superior materials, please let us know. Okay. This is the page that will need a signature. Okay. Your contractor needs to sign off on this and certify that these costs are real and reasonable to complete the project. Okay. So you can print just this page. You don't have to print the whole workbook. You can print just this page, get your signature, and then you will upload that signed construction budget back to the pro forma upload portal on Salesforce. Okay. You will also upload the entire workbook. Okay, so both. We need the signed page and the entire workbook. The next page is your sources and uses. Again, look for the yellow fields. Those are the areas that you will need to fill out. Okay. The sources and uses page show us where all of your funding is coming from for the project and what parts of the project it's going to go to. Okay. So we've got the permanent sources is the first section. This is going to cover the total costs for your project. Okay. And then, so basically your development budget tab, all of those costs are going to show us where they're coming from. Too much, too much. Little less. Is that better? Worse? Right there?
Then scroll to the left.
To the left.
Oh, I think that's better. Yes.
Is that okay? Is that a little easier to see for everybody?
And you can
Okay.
also look behind you. You don't have to stare at us. If you want to look at the screen behind you. I'm nearsighted also.
I have got one in my bag, but I hope I make it. Yes, my battery is dying on my laptop, so hope we make it. It's in my bag right here. Okay, so the permanent sources at the top is going to be inclusive of your whole project. We want to see that this is a complete viable project with the exception of the CDA money that you're asking for. The second section is your construction costs. Okay, so this is the construction budget tab. You're going to show us where all of those funding sources are coming from. What are you doing? Okay, no problem. Okay, there is a section for additional notes down here at the bottom. If there's anything else or any detail that you need to let us know about your sources and uses for the project. The underwriting section in green is for CDA use. Next tab is your rent limits. Okay, these are published by the Housing Authority. These are the current limits. So if you are on a rental project, you will want to consult this page and make sure that any utilities allowances are within those limits. And the only thing for you on this page is this box at the top with the yellow fields. The rest is reference. It's the published limits for you to reference. Next, we have your units and revenue. Once again, always look for the yellow fields. The yellow fields are what you need to fill out, okay? This page is going to be a breakdown of your units by bedroom, by your AMI that you're targeting, number of bathrooms, square footage, and rent. You're going to list some other income sources in this section here. Do you have anything miscellaneous or interest coming in? Do you have paid laundry that you're utilizing towards your incomes? Those types of things. There's also a line for any other that's not listed there that you want to provide us. Also include down here in your total units, your accessible and adaptable units. Bill talked earlier about the Section 504 requirements for 5 units or more. You will need to provide the appropriate percentage of units that are accessible or adaptable according to the Section 504 requirements. Okay. Next page is your operating budget. This is going to list all of your revenue and expenses to operate your rental property on an annual basis. Okay. Next page is your operating cash flow. A lot of this calculates from previously entered data. Again, always looking for those yellow fields. There's just a couple of places for you to add in some detail to finish those calculations. And that's all you have to do. The sheet will calculate the rest for you. Okay. So this is going to demonstrate that you have cash flow to sustain operations for your rental property for the duration of your compliance period. Next tab is your capital needs assessment. So no doubt there's going to be some maintenance and repairs needed throughout your compliance period of that 20 years. So this is a calculation sheet for you to ensure that you have a budget to maintain those repairs along the way. We talked about how we will be doing inspections and ensuring that these units are kept to a quality standard for the tenants, and this will help ensure that you're able to do that. Next page is your MWBE participation. This will be your opportunity to list any partners, including any professional services, subcontractors, and the like that our certified MBE participants. Okay. These last three tabs, we have your loan calculation sheet, your drawdown sheet, and the Exhibit C. These are for CDA use only. You don't have to do anything for those tabs, okay? Those documents will be utilized post-award. They are utilized for both creating the legal documents that you'll be entering into with CDA, as well as processing your draw request when you submit your invoices. So we take all this data directly from the pro forma to transfer to those documents and those uses. So nothing for you to do on those last 3 pages. And those are on each of the pro formas. Okay. I hope that helps it look a little less scary. Okay, a little bit. The for sale, I'm going to try to bring up the for sale and just point out the couple of tabs that are different on that one. Give me just a second to navigate my screen. How do I switch my document?
It's a totally different thing.
Mhm.
Where is it?
It is on the downloads on the computer.
Oh. Oh, gosh.
I'm not afraid to admit I need help. Got it. Okay. So okay, so this is the, am I sharing? Yes, I'm sharing. Okay. This is the for sale pro forma, very similar. Have to go back. Okay, well, I'm going to keep moving regardless. So the pro forma for sale projects also has your instruction page, your compliance information, your development budget, construction budget, and sources and uses, which is where we are here. Where it starts to differ is the next tab. Instead of all your rental unit information, you're going to have your sales purchase information with the home buyer. So on this page here, again, yellow fields are for you. You'll fill out your estimated home price, down payment assistance, interest rates, PMI, all these things that it's asking for there, and it will calculate for you the percent AMI that those numbers are going to accommodate. So the for sale has to accommodate 80% or less AMI. So in this red section here, that's where it's going to show you what that percentage is. So that needs to be 80% or less. based on the numbers you're providing with your purchase price, any down payment assistance. Remember, CDA will be providing down payment assistance. That must be included in your budget. Okay, so usually CDA will provide somewhere around $3,000 to $5,000 per home. You can calculate that in there. That's part of your funding reservation. So you're going to be requesting your hard construction costs plus that down payment assistance for your project for each unit. So if you have 3 units and you're requesting 5,000 in assistance for each unit, you're going to include a total of 15,000 for home buyer assistance so that you have the home buyer assistance and your construction costs included in your ask from CDA. Does that make sense? That's kind of important, and we've only talked about it just now. Okay. Any questions on that?
Stephanie, we've hand raised on Zoom.
Okay.
Want to do it?
Sure.
So we'll see Sean. Sean Sims has a hand raised. Do you have a quick question? Sean, go ahead and unmute. Sean lowered his, now he raised his hand. Sean, go ahead and unmute and ask your question.
My question is surrounding the developer's equity.
We hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My question is around developers' equity.
What about it?
Is there a maximum or minimum amount that the developer can add into the project?
There is not. You can add as much money as you'd like.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean.
No. Mm-mm. No. There is not a minimum, but it is encouraged if you have the equity to do so. Okay. You also have your MWBE tab. Okay. And finally, hang on, I have to enter a password. Just cancel you. Okay. And finally, the other tab that is exclusive to the for sale pro formas is the rental analysis. Earlier in the morning, Bill talked about the rental conversion requirement. If your home does not sell within 9 months, it will have to be converted to a rental property. So this worksheet here helps you calculate how to do that in an equitable way and ensure that you will be able to sustain that property for the duration of the compliance period, which is that 20 years. So again, just look for the yellow fields. Yellow fields are for you. Okay, and then the sheet will calculate the rest. And those are the only differences from the for sale and the rental. The other tabs there are the loan calculation, the draw, and the Exhibit C, which again is for CDA use post-award. Okay. Questions? We'll start over here.
What happens if one of the other property? Are you still able to sell the property, or are you responsible for the loan for the next 20 years?
Okay, I'm gonna kick that to Bill.
Whenever you could sell it, so the question was, what happens if it's been 9 months, you had to convert to rental, and you could sell it like the next month? You could still sell it. That's what we want. We don't want a for sale project to be a permanent rental project.
Okay. We had another one over here. Yes, in the back?
And so doesn't the borrower go to the bank, maybe I want to misunderstand, no, they go to the bank and the bank determines what interest rate they have, which is in the interest rate for each of the home buyers. If you're constructing something, how will you know, I'm confused, how will I know for each home buyer what the interest rate is and who the home buyers are?
Sure.
I'll take that.
Yeah.
So the question was, how can you plug an interest rate? You want to pull that, thank you, Stephanie, into that sheet, because you don't know who the buyers are and what bank they're going to go to and what interest rate they're going to get qualified for. So what we would advise is to put the market rate in right now for whatever that is. And obviously, some folks may get better, some may not get that rate, but that'll give you an idea. And if it's affordable to somebody at 150% of the area median income, it's not going to be an eligible project, you know, because your sales price is too high. They can't afford it with their income and things like that. So a lot of people kind of skip this section. At some point, we'll make it so you can't. Did we ever fix that?
Not this time.
Not this time. Okay, next time. But it does help us. It helps you to know if you can sell the property to someone making that income.
And then to follow up on that, in the bottom section of this worksheet is another section for CDA underwriting. So this is where we're going to plug in the actual numbers when you have a home buyer. This is part of our verification process that your home buyer is eligible. So when we get those actual hard numbers from the specific banks and the specific home buyers with their income and that kind of thing, we're going to utilize the bottom section of this sheet as well. Okay. Yes, Marion.
Marion Kaufman with Benny's King Apartment Homes LLC. My question is regarding owner's equity. One of our projects, one of my companies own the property, but another one of my companies will make the application as the developer. When I consider owner's equity and put that on the application, do I include my holding company and my development company, the amount that both of those companies have contributed to the project?
Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So the question, it is a good question. So the question was, I hope I can articulate it as well as you just did. So basically, the developer has two businesses. Both businesses are going to be contributing equity to the project. Do you list both of those entities? And the answer is yes. You'll list the combined equity from your businesses that you own that are going into your project. Okay. Yes, sir.
So you will have to calculate what one of our systems will be later, so you know that generate a fund.
So you can use this sheet and you can play with the numbers. You can plug some numbers in and see how it brings your sales price down and how that lower sales price then is going to affect the AMI that can afford your home. Okay. So again, like I said, we usually do somewhere around 3,000 to 5,000 per home. You can ask for what you want. It may or may not be approved, but you can see how much home buyer assistance is needed to get that AMI to 80% or less with the sales price that you're needing to sell it at to get the project to do what you need it to do. It, like Bill said, if it's coming in at 150% AMI, even with some down payment assistance, then this might not be the right funding source for your project. Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, you want to try to make that adjustment and make it work. The sheet will do the math for you. All you have to do is plug in the number. So right down here where it says, it's in the top section, it says CDA home buyer assistance. I don't know, do I need to blow this up a little bit more? So right there where it says CDA home buyer assistance, okay, that's where you're going to plug in that number that you're going to ask us for, okay? So it says up to 20% of the sales price. That's the maximum you can request for your home buyer assistance. So if you hit that max and the AMI is calculating in this red section right here, It's the middle row. Your percent AMI is still over 80%, then you will not qualify for this funding because it needs to be able to be sellable to that AMI. Yeah, does that help? Okay, good. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry if you already said this, but as far as rental, and if it's several homes, can you put them all on one sheet or you have to do it individually?
So rental, so are you asking about single-family homes that are going to be rented out? Okay, so the rentals, I believe, are structured to be a whole project. So if it's 5 single-family homes that are each going to be rented separately, you're still going to be addressing that project as a whole. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
But can you pull up the sheet where you enter all the addresses in for the home buyers?
And let's, we're gonna do a few online questions, okay? So, after we, do this.
Yeah,
go ahead, Bill. Yeah.
I can't scroll left.
Oh, it won't go to that tab?
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Really annoying. The little screen and having Zoom running too. Yeah.
There we go.
Which one do you need?
The development budget.
Okay. So this is the screen for the home buyer. And you can see, you could put up to 11 addresses on this sheet, but you're gonna list address 1, address 2, et cetera.
Full screen.
And you're gonna plug in all your numbers there. A lot of them are gonna pull over from when you put the construction budget in, but then those addresses will also pull over onto that sheet with the interest rates. So you'll have that there, and I think that'll, and once you get into this and start entering stuff, you'll see how it calculates. You'll get a better idea of how it works. If we had more time today, we would have done like a demonstration where we ran through the whole thing, but unfortunately, we don't. So.
And you list them there. What do you put on the budget sheet?
So this is the budget sheet?
Yeah.
So
This
for
is
the,
different from the
yeah.
rental. Yeah, this is.
The rental is just the one column as for the project as a whole. On the for sale pro forma, you have each individual address. Correct, yes. So this is the development budget on the for sale projects that allows you to break out each address separately
By house.
by house. And the same thing on the construction budget. So you have the opportunity to list your costs for each individual home.
Me too.
Understandable.
Say you have 5 houses that are gonna be for sale.
Yes.
Construction budget would cover those 5 houses, so you gotta do each one individually.
For sale projects, each home is listed separately. Correct.
Address 1. That's all your construction. Address 2, it's gonna work like that. So you're gonna put in all these different categories for each house.
Okay. And
Isn't on the end, you have to not do this sheet, but a separate sheet for the construction.
Get paginated.
Or no, this is the construction.
yes, ma'am, this is the construction budget. Yeah. Okay, okay. If you're good, I'm good.
Let's go on Zoom for a little bit, just because we have still have about 107 people in the cloud watching on Zoom. We want to make sure that they're part of this meeting too. And for people on Zoom, I think we're asking pretty technical details about spreadsheets, our favorite thing. So I think we'd actually prefer if you just raise your hand so we can clearly understand the question. I think that'll just be easier. But if for any reason you don't want to, I'm still going to go through the chat and the question and answers, okay? So Akiva has had their hand raised. Akiva, can you go ahead and unmute?
Sure. Appreciate the effort that the CDA team has put into this event thus far. It's been a tremendous learning experience. Just had a couple of questions that I jotted down throughout the day. First off, do properties that are currently under ownership but have a need for rehab qualify for the housing production monies to add additional units and dwelling spaces?
So are these units currently occupied?
Units are non-existent, but they're able to be added to a current property.
Okay, so I'm just trying to clearly understand the scope of the question. So it's a multifamily property that is occupied, but you're wanting to add an addition with new units.
Not, it is a the property in question is a multifamily property. However, only part of it is occupied as of right now. Part of the property is vacant and needs the rehab work in order to become livable.
Okay, so what do you think, Bill? That sounds like a vacant unit turn.
Well, I would say we have a minimum number of units, so it has to be at least 4 units for us to do a rental project.
Correct.
And on that, is there a maximum number of units?
There's not a maximum, no,
Got it.
but a minimum of 4. And keep in mind, you need to have a good property management team because of all the compliance regulations. You'll have a long-term relationship with us, for 15, 20, 30 years. So unless you want to do that yourself, and I advise against that, it's better if you have a property management company to do that. Just from experience, some of the so-called mom and pops haven't worked out really well on these long-term relationships. So we found better success when there's a professional property management company.
Right. Got that. Now, appreciate that. Now, if in such a scenario where that would be the case, when putting in your sources and uses, would we want to include current equity and debt that's in place as well as monies towards the construction, or do you want to look at it as a completely separate opportunity?
If I understand the question correctly, I mean, you need to tell us all your funding sources that you have for the project. Equity, yes. Not everybody may have developer equity. Some folks may be getting a bank loan. If you're going to use your rents for your project to kind of support that, you could include that there. Does that answer the question?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Appreciate it.
Akiva, Jacob has had their hand raised. Jacob, if you can just go ahead and unmute.
All right, perfect. Thank you. Couple quick questions for the pro housing. Do we need to show funding for that since the funding is kind of the project?
I can, or you can.
Did you hear me?
Yeah, sorry, we were
Okay.
we were trying to decide who was going to answer. So the short answer is yes, because likely the amount of funding available for the pro housing is not going to cover all the costs. So
Gotcha.
we do need those applicants to bring something with them.
Can we utilize the sale of some of the units we're selling? Like say we use the 3 million to build units. Can we utilize the sales as part of our financing? I mean, I don't mind getting like a bank letter, but when it comes like, I just think, you know, when it comes to showing the funding, like you can utilize the 3 million to generate more funds that you could then put back into this. So I guess that's what I'm curious on how you guys will look at that, or will I show like another, my bank give me a letter saying, yeah, we're approved for another 2 million, but really what I'm doing is utilizing what I have already made, selling some units to put back in to do other stuff.
Colleen.
Or is that?
I'll take, I guess, you know, on your, I thought the screen showed the sales prices that we expected
Yeah.
to be part of that. It doesn't. Maybe scroll back up. I'm sorry. Home sales proceeds, okay, under permanent sources, so, yeah, your sales proceeds are gonna be part of that. But that's probably not gonna be enough. You know, cause you're not gonna have any money to do the project if you're just solely relying on sales proceeds, so you're probably gonna have a bank loan or some other source of equity.
Gotcha. Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. Jessica has their hand raised.
Hi, again about sources and uses. If some of our funding we are hoping to get from other grants we're applying to, in that case, let's say we're awarded through this NOFA for whatever the application is for, and let's say we don't get the other funding that we were looking to subsidize this work. Is there an opportunity after the award is given to talk about how those funds will be used now that we have a better understanding of what our actual funding will be?
Okay, so this is a really good question. So first off, what I would say is when you're filling out your sources and uses page, you can include those potential sources with the grants that you intend to apply for. And I would add it down here in the notes, that's what's going on, that's your intent to apply for those and it's not secured yet. If that may or may not play a factor into whether or not funding reservation is offered. As if we look and there's nothing else secured, with just intent to apply, it might not be the right timing for us to go ahead and allocate funds for that project. It may be better to apply in the following round. Is one thing that may happen. The other thing that may happen is if we were to go ahead and offer a funding reservation for the project, knowing that those additional grant applications are pending and those grant applications do not get approved, you would have still within that 18-month period of your valid funding reservation to try to come up with that gap. So remember, your funding reservation is good for 18 months with the possible one-time extension for an additional 6 months if needed. So you could potentially then apply for an extension on that and have that reservation extended up to 24 months. And then you would have to come up with that development gap within that 24 months. If that was unable to be accomplished, then we would have to rescind that current reservation and invite you to reapply again when you have the additional funding secured.
Okay, thank you. So to be clear, it wouldn't be a renegotiation, so to speak, of the funds that have been reserved. We would just be to reapply. Okay.
Yes.
I don't see any hand raised. With our attendees, though, there are 105, so we do want your questions. And I think we just do prefer for you to raise your hand. Just so we can work through any technicalities. In the comments real quick, we'll just go through some questions. Is this pro forma only for the housing applications?
That is correct. So for for sale or home projects, I'm sorry, for sale or rental projects funded by CDBG or home, the pro housing, and the home ARP housing. There is separate documentation for the supportive services, and that's in the Salesforce application.
Great, and then another one from the chat, I think this is more in general about the NOFAs. You know, what if after going through all of this, they can't find a tenant? So that's, the direct question is, what if after listing it for rent, no suitable tenant is found? So I'm not sure where in the hypothetical time frame this question occurs. Can we briefly just comment on that?
Well, we can't close out the project with HUD until the unit is occupied by an eligible tenant. So we do withhold the last 10% of your final draw request until that's met. I've not really heard of projects not being able to find a tenant. There's an affordable, housing shortage, so I can't imagine that would ever really come into play.
Great, thank you. Sean has their hand raised. We're gonna bring Sean back on. Sean, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now.
We hear you.
Perfect. I have a couple questions, two parts. Can you submit the designs for recommendation or approval since we haven't applied for building permits just yet? And then my next question is, what if your project has 2 or 3 phases and you start phasing of the project and trying to secure material in terms of tariff? We don't know what the tariffs may be in terms of trying to buy material in bulk. Can you recap funds once you start the project?
I can answer the first part regarding the design review. And yes, we would definitely want to see the drawings and see them in a preliminary fashion as part of this application process. And we wouldn't want you to submit for permit until everything is approved on our end. So we provide a stamp on the drawings that then go to the building department later down the road.
A building permit is a choice limiting action.
Yeah, I think that's.
Yes. We were actually ready to start a while back, but we didn't. We hesitating and waiting on the next round of NOFA just to see if this project would be sufficient for funding.
So you would want to think about too, I don't know how your project is phased out, but if you are doing phases, you want to consider that environmental review requirement. So for example, if you're phasing out in the way that like phase 1 is demolition and site prep, and phase 2 is building on those same lots, once you hit submit on that application, you have to stop working. You cannot do any activity until you are approved for funding and the environmental review is complete. If you're phasing out in the way that you have lots 1, 2, and 3 through full construction are phase 1, and lots 4, 5, and 6 are phase 2, that's not the same issue. But just be aware of that if your phases are different phases of construction on the same lots, you'll need to be mindful of the environmental review requirement.
And let me add to that, I guess the question about the tariffs. So if I understood that question correctly, you cannot, buy materials for phase 2. Let's say you have a multi-phase project, you're only applying for phase 1 through this NOFA. You can't buy materials and use it for phase 2 because you actually can't do that with federal funds. I don't know if that was the gist of your question, but let me know if it wasn't.
Well, it really wasn't. We're just trying to lock in on material prices.
Okay.
That's the most important part of it.
Yeah, I mean, you can't buy those until the environmental review is done.
Yes, and also just another reminder, that if your project is 5 or more units of a multi-family home and 250,000 or more in total development costs, you will be required to comply with the Build America, Buy America Act, which requires your materials to be purchased and manufactured in the United States.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for your question.
Tony has a hand raised. Let's bring Tony on. Tony, can you unmute?
Yes, hello. I heard earlier that you all mentioned something about 3 bedrooms. Is it mandatory for rental properties to include 3 bedrooms or more? Or are you all opposed to like 2 bedroom apartments?
It is not mandatory, but I do believe there's bonus points for 3 or more bedrooms. Oh, I'm sorry, could you please specify which program you're referring to?
For the rental property?
For the
NOFA?
CDBG and home?
Yeah.
Or the pro housing? Okay, yes, then the answer stands.
Thanks, Tony. We're gonna bring Bobby on. Bobby?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Situation, if I want to do a total amount of homes, let's say 12 homes, can I do, let's say 6 of them in the affordable housing category and 6 of them in the pro housing category in 2 different locations? Would that be feasible?
The pro housing is already specifically identified properties.
Right.
So the short answer would be no, because the properties for pro housing are already selected.
Okay. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
I think we can go back to the room. We've worked through hands raised here on Zoom. We still have 100 people on Zoom watching, so I'm sure there's questions out there. Just go ahead and raise your hand or throw them in the chat. We do prefer you raise your hand just so we can have an exchange and get clarification. So we can come back to the room. It's also almost 4:30 and we've been here all day, but we want to work through this and make sure everyone's ready.
Yeah, okay, here, Michelle, about drawing. What I got is 1980 or something, so the original drawings should be a building. So are those drawings sufficient?
The question was the age of the drawings. So the drawings will show the scope of your project. So we'll want to understand what you're doing to that drawing. So if you've got existing drawings, you can utilize those to help your architect show what you're going to be doing as far as your new scope of work. But yeah, I wouldn't rely on the building department having those on hand because they don't have records of projects, especially that old. Yeah, typically what an architect would do is go out and measure everything and get your existing conditions and show what exists now and then what you're proposing as part of your project. And then we'd review that for you. And this preliminary review doesn't have to be complete permit construction document level. You can just, it can be a sketch, it can be very preliminary. We're just trying to understand the scope of work. Yeah.
Yeah. Once again, the preliminary design review is basically a yes or no if you are in the general vicinity of what's allowable. A full review will take place post-award.
I don't see any hands in the room. We have Darren on Zoom. Darren, if you can unmute, you have your hand raised.
Yes, I really enjoyed this workshop. My question is this: I noticed on the pro forma there was a line item for down payment, CDA down payment assistance, and I just wanted some clarity on that. Is that something that buyer would apply for through you guys? Do they apply for it through the developer? And is it something that can be coupled with, say, like what the city has right now. The city has a down payment assistance up to $50,000, and there are other agencies that do the same thing.
Sure. So yes, you can layer down payment assistance programs is the answer to that. With the for sale projects, down payment assistance from CDA is required. You must include that as part of your budget. So you will include the cost that you need for your construction, plus the cost of the home buyer's assistance that you will need to ensure that your property is affordable. The reason for this is the HUD funding requires that the property is used for a national objective for a minimum of 5 years. That home buyer assistance is how we ensure that compliance. So once you, as the developer or owner of the project, sell the home to a qualified buyer, we will release the developer of their obligation to the funding, and we enter into a new deed of trust with the home buyer for that down payment assistance amount that holds them to maintain that residence as their primary home for 5 years. Then they will be released from that. So when you find a home buyer that you believe will qualify, you're going to notify us as soon as possible. If you call us on Monday and say, we've got a home buyer and we want to close on Friday, you're going to miss your closing date. Okay. So we have some HUD required documentation for verification of the home buyers that we will go through. And we also need to request the check from the comptroller's office for that home buyer's assistance to bring to closing. So the developer will request the amount of the home buyer assistance as part of their budget. And then when you have a home buyer identified, the home buyer will be verified by CDA, and CDA will write a check for the home buyer assistance to bring to closing.
Thank you. So that means that the developer will have to calculate the difference between the sales price of the home and where that buyer falls in on the AMI, and then submit that difference to you guys for home buyers assistance.
That's correct. And you can utilize that home buyer worksheet that we were looking at. Home buyer affordability worksheet will help you with those calculations.
Thank you so very much. That is extremely helpful.
Good. You're welcome.
Saw Sherry had her hand raised and then went down, then up. Is there anyone on Zoom? We prefer you just raise your hand so we can clarify any questions. We're looking in the chat. So I'm going to read these out the best I can. Dina Scott asks, what about 1-bedroom houses? Can we just quickly talk about how a single family, anyway, what about 1-bedroom houses? Stephanie?
I'm not sure the detail of that question that we're looking for in the response, but I will say that what 1-bedroom houses are not ineligible. There is a desire for some smaller footprint houses, and we would certainly be willing to take a look at that type of project.
Okay. Duncan, do you want to read this one off? This is a little technical. There's a lot going on.
Sure. The basic premise of this question is for the beautification grants. They're asking if the funds come in on a reimbursement basis only after all of the work is completed, or if there is partial reimbursement after some of the beautification work has been completed.
Partial reimbursement is acceptable. We will have financial reports that we'll request from you at certain intervals. And so when you give the financial report, you'll be reporting what you have spent and provide the backup documentation to show what you have expended. And then we will have a reimbursement request for that amount.
Saw Cherie's hand go up and then down again. If you're on Zoom, just raise your hand. We'd really prefer to have you just ask live so we can clarify. But if you need to just chat in the chat, we'll try and read that off the best we can. Anyone in the room? I know we're all still hanging on. 4:36. Questions in the room? We're here for you to work through everything. After this workshop, as we've mentioned, there's instructions in the NOFA to send in written questions that we publish once a week. So this is the best opportunity to have that exchange. So we're here for you.
Yeah, let's start over here.
Yeah.
Yes. The question is if there's a need to apply to be a CHODO or a CUBDO. And the answer is yes. And those documents are included on the documents page on the CDA website for the NOFA documents. Just once again, a brief overview on how those work. The CHDO or CHODOs are for home-funded projects only, and they are required to apply per project. So if you have specifically a rental project, but I would go ahead and submit it for any project on the chance that we would apply home funds to that project. If you qualify, you should include that application as part of your NOFA response. The CUBDOs, the CBDOs, those are certified on an annual basis. So once you qualify for that, it'll be good for a year, and then you'll have to reapply. A CUBDO is required for any new construction funded by CDBG. So if you have a new construction project, you will either need to yourself qualify as a CUBDO, or you will need to have a CUBDO sponsor as a partner on your project. You do have to do both. The requirements are slightly different as far as the types of activities that are performed by the agency. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we did do some revised forms fairly recently that are fillable PDFs. Oh, the question was, are the CUBDO and CHODO forms fillable? And the answer was yes. Yes, ma'am. So there's not a specific maximum amount that you can ask for. Is that your question? Okay, the question is for new construction projects, is there a maximum allowable award? We don't have a dollar amount put to that maximum. Like Bill mentioned early on too, if you're asking for 4 million and we only have 6, that's not likely going to work out. So reasonable costs up to, we like to say about 50% of your project. Okay. Yeah. Anything else, Tommy?
If you're on Zoom, raise your hand. This is the big opportunity to ask questions directly to CDA staff. And people are hanging on. We're still at 98 here on Zoom. Giselle Thomas is on Zoom with a hand raised. Giselle?
Yes. Thank you. I switched from in-person to Zoom. So I wanted to know that this last form, is this downloadable to do, or could you start it and I guess screenshot it and then go back in to finish the form?
Are you referring to the pro forma workbook?
Yes.
Yes, it is actually an Excel
Okay.
workbook. So when you download it from the Salesforce application, it will download as an Excel spreadsheet.
Okay.
So you can fill it out, you can save it on your personal computer, come back to it later, and then you'll just upload the completed document back to Salesforce when you're ready.
Okay. Thank you. I ran out of change in my meter, so I went.
No problem. Thank you for attending.
Charnice has a hand raised, and we haven't heard from Charnice yet.
Hi, yes, I have a question. So if we have 5 apartments that we're looking to renovate and only want to do a few for affordable housing, can we do that, or do we need to, so I guess, apply for all of the 5 units?
So is it, so again, short answer is you can apply for only the affordable units.
Okay. So if we have 5, does that mean that 30% of them have to be affordable, which is one of the 5?
So it depends on what you're applying for. So if you have 5 units and you're gonna ask CDA to fund rehab for all 5 units, but you don't want them all to be affordable, at least 51% of your total units will have to be affordable. Okay.
Okay.
Or if you have additional sources, you can apply just for the portion of your units that are affordable.
Gotcha. Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Cherie, who had their hand raised earlier, is in the chat asking, can you do one house for sale or rent, or do you have to do multiple houses?
You can do one.
Just one. And their follow-up is also, how do you identify which homes in the pro housing area are eligible for grant funding?
There is a pro housing property list that is included in the NOFA attachments on the website that has exact addresses for which properties are available for pro housing.
So read the NOFA.
Read the NOFA.
Okay, great. Jessica has a hand raised. Jessica?
Yes, hi. I have 2 separate questions. The first, both of them you may have covered and I may have missed. For this, NOFA is technical assistance something that we can apply for as well, like for any of the grants? Let's just use like for sale housing, for instance, or is that where the encouragement for getting a dispersing agent comes from?
You mean technical assistance in completing the application?
For like reporting after we receive like a reservation or get the award for reporting, is technical assistance something that we can apply for as well?
You could certainly put in your application, just remember that it's going to increase your total development cost. You know, so that'd be more subsidy you're gonna ask for if you're engaging a consultant. So just keep that in mind. And I'm sorry, what was the second part of your question?
You pretty much answered it. The second question that I had though was clarification on the ownership portion or the acquisition of the property. If we're doing for sale, am I understanding it correct that you don't want us to have ownership of the property, or because I think I misunderstood something. I heard a lot of talk about having an option versus owning it if you're going the LRA route. So I just need clarification on what that is.
Go ahead. I got it. Yes, so there are some different criteria depending on which program you're applying to. If you're applying to the for sale or rental program with CDBG and home funds, the key thing is that acquisition of a property before the environmental review is complete is a choice limiting action. So your options are either to A, have full ownership of that property prior to hitting your submit button, or obtaining an option until the environmental review is complete.
That makes perfect sense. Okay, okay. And then obviously if we are doing the option, then we have we're including those acquisition costs in this proposal.
Yes, but again, you have to, depending on the program, acquisition may or may not be an eligible reimbursable cost with the CDA funds. So, and then also, just to comment on bills too, so if you're engaging a consultant, that goes under your professional services, which is a soft cost that is not covered with CDA funds. What will happen after your award is you will be assigned a housing development analyst. That analyst is going to work with you every step of the way for your CDA requirements. We have additional assistance with myself and Katrina for those more complex compliance pieces. And we'll be meeting with you on those as well for assistance. So I hope that helps clarify too. The consulting fees in and of themselves should be included in your budget if you intend to use a consultant, but may not be eligible for CDA reimbursement. However, CDA staff is available to assist you along the way.
That is perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Sean has his hand raised online, and then we'll ask the room if there's still questions here. Sean, you're back in the room with us.
I'm sorry. I'll get out you guys' hair in just a moment. I do have one last question. Can the EOR be completed before the application process? And is the PRO program different from the infill RFQ that was submitted or that was presented a few months back?
Okay, so first question is if the environmental review can be completed before the award?
Is there anyone out there that can do that before the application?
No, we cannot do that but prior to the award because we need to have the full scope and the preliminary drawings to be able to complete that environmental review. And there's quite a bit of staff time that goes into those. And so that's going to be committed for projects that are awarded a funding reservation. And then the second question was, I'm sorry, if you could repeat, please.
The PRO funding source or opportunity is that in conjunction with the infill RFQ that was presented back in October? Or that's something totally different?
It is different, but it
Okay.
is working to develop that same area. So does that, so yes, we are investing in that area to bring it up, but the two funding or the two different programs are separate.
Okay, perfect. And my last question, I'm sorry, is there a way to contact the office about other projects, or should we follow up with the alderperson and so forth with the department?
Can you be more specific about what other projects you're referring to?
Well, targeted projects.
Is this like
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
Sean, if you look at our website, maybe you're referring to, if you scroll down on our webpage, there's a section that says procurement.
Okay.
We can look at it now. I'll share my screen. I'm not sure what's there.
You also cover in your newsletter, right, Tommy?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you for pointing that. As we scroll down here on the website, let me double check, make sure this is showing up on Zoom. Yeah, scroll down, and as you're scrolling, check out Community Development Week, Happy Hour Tomorrow,
Oh,
5 o'clock, inner wine. We all need it. Subscribe to the newsletter, big time. And if you keep on scrolling, oh, we missed it. We have procurement. So you can see the current funding cycles.
mhm.
We have art RFP. And some other services. There's one for a specific property here, the old Virginia Theater down there in Dutchtown. And subscribe to our newsletter and you'll see when things pop up here for very specific projects. I think that's what you're asking.
Yes, that's
Okay.
that's fine. Thank you. Thank you, Tom.
Well, at 4:51, we're still here for you and we're here for you after 5. This is the big opportunity to work with us face to face as opposed to written questions. So there are hands in the room.
So the new construction, are they available?
Potentially, that would be up to you to apply for that. However, you're going to want to keep in mind that as soon as you get tax abatement, you're going to be required to comply with state prevailing wage, which can sometimes outweigh the benefit of the tax abatement. So you'll want to do that assessment for yourself. Funds will not be advanced.
They didn't ask the question online. What were the 2 questions you just answered for?
Repeat the question. Repeat the question.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry. We forgot to,
The AI that's recording us and typing notes via Zoom. It's gonna be great.
yes. So the first question was, are single-family homes eligible for tax abatement? And the answer to that was potentially you could apply for that, but you'll want to keep in mind that the tax abatement is going to trigger your prevailing wage requirement, which can in some cases significantly raise the cost of the project and may actually outweigh the benefit of the tax abatement. So you'll want to do that assessment before you follow through with that application. And then what was the second question? I forgot.
Acquisition.
The environmental review? Okay. Yes, yes. So the second question was if there's any opportunity for advanced funds, and the answer to that is no, it's reimbursement only. And that can be actual reimbursement or reimbursement of incurred eligible costs with evidence of invoices and such.
Say.
Oh, the environmental, the final question was if CDA performs the environmental review, and the answer to that is yes, CDA is required to do the environmental review. We are the authorization from HUD to do so on these projects. So a third-party entity will not be accepted, and if you do an environmental review with a third-party entity and proceed with any of those choice limiting actions, it will result in the rescission of your award.
We're supposed to all say choice limiting actions together and loud.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, choice limiting action. Yes, sir.
In the room?
Question is affordable for production, funding provided through the community development block grant. Then for like a property for redevelopment, it's already there, you want to redevelop it for affordable housing, that's the best.
Potentially. So that's the programs we've been talking about today. Okay, a community development block grant is actually what CDBG stands for, Community Development Block Grant, and that's the type of funding that we receive from HUD. Okay, so those block grants include the CDBG and home investment partnerships projects. That's the for sale and rental programs we've been talking about today. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Yes. So that, those programs are really kind of what you can think of as the open of the applications. You can come to us with with pretty much, I don't want to say any project, but it's open for you to bring properties that you own or properties that you're interested in acquiring, and that you want to develop. The pro housing is already identified specific properties, and the home ARP is specific to that permanent supportive housing. Okay.
Question.
Yeah.
So between Cobrillion and Aldine, it's lots there. Do it have to be affordable homes or can anyone build on those lots?
For the pro housing?
Not sure exactly, yeah, pro housing.
So for the CDA subsidized, yes, it's to be affordable. So the money from, I'm sorry, the question is for the lots that are in the pro housing footprint, does all the development on all of those lots, since we talked about how there's 51 of them, does all of that have to be affordable housing? And the answer is that for this, if you're requesting this funding from CDA, we want those 15, we want to develop at least 15 units of affordable housing within that footprint with this funding. But if a developer comes in and they do their own thing separately, that's their own thing.
So those lots are not blotted out. You guys don't own those lots.
They're LRA properties currently.
Yes, sir.
Particular area, city that you can, project.
Okay. The question is there any particular area of the city that you can have your project completed in? The answer is that anything within city limits is eligible. We do have geographic priorities that are in that NOFA document. Okay, so go read through that NOFA document, and you will be able to find the Economic Justice Index and the geographic priorities. Okay.
I'm still looking at this community development block grant. CDBG. So, saying 6 million, so you got a project for 50% of that.
So not exactly. So that's our total available funds for everyone. Okay, so the question was regarding the 50% requirement for CDA funds in relationship to the amount of available funds. So the 50% we're referring to is your total development costs, or your construction costs, I should say, your construction costs for your individual project. Okay, CDA will not likely fund more than 50%. Okay, so the more you can bring to the table, the better off you'll be to try to get that full amount that you need. Okay.
And with that question, I'll just note again, I'm not gonna do the full website tour again, but go to the city's website, put in after.gov/CDA. You'll find the link right away. It's the Neighborhood Transformation Grants page, where you'll find links to each of the NOFA, Notice of Funding Availability PDFs. There's detailed information. And then as you scroll down that page, there's resources where we'll put the questions and answers that people submit and the ones from today, the different documents you'll need. This is last year's workshop like this. Tomorrow morning, I will update this link by 9 a.m.-ish to be today's, and you can watch the whole thing. And then I also encourage folks to keep scrolling down and find this link, or just click the news link on CDA's homepage and read about last year's awards for these programs. So here's last year's home ARP, housing production. And so I think reading about last year's awards, and you can see the detailed list of what they're awarded, can help you picture the types of things that these proposals have gone through this process, have been rated. And so as you're picturing how you want to utilize this, use the resources available online and look at the past. You can also, and I'll turn it back over, a lot of information here, but you find our housing production and for current grantees asset management link at the bottom. And there's links to old awards, just lots of information. So, though you can't ask us technical questions, you can always get in touch with me and I'll show you where there's public information on the website. That's not free advice for your application, just I'll let you know where things are. So I thought this would be a good point to remind people that there's just a plethora of information online. We are getting to 5 o'clock, but we are here for you. This is the big opportunity to talk to us face to face before we get back into written questions. Let's go back to Zoom real quick.
You all know how to say here for us.
And we have Ashley. Ashley, you're in the room with us. If you can unmute. Hey, Ashley.
Hello.
Hi, we can hear you.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so my question is, if you already have two 4-family units that are on the LRA, well, you purchased through LRA, but the construction has not started, can those be presented? And if you have not purchased other units on the LRA unit, will we have to present them to you prior to the purchase?
So the buildings that you currently own, you have the full ownership of them, not just an option assignment?
Well, there's technically still under the option assignment.
Okay. So what would happen with those is if you choose to apply to these funds to rehab those properties, which you could do, you will not be able to close on that property until the environmental review is complete. So
Okay.
you're going to want to look at that timeline and those requirements with LRA for you to close. If there are requirements for you to close fall between the time that you hit that submit button.
Okay.
And I would say till probably we'll have to go through all of the rating and evaluations, posting awards, and then your environmental review process would start. So it's going to be a ways down the road. So if applying to this is going to cause you to potentially lose that acquisition because the timing's not working out, I would definitely, consider that and make sure you have all of those details before you apply or before you commit to the LRA property.
Okay.
Same thing again. So if there's an additional property that you don't yet have the option on, you would want to try to get that option to show site control with your application. But same thing applies. You wouldn't actually close on that property until you are awarded a reservation and the environmental review is complete.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
I saw a hand pop up here in the chat, but it went away.
We have a question in the room, though.
Yeah, we've got another one in the
Back to
room.
the room.
If you have a property that you own already, if you have, say, not the plaster down, put the wiring in, would that trigger a CDA?
Contracts that are completed prior to that submission of your application are fine. Okay, so the fact that the buildings, I'm sorry, I should repeat the question. The question is, if you already own a property and you have performed some otherwise choice limiting activities on the property prior to applying, is that going to cause an issue? The answer is no. Anything that's taken place prior to submitting your application will not be affected, but as soon as you hit that submit button, you have to stop all activity until you are awarded a funding reservation and the environmental review is complete. Okay. Yes. I'm sorry, which list were you referring? Oh. So the question is, there was mention earlier on about the Ville neighborhood with the pro-housing grant, and is there any other funding that's specified for an area? Is that, yeah, okay. Currently, no. We do, I mean, not specifically in that same type of way. Again, we do have our geographic priorities, and the Economic Justice Index map as a tool for you to see where our geographic priorities are overall for the city. But as far as like having that specific block of properties that we're targeting with specific funding, the pro-housing is that opportunity currently. You're welcome. Yes, sir. For the pro-housing? Okay, that's Colleen's turf.
I couldn't hear your full. Correct, so, correct, yeah, so the question is about how in the NOFA, we talk about how we'd like to prioritize existing homes as part of the pro-housing development, right? Okay, so yes, so of those 51 lots that are LRA owned within that footprint, or that are city-owned lots within that footprint, 7 of them have vacant homes on them. And so if possible, proposals that could rehabilitate those homes are encouraged. Yep. Seven have vacant homes on them. The rest, the lots are already vacant. There's already been demolished. And right now on the screen, what's pulled up here is the list of the different properties that are available. So you can see, like, that's a photograph of 2 of the homes that are available under the pro-housing NOFA. And then they're surrounded by vacant lots. See? Easy question.
And it's in the NOFA document online.
No, but as Tommy keeps saying, we're here for you.
We were, it's valuable.
That's true.
Yeah.
I don't see any new questions. There is a question in the chat from Dina. Will there be another meeting? I assume a meeting like this that started at 9 and at
Y'all want to come back?
5:09. There will not be another workshop like this. This was noticed and announced months ago, and if you subscribe to CDA's newsletter, that's how you find out about these. So we really don't spam you. We have enough going on that we're able to send one once a week or every 2 weeks. And all the information is important and timely, and there's no fluff or spam in those newsletters. So do subscribe on CDA's homepage. Unless there's an emergency question, I think we should go ahead and wrap up. Bill,
All in favor, say aye.
thank everyone for for joining us.
Just thank you all for hanging in there with us. It was long. We'll do it differently next time. We'll break it up, but, we appreciate your attendance, especially those of you who stayed to the very end, not only in the room, but online.
We look forward to reading all your proposals.
Thank you, guys.
Okay. And a big thank you to Andy at STL TV
Yeah.
on our PM shifts, and to Tony at STL TV who took care of us during the AM shift. As you can tell, this meeting was much more technologically advanced than some of our previous ones. So we're really thankful to our city's communications division, STL TV, for making this and tons of other public meetings possible. So thank you. Yes.
Thought you was a twin until I asked.
Oh, no.
Here. I worked with,
Peter.
Peter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Peter has a twin,
Yeah, I know.
but I'm not. I'm his younger brother.
Yeah.
Baby.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm Linda. I worked with Peter.
Oh,
And I
great.
worked with Ken.
Oh, great. Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, I've known Ken forever. You know, I went to grade school, Samantha, so.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
There you go. Me and Sam had a project together.
Yeah.
So, you know, she got the baby now.
So I'm sorry doing it.
Oh, that's right.
Got a
That's
baby.
right, yeah.